Chapter 11. Praying Mercenary. 1. In the forest, where the bitter winter wind blew, 3 men, who looked like mercenaries, were sitting around making a bonfire. Muttering, looking at the boy who was drinking soup with his nose stuck in the pot. I was lucky. There was a rabbit standing in the distance praying. Good job. The boys had already eaten what was left of the rabbit soup, but the boy was so appreciative of it that he licked up every last drop. The mercenaries realized that now was not the time to talk to the boy and began talking among themselves. By the way, I heard it brings people together to subdue monsters. It looks like Count Vayezid's son is stepping forward this time. Second or something. I heard the Bishop of Varna is also there. I think it will be big. You are struggling to please your father. Like a mercenary, he was talking about subjugating monsters, but the men's minds were entirely focused on the blonde-haired boy. He looks like an expensive guy, doesn't he? Look at the sword he's holding. At least he's from the same family he lives in. He's got blonde hair and blue eyes, so if I just sell him, I'll get a lot of money, right? The men who exchanged opinions quietly with glances and whispers, so that the boy who was far away could not hear them, slowly began to move, by cleverly blocking the boy's escape route. Ah, thank you. Thanks to you, I survived. To be thankful, you have to help and live. How should I repay this favor? The mercenaries smiled, showing their black teeth, as they looked at the boy who put down the pot and bowed his head politely to express his gratitude. If you really appreciate something, there is a way to repay it. What should I do? You just have to pay with your own body. A noose made of rope flew in from behind the boy. Hey, dude! What are you doing? However, instead of the boy who was supposed to be caught, a mercenary was caught in the noose. You're as quick as a rat. The 2 remaining mercenaries quickly drew their weapons towards the boy who had escaped the noose. It looks like our master learned a bit of swordsmanship from the instructor his father gave him. Isn't this a real-world war? When you say something nice, put down your sword before I hit you with a punch and turn it into a tropical storm. While the mercenary tied to the noose quickly untied the rope, 2 mercenaries blocked the boy and started growling. That's right. Life is practical. Blonde hair and blue eyes. And a sword that looks shiny but unused. Anyone could see that he looked like a runaway from a wealthy family, but the smile on the boy's face now was that of a ferocious wolf. What? I thought about it while I was walking here. If these people are truly kind to me, how can I repay them? Grumbling, even though the mercenaries were making harsh threats, the boy's spirit did not die at all. Rather, the mercenaries were swallowing their saliva without realizing it at the sight of the boy pulling out his sword. The boy with the sword was giving off a ferocious spirit. Why have I been worrying so much? The boy was laughing. Hey, Nimmy. They are the same kind. That guy is not some kind of brat who doesn't know anything about the world. What are you doing? Wake up quickly! You untie the rope all day. Even so, it's okay. Because that little guy was 1, and they were 3. They seem to be confident in their swordsmanship, but if they have experience in actual combat, they will be able to subdue them. I thought that would be the case, but the moans coming from my colleague behind me were unusual. What are you doing? Ooh! Colleague, who was tied to a noose, was scratching the ground, looking strangely frozen. It wasn't a normal movement. I got hit. The 2 mercenaries felt a deep sense of disappointment as they watched their colleague stiffen as if he were addicted to something. Whenever, I knew who did it. Because the boy was laughing while looking at his colleague's stiffening figure. But I don't know when the poison was added. Rabbit? The mercenaries who had finally figured out the situation looked at the boy with shocked expressions. Nothing in this world is easy, right? You son of a bitch from the beginning? The stumbling rabbit that I thought was unexpected luck was actually a trap. You too. The mercenaries felt despair as they felt their bodies slowly hardening. Yeah, I ate it too, Vlad said, taking out a leaf hidden under his tongue. Like an antidote. You. Ugh. The slowly hardening bodies fell onto the cold snow. The real thing is you never know who will be successful and when. Isn't that right, seniors? A black shadow fell over the 3 frozen rabbits. The blue eyes of the shadow were the last thing they saw. Tadak-tad-tad. In the winter forest, as the sun was setting, a blond boy, who looked like a mercenary, was sitting alone. It didn't fit the body exactly, but judging by the armor and clothes underneath, it didn't look like it would freeze on a winter day. This is really happening, Vlad muttered to himself as he stirred the campfire with kindling. At least on the outside it would seem that way. Ch was lucky. Yellow striped mushrooms weren't that common. What on earth do you do when you know about the mushroom that paralyzes people and the leaf that detoxifies it? Hey, I don't know that. The boy wasn't talking to himself. He was speaking to a voice that could only be heard by holding a sword. You know a lot of things, but you don't know who you are. No, it doesn't matter. Grumbling, the boy said, pulling out his sword. Because this is the most important thing to me. It had been a sword that had only been watched, but now it was in the boy's hand. The boy will forever remember the tears he shed to have this. I will help you, please help me. Aren't I scared? To the voice that said he didn't know who he was, the boy asked to know the sword. I don't care if you are the devil. What I'm really afraid of is... Blue moonlight fell on the boy's sword. The brightly shining light reminded me of someone. Because my biggest fear is that I am nothing. An aura that looks like blue moonlight. The boy was nothing in front of that aura. For a boy who had chased after something shiny even in the mud his whole life, the feeling of helplessness brought about by the blue aura was so terrible. You are nothing, it's just a life that will stay curled up and rot in the gutter for the rest of its life. The blue moonlight aura was saying that, if I'm with you anything is possible, at least a devil follower. Okay, I'll tell you. So the boy decided to struggle. Even if I wanted to give up, there was a weight in my hand that made it impossible for me to do so. Moonlight and bonfire. On the same night that he first saw an aura, a boy who wanted to become something, and a voice that did not know himself, decided to help each other. It was a contract that only those two could make. The moon in the night sky was its witness. Now is the time to enter midwinter. Tents were erected between white fields covered with snow in front of a dense coniferous forest. Inside the largest and most colorful tent. It's okay. A black-haired man was reviewing the documents in front of his desk, lifting a cup of tea that had already cooled down. Although he looked young, the area under his eyes had turned black, making the man look sickly. It's so average. The black-haired man was frowning as he looked at the documents to see what he didn't like. Master Borti Hain. Denisana Betivnahan. Karate Atsua. Karate or Hai. At that moment, the tent was opened, and a one-eyed man came in along with the cold winter wind. Are you here, Zayar? Yes. Josef has now returned. The man named Zayar brushed off the snow from his shoulders and approached the sick-looking man. No matter what concerns you have. When Josef, whom he had served his entire life, did not look good, Zayar asked carefully. It's so normal? Josef was lost in thought as he looked at the documents in front of him. The monster defeat is progressing easily. There were not many casualties, and they were all caused by mercenaries. Aren't there missing people? Josef said, taking a sip of his cooled teacup. It doesn't matter if you consider him a deserter. From Josef's perspective, it would have been better if there had been injuries or deaths while subduing monsters. The fact that there are deserters means that discipline is not properly established. With unremarkable results, even deserters Everyone will have doubts about my commanding abilities. My father will do the same." At that moment, a sharp light appeared in Josef's eyes. "My half-brother too. Josef Vayezid, dying, kanin, pomaina handa hotbagobor." As the second son of the Vayezid family, he was now anxious. These are the troops that were barely raised to avoid brothers' interference. If not now, I will never have a chance to show my military capabilities to my vassals. Josef was an ambitious man. He was the legitimate ancestor of the Vayezid family and was trying to become the next Count Vayezid by pushing out Roger, who inherited the same blood. "If we continue like this, we will be destroyed." Becoming the next Count Vayezid was not simply an ambition. Two sons cannot exist under the same sky. It was obvious what Roger, his half-brother, would do if he did not become Count Vayezid. "If I do well, I will live in a monastery for the rest of my life, or I will die without anyone knowing." History proved it, because he was the one who came up trampling on his brothers, who were related by blood to his father. "I don't have enough swords to use, except for you, Zayar." In order for Josef to become the next Count Vayezid, he needed not only his own ability, but also the support of his vassals. However, Josephus, who was born sickly, found it difficult to gain the support of his vassals, no matter how much help he had from his mother and maternal family, because the Vayezid family was a family that revered martial arts. "I have something to tell you, master." "Tell me." Zayar hesitated for a moment and spoke to Josef, who was caressing his temple as if he had a headache. "There is a suspicious mercenary." "Suspicious mercenary?" Josef's eyes narrowed when he heard something completely unexpected. "Are you a spy sent by your brother?" "I'm not saying it's suspicious in that sense." "Then what does it mean?" Zayar was a knight. A solid article, too. However, Zayar's hesitation to speak in front of Josef was not what he usually saw. He wasn't sure. "Tell me, Zayar." Josef, realizing that the matter was more serious than expected, pressed for an answer. "I think you have to see it for yourself to understand. Would you like to follow me for a moment? It looks like something happened." When his knight behaved differently than usual, Josef realized that what Zayar was talking about was unusual. "Guide me." Josef put on a thick coat and wrapped himself in a scarf and gloves to avoid being hurt by the cold winter wind. "This is the place." To prevent the sickly young master from having to breathe the cold winter air, Zayar guided him as fast as he could, throwing away his dignity as a knight. It was a dirty tent. "Isn't this a slaughterhouse?" "Yes. This is where the important parts of the defeated monsters are excavated." Josef quickly covered his mouth with his handkerchief and looked around. It wasn't because the hanging corpses and the smell of blood were disgusting. Josef's spirit was stronger than that of any other knight, but his body was so weak that he had to be careful of even the polluted air floating around in the tent. "Here." Zayar guided Josef deeper into the slaughterhouse. In the deepest part of the slaughterhouse, corpses of various types of monsters were hanging. At an estimate, there were 6 corpses. "Look." Zayar personally turned the hanging corpses around and showed them to Josef. "Do you want to see the wound?" "Yes." The goblin had been frozen for a long time and had a sword mark engraved on its back. "It's crooked." Josef expressed his impressions in an unimpressed tone. The sword marks just shown seemed to have been made by someone who had just recently picked up a sword. After Josef finished speaking, Zayar pointed to the monster's corpse hanging next to him. "Wounds." The body was full of sword marks, not only on the back, but also all over the body, from left to right, from old corpses to the corpses of orcs that have just arrived. After examining all the corpses, Josef unconsciously removed the handkerchief from his mouth. Could it be that they were all made by one person? Yes. "Master." As soon as he heard Zayar's answer, Josef moved back to the place where the first body was. He always walked slowly, but now he could be said to be running. It doesn't make sense. It had to be that way. How old is this body? It's been a little over a month. Only 1 month. Josef was astonished at Zayar's answer, and carefully examined the monster's corpses again. Sword marks, jagged and shabby wounds. However, as we get closer to the bodies of the new monsters, the wounds that someone said were made become clearer and deeper. Anyone? It formed a solid line. His name is Lehman. He's a blond young man. Lehman? Zayar approached Josef and whispered quietly. The mercenaries called him Praying Lehman. Ryman who prays. Josef silently reflected on the title Zayar had mentioned. Do a detailed investigation into this man named Lehman right now? Yes, master. Zayar escaped the slaughterhouse under Josef's orders. This is absolutely ridiculous. Josef, who was left alone, turned his head and looked at the corpses of the monsters once again. I couldn't handle the sword, but I could see it. Josef was a descendant of the Vayezid family, which revered martial arts, and there were many outstanding knights around him. That's why I was able to recognize it. You're a genius. From a crooked strike where even the basics were not properly grasped. What can be achieved in just 1 month with the newly engraved sword path is something that only a talent given by heaven can achieve. The body of the orc that came in yesterday had its eyes wide open, as if it still couldn't believe its own death. Chapter 12. Praying Mercenary. 2. Drive forward. Close the siege. Don't let it escape. In a winter forest that should be quiet. It was a time when all life should have been quietly sleeping, but now it was full of more violent noise than ever before. Kike. You look so ugly, you guys. Puh. Every time a breath came out of the armed men's mouths, blood droplets without fail flew out. Go forward! Mercenaries were approaching the goblin village, forming a tight siege. Since it was a village of a certain size, the mercenaries were advancing cautiously but boldly. Goblins are monsters famous for their outstanding reproductive ability. If you miss even a few here, another village of similar size will be created next winter. If that happens, employers in Varna will not be very pleased. Look back! You bastards! Kikiik! Since they were goblins, one of the lowest-ranking bipedal monsters, the mercenaries were skillfully cutting them down. However, life is a series of unpredictable things. Holy shit! The mercenary man who was laughing and chatting until yesterday probably didn't know that his head would explode today. Wow! It's also said to be difficult to see by hobgoblin. Wow! A ferocious roar rang out over the snow-covered winter forest. Top 5 has been breached. It's a hobgoblin! Hobgoblin! The mercenaries, who had been cutting down the goblins for a while, caught the eye of a being too large to be called a goblin. The magnificently cleft muscles on top of the sticky-looking brown skin are menacing. Wow! A hobgoblin who seemed to be the leader of this village was pouring out unrestrained anger at the humans who killed his compatriots. This is crazy. Why is that sticking out here? When an uncontrollable being called Hobgoblin appeared, the mercenaries quickly retreated and readjusted their stance. What are you doing? You can't come forward right now. I never heard there was a hobgoblin. Are you planning on doing it this way and getting paid for it? Then the driver himself came forward. The knight in command was at a loss for words at the words uttered by one of the strongest mercenaries. This guy. The knight only trembled with his thick cheeks and did not think about pulling out his sword. Even when he was young, his skills were not that great, but now he is old and has long since lost his ability as a knight. Damn it! All it takes is a few people rushing in. As the knight who does not dare to think of going out on his own, said if people who are well suited come together, they will be able to at least fight against the hobgoblin. However, the people here were not dispatched as a group from any mercenary group. Then you should have called expensive mercenaries. Not only was there no one who had been together long enough to fit together, but there was also no one skilled enough to be mercenary group in the first place. Grumbling, except for one person. I'll do it this time. When a hobgoblin full of rage is looking for his next prey. Pot, white snowflakes flew up from behind the hobgoblin. Huh? The hobgoblin turned his head to follow the sign, and all he saw was a blizzard created by someone. Sigh. The man cleverly rushed in from a blind spot and quickly approached the hobgoblin. The sparkle created by the unadorned sword instantly cut through the hobgoblin's heels. Wow! Above, I saw it. Hobgoblin, who finally saw the man running towards him, let out an angry roar and struck down his huge club. Pow! Oh! What kind of power is this? It was a formidable force. A hobgoblin with incredibly strong physical strength that is hard to believe that it is a fellow goblin. The aftermath of its impact became a thunderbolt made of snow that bounced off those around it. Get back! I can't see anything. A pure white curtain made of snow was covering everything around. No. And it was now. The moment the man was aiming for, the hobgoblin hit the ground with a lot of force. A moment when everything that had exerted all its strength became stiff for a moment. I'm really going to do it this time. The blond man's blue eyes gave off a strange glow. Huh? The hobgoblin saw. Cool eyes staring straight at you, even in the snow fog. It was different from the eyes of humans I had ever seen. It was like the eyes of a predator stalking its prey. For a moment, a flash of light colder than snow passed by the hobgoblin's waist. A clean horizontal cut made before the protruding eyes even fall to the ground. He moved alone at a moment when everyone else was standing still, and it was a sword path with intention, not just a swing. I will cut you down. Wow! As the feeling of hard metal penetrated his skin, the hobgoblin, who had been elated just a moment ago, stopped screaming. Shit! Get out! It was great, though. It was shallow. Hearing the hobgoblin's scream ringing in his ears, the blond man realized that he had not been able to cut down his target with a single blow. Failure again. Wow! Vlad's sword was not yet ripe enough to cut through the tough hide of the hobgoblin and break its hard bones. Pow! A chilling wind passed over the ground where Vlad had just rolled. That's stupid. Can't you tell me? Vlad gritted his teeth as he listened to someone's voice ringing in his head. If you tell everything, that's genius. Regardless of the criticism, the voice gave the blow that Vlad had just swung was too great to have been made just a month after he had picked up the sword in earnest. It's just that I couldn't stop breathing from the single blow. It's just a bit of a turnaround. Vlad's eyes lit up as he saw the hobgoblin swinging his club back and forth while urgently holding onto his side. If it doesn't work once, you can hit it twice. The fact that you think you will get a second chance in real life is proof that you are a brat. Trying to ignore the voice ringing in his head, Vlad strengthened his leg muscles. Using his outstanding physical ability that even his voice could recognize, he jumped into the veil of snow again. Wow! The hobgoblin waved his club at the fierce silver flash approaching from an unseen place, but it was nothing more than a futile struggle. Riemann praying. The scene after the white curtain was lifted. Everyone here was watching the unbelievable scene unfold before their eyes. The ruler of this area who stands back and is afraid, and the sword path that splits it in half without hesitation. Bright red bloodstains spread across the white snowfield. In the winter forest where the subjugation has just ended, The mercenaries, who were well aware of the goblins' trait of collecting shiny things, were searching through the tents of goblins set up here and there in the village. To be exact, only a few mercenaries. The other mercenaries seemed to want to get close to the scene of the looting, but they were unable to do so, because they were not allowed by the owner. The owner of this place was the hobgoblin that was now lying in a mess, and the person who laid it down was a blond man who was collecting snow and rubbing his bloody hands. From now on, this was his land. Taking what belongs to the person who defeated it was the unique right of the winner, which is common in all worlds. It's amazing this time too. There was a man with a bright smile approaching Vlad, who was wiping away the blood. Go and take away the things I cut. That's already been done. No one with a big liver would mess with a big guy in the first place, right? There was one next to me. Riemann. Praying. A man who stands out even among the mercenaries of the punitive force, gathered together by idiots. Do you want to do something together with me after this is over? My motto is never to make eye contact with a cheater. Don't do that. The brown-haired man just smiled, despite Vlad's cold words. Mercenary pack. Vlad stopped what he was doing when he heard the man's words quietly. You can't keep using that. There is someone I know well who is amazing at forgery. If your mouth is light, your hair will also be like goat. I'm so sad. When have I ever harmed the captain? Is it a threat or an offer? Vlad thought as he looked at the man with the long chin who spoke in a whisper, wondering if anyone would see. If it's a threat, kill it. If it is a suggestion, warn. Anyone who touches my weakness with any intention will have to pay the price. God, who noticed that Vlad's eyes had become heavy, whistled and avoided eye contact. Think about it slowly. I was just thinking of the captain. Goth naturally took a step back at the warning Vlad gave with his eyes. Goth, who had been by Vlad's side all this time, knew better what happened to those who ignored this warning. Vlad's current position in the punitive force was that of 10 seals, but the mercenaries he led were only 7. Have you all taken care of your things? Vlad shouted loudly to his team members as if he didn't want to listen to Gothan's words anymore. Not much, boss. I was wondering if there was anything useful since there was a hobgoblin. Shit! Even so, the men were holding various miscellaneous items in their hands. Stop talking nonsense and collect them and bring them all to the driver. Bring me everything? You have to eat it in moderation. Vlad looked at Goth's answer with pitiful eyes. There has to be something to leave out, so you can leave it out. You idiot, still. And if you're going to skip it anyway, shouldn't you eat a big one? Is there any reason to lose strength over something as trivial as this? There was nothing particularly wrong with what the man named Goat said. Even the knights who receive the loot anyway will know that the mercenaries will come up with various tricks. Because that was the behavior of ordinary mercenaries and a natural practice. Let's look a little further, and this is it. However, Vlad had a different perspective from an ordinary mercenary. Although he was born and raised in a back alley, there were adults around him from whom he could learn. Haven was like that, Jorge was like that, and Marcella was also a woman with a lot to learn. As expected, the heads are different. He really wants to do something with me. As long as I have the captain's sword and my plan. If you don't want to be left with your head hanging, run. Those who cannot understand what is being said are tired. Right now. And Vlad hated being tired. Okay. I'm leaving now. Goth, who had been overwhelmed by the momentum Vlad was giving off earlier, hurriedly gathered up miscellaneous items and started running towards the thick-cheeked knight. Stand guard around me for a moment. Pray? You are truly consistent. After capturing one of the mercenaries in his group, Vlad left the battlefield, where the mercenaries were gathered, and moved to a sunny place nearby. Don't come too close. The afternoon sun was streaming through the straight coniferous trees. Whoa. Vlad sheathed his sword, got down on one knee, and lowered his head. "Lord, thank you for taking care of me today." The golden sunlight rested on her disheveled blonde hair. Although they were far away, all the mercenaries around were watching. "The picture is killer. Aren't you a real noble? At least we weren't born the same way, right?" Vlad's appearance with the golden light was like the prayer of a faithful believer, and when seen with the sword in his hand, he looked like a holy knight. Some people looked at Vlad like that, and whispered that he was a young boy who ran away from his family, while others said that he might be the illegitimate son of some nobleman. The man who prayed enough to say such things had a strange atmosphere that was difficult to criticize. However, if you get a little closer to the man surrounded by mystery, anyone will be able to know his true nature. Ah. Sit arms. But that doesn't work. That's stupid. Didn't they say that the trick to a single-hit killing always comes from surprise? That a man named Lehman is not a man of prayer. His prayers, disguised as sincerity, were full of only truly suspicious conversations. Chapter 13. What do you want? 1. In a muddy back alley, a scruffy-looking child was glaring at someone. He was a child with a color that did not fit in this street, where everyone was dying in black. "That bastard. Leave it alone." "I guess I'm hungry." A man who was eating skewers sold at a stand on the street called out to a boy who was glaring at him while shaking his hand. "Come here." "Yes, you have blue eyes." The boy, who followed the man's gesture and came closer, was indeed a mess befitting a child living in a back alley. Where did it come from? As if he had just been hit by someone, his eyes were black and bruised, and the shabby clothes that could barely cover his body were torn here and there. Good. Twinkle. Although it was a miserable sight, the look in the child's eyes did not die. The man liked it. "Here, give me another skewer." The huge man took a skewer from the owner and handed it to the beggar-looking little boy. He ate. It was just simple sympathy. However, being able to arouse sympathy for the people living in this alley meant that the meal was worth the price. "What are you doing?" "Take it." I could see the beggar boy's mouth filling with saliva at the wafting smell of meat. "I told you to take it." The child was worried, and it seemed like he had decided. Instead of grabbing the skewer, the child talked to the man. "I can do well." "What? Anything?" The child was looking. Not a skewer handed by a man. "I can do anything well, as long as you tell me to." The person who hands the skewer. When the boy saw him, he was like a shining star in the back alley. "What is your name?" The man who was watching the child suddenly became curious. Who is the back alley beggar who confidently talks to himself instead of grabbing the food that will get him through the day? The name of the guy who looked like he had rolled in the mud and had no sound, but his eyes still had light in them. Vlad the Dort. The eyes of the boy I finally met were blue. The man also liked the color. "Are you going to my house?" So I decided to pick it up, because it was a color that reminded me of someone I left behind a long time ago. The child's blue eyes resemble stars. In the middle of the night, when everyone else was asleep, Vlad woke up out of breath. "I'm done sleeping." It was a dream from a long time ago. It was a time when it was difficult to survive from day to day. Vlad woke up and looked around. It was a tent filled with the musty smell and snoring of unfamiliar men. The rose smile smelled like powder. Vlad, knowing that sleep would not come easily, picked up his sword and went outside. Maintaining the best condition at all times is also a basic requirement of a prosecutor. Vlad. Vlad did not answer the voice. "Who are you, Lehman? Where are you going in at this time of night?" "Pray. I'd rather be a priest than a mercenary, Lehman." Vlad, who revealed his whereabouts to the personnel on watch, headed towards the hill, illuminated by the moonlight. Then he held the sword and closed his eyes. It was a difficult life. Did you see it? The voice said it had glimpsed Vlad's dream. Because dreams are the manifestation of strong wishes. What did I wish for? The voice didn't answer. I miss you. There was a man praying under the moonlight with no one around. He was a sad man, with blonde hair blowing in the cold winter wind. But how long do I have to talk to myself like a crazy person like this? Until you create your own world within your soul. What kind of God am I to create the world? This is what it means to communicate through thoughts alone. Only a strong will can make your world express itself. He was a man who pretended to look like that. I'm going to be doing this crazy thing for a long time. That's up to you, Riemann praying. It was a method I thought of as a last resort, because I couldn't talk to myself and mumble in front of others. Are all nights like that? Is there a world within the soul? Those who handle auras, when you say that I have nothing to say. And although unintentional, this method was quite effective. The act of praying not only allowed him to have alone time without anyone disturbing him, but it also gave Vlad a special feeling that was different from other mercenaries. Something special that is different from others. It was another way of saying something was valuable. But I did as you told me earlier, but it didn't work. Why doesn't that work? But now the boy was regretting it. If you hold your sword and lean forward, your opponent will attack you. They say you can just do it then. No matter how many times I tell you, why don't you know? That's what I mean. Now. Because what I was trying to achieve through prayer was failing. There is such a saying. No matter how great a swordsman he is, not all of them can be good teachers. That was the correct answer. I don't even know if his voice was a great swordsman. Is that what you want people to understand now? Now they say to shoe when you tilt. Thank God. Please take away this scum of a devil who can even speak properly. A ray of tendon rose on Vlad's forehead as he heard the different explanation. Kill this thing and save it. You can hear everything. The voice seemed to be aware that it was terrible at explaining, and it answered in a strangely withdrawn tone. Just show me now. I'm going to be exhausted. Will you be okay? I said I wasn't going to subdue tomorrow anyway. The good news was that the boy and the voice had other ways to exchange learning. You'd close your right eye. Vlad followed the voice's instructions and closed his right eye. Then for a moment I felt as if my vision was fading away. It felt like taking a step back and looking at the world. Feel it well. Vlad closed his right eye and quietly drew his sword under the moonlight. A different atmosphere than just now. Right now, Vlad was overwhelming everything around him as if he had become a different person. The blowing wind and the ground we stand on, seizing the possibility with an unexpected move. There was a sense of dominating the world. Control the battlefield with insight that is one step ahead, and swing. That is the trick of killing with one strike. There was a flash of light under the moonlight that should shine alone. It was a glimpse that could not even be seen. But Vlad could feel it. The flow of air that splits for an instant. The tearing and howling scream of the wind. You open your eyes. Vlad, who opened his right eye again, stumbled and fell to the ground. Oh. It's so intense. Vlad frowned, clutching his cramped calf. Even if it was only for a moment, I felt a sharp pain in the muscles that were overloaded beyond their limits. Did you feel it? But even through the pain, Vlad was smiling. Approximately. Because I saw it, felt it, and also had a glimpse of it. The unidentifiable voice pounded vivid experiences into Vlad's temporarily borrowed body. And the clever boy was able to learn by following the traces left behind. I think I can do it next time. I said that last time too. It was a teaching on a different level from teaching through words and demonstration. To experience it firsthand. Because there is no teaching in the world that remains as strong as that. Through his natural talent and vivid teachings, Vlad was growing rapidly, as if it was originally planned that this would happen. The moon is really bright today. Vlad looked up at the night sky while holding on to his twitching legs. Now whenever I look at the moon, I think of him. There was a knight who resembled blue moonlight. He was the first world the boy saw, and he was the one who destroyed Jorge, his own world. I will destroy the moon someday. You will be able to do it. Vlad was a boy who always looked up at the shining stars, even before looking at the star made by the old blacksmith. To get revenge on Jorge, that star was the most imposing and gigantic star in the back alley. The boy held the broken star he longed for in his heart. That's enough for today. Good. And she wore the star she bought with the girl's tears on her shoulder. The blue moonlight was watching the back of the boy going down the hill, carrying the stars. So I was able to deal with the hobgoblin through my improvisation. Late at night, Joseph sat back in his chair and looked at the driver reporting to him. Thick cheeks and a bloated body that couldn't be hidden even by armor. And even an unassuming look in his eyes. It seemed doubtful whether he was truly a person who lived with a sword. Lord Borden. Yes, Joseph. Joseph swallowed the sigh that escaped his mouth and opened his mouth. Do I look like an asshole? Joseph knew that he was in a situation where he should be furious, but instead of being angry, he was laughing. How ridiculous must I have looked to report it this way? Hey, Joseph. The knight in front of him is mocking himself. It was unclear whether it was to protect himself or to inflate his reputation, but in any case he was telling a lie in front of himself, the commander of the punitive force. More than 20 mercenaries followed you. Did you really think that not a word they said would reach my ears? It was unspoken. Zayar, who was standing next to Joseph, was breathing heavily as he watched Borden rolling his eyes. Joseph knew. If he were to tell me to kill him here, that ugly face would end up rolling on the floor. Heed my words today. Thank you for forgiving me, Joseph. However, Joseph could not tell him to kill the knight called Borden. This was because this incompetent, stupid old damn bastard was one of the few knights in the family that followed him. Trash. As soon as Borden left the tent, Joseph patted his head and sighed. Even in the Vayezid family that revered Radish, not all knights had high-level skills. A knight means someone who wields a sword, but it also means a title. I would rather see that damn family go bankrupt. Then I would have cut you without hesitation. If one had the money and connections to cross the high threshold of the Vayezid family, an article about Borden's case could be published. That can also be said to be strength and skill. Does my father see me as a trash can? So you're just pushing trash in front of me? Joseph, finally filled with anger, stood up and spoke with trembling lips. Please calm down. I need a sword. Not that trashy sword, but a very sharp sword. A desire like a flame was boiling around the corners of Joseph's shadow-filled eyes. If only that were the case, there would be no reason for me to lag behind my brother. I was upset. I could admit that I lacked skills, but I couldn't bear to be judged for something I was born with that I didn't have. All of the heads of the Vayezid family so far were among the knights representing that era. His father, Peter Vayezid, was like that, and his older brother, Rutger Vayezid, also had the talent to become a knight representing the next generation. God does not give everything. Joseph is a man who has much more than what he does not have. Zayar was right. Joseph was not born with a healthy body, but he was carrying weapons that Rutger did not have. A smart head, a calm mind, and a strong spirit. And even great support from my maternal family. Of course, all those things were also considered low priority in the Vayezid family, which revered radish. Did you recognize me? Yes, Josef thought. If you cannot be the sword yourself, you will become the one who carries the sword instead. Are you a nobleman? No. Or is he a promising member of some swordsmanship guild? I am not tied down anywhere. Josef's lips lifted at Zaya's report. He's a man without a master. Yes, they say he comes from the back alleys of Schoarra. If there were no swords around for me to carry, I would make one and carry it. If only it could be made perfect. Good. It's late today, so we'll see you tomorrow. All right. Josef sat back down in his chair as he watched Zayar quietly slip away into the tent. In the tent, where I was the only one, I took a deep breath and thought, what do you want? Vlad Ch. Josef did not give up. What should I give you so you can't reject me? Vlad. He was always struggling to survive. In the flickering candlelight, eyes with a strange desire were flickering. Chapter 14. What do you want? 2. Mornings are painful. It's painful to wake up, painful to open your eyes, and even more so if the air outside is cold. Goat. Duh. What's for breakfast today? Stew with strange meat. I feel bad. Vlad woke up looking groggy from not sleeping properly, and realized that even his morning diet wasn't helping him. I'm not eating breakfast this morning. Are you going to the priest again? Goth, who was about to go to the food service area with this empty bowl, looked at Vlad with envious eyes. Should I pray too? You are already done with the word prayer. When Vlad pulled back the tent, the faint morning sunlight was visible. Cold. It was a wonderful sight, but it also seemed to be getting boring after camping in the winter field for about a month. I came first. Why isn't our pot boiling yet? It was a strange, salty taste, but the fact that the employer provided the meal also meant that this place had a great working environment. Vlad passed the mercenaries who were yelling at him for a bowl of stew and stood in front of a tent. The tent was smaller than the tent where the commander of the punitive force, Josef Vayezid, was located, but it had a neat and tidy feel. Priest, I'm here. When Vlad pulled back the tent, warm heat came from inside. Oh, Riemann, welcome. I was just about to eat breakfast. Priest Andrea, the owner of the tent, saw Vlad and welcomed him with a bright smile. Priest, were you at peace last night? I am always at peace. Priest Andrea personally led the man who came in with the cold winter wind and made him sit in front of the table. Please sit here. Priest Andrew told the young deacon, following him to prepare more breakfast for each person. I heard you went to pray last night too? I did it because I couldn't sleep. It must have been cold. What does the cold have to do with being held in the arms of the Lord? Ha ha ha! You seem more like a priest than me. Although they were exchanging greetings with Priest Andrea, Vlad's eyes remained on what the young boy was carrying. Wheat bread. It was also soft white wheat bread, not hard black bread. Josef, the commander of the punitive force, was said to be a faithful believer, but the devotion he gave to the priest was indeed admirable. Pray. I didn't come to eat just to say good morning to the priest. Today we are thankful to God for giving us our daily bread. Although he was saying no on the outside, Priest Andrea, who was over 50 years old, had already figured out Vlad's shallow details. Even though he knew, he just pretended not to know and took care of Vlad's pride. He ate this food and gained strength so that you can exert even more effort in doing good work. Andrea slowly opened her eyes and looked at the blond man praying in front of her. He is truly a wonderful young man. Priest Andrew was so prestigious that Josef bowed his head and brought him to him. His reputation came not from preaching or connections, but from his own actions. Even though he was over 50 years old, he was widely known, not only to nobles, but also to commoners as he followed the monster battles, unfolding everywhere, defeating evil beings and blessing the soldiers. What a beautiful sight it is to see that faithfulness has not been lost even in the most humble places. To Father Andrea, the existence of a man named Lehman came as a small shock. A young man who always seeks God's will despite being a mercenary living a difficult life. For Andrea, the existence of Riemann, who takes care of himself and always bows to God even among those who have failed him, was like a revelation. This too must be a fate given by God. In the meantime, there were people who put their heads up in prayer, but they were just people who wanted something for themselves. Yet, yes, priest. However, the man in front of me named Lehman was a man who prayed and tried to approach God even in places where he was not present. I prayed while eating, prayed while sleeping, and even prayed while fighting monsters. Anyone could see that he was a truthful person. What a person like that wanted for himself was just a warm breakfast. You're such a wasteful young man to be here, so you have to lead it yourself. This young man who will search for bloody battlefields until he dies. Wheat bread, this precious thing, it costs a lot. Yes. Priest Andreas smiled as he saw the humble young man with tears in his eyes, grateful for even a piece of bread. By the way, yes, priest. Vlad was soaking bread in the soup, laughing at the mercenaries who were eating strange stew outside. I knew that your sword skills were good, and it seems that this also reached Josef's ears. Yes? Father Andrea, who was smiling happily while looking at Vlad, spoke brightly. Lord Ch came to me yesterday and asked me various things about you. So I am a truly faithful young man. I told him I was looking forward to the future. Vlad, who was stuffing wheat bread into his cheeks, stopped for a moment at the words of Priest Andrea. Okay. Wow. I recommended you. Oh. It was truly a strange reaction, but Priest Andrea mistook it for Vlad's happiness. Even now there were noble sons and daughters who contacted him asking to recommend him, but Andrea did not write letters of recommendation easily. He was a strong priest who did not confide in the world, and he sought only God's will, to the point where he refused the position of bishop of a certain city. The Vayezid family that Josef belongs to is a prestigious noble family in the north. Just being able to work there would be a much better environment than it is now. Thank you, priest. Father Andrea narrowed his eyes at Vlad and said, but Vlad just smiled awkwardly. Gulp. The sound of pieces of bread being passed over, that were stuffed in both cheeks, was strangely loud. Sometime after breakfast with Priest Andrea, Vlad was praying again. I guess I was doing something too conspicuous. There was no choice. My swordsmanship can only be learned through actual combat. The reason why Vlad volunteered for the monster suppression team in the city of Varna was not only because he had no place to rely on immediately, but also because his voice recommended that there was no better place to practice swordsmanship. Wasn't being close to the priest the problem? I had to check. Although it wasn't his intention, Vlad had a relationship with Priest Andrea and wanted to experiment with him. Okay. I'll eat your day. Are you sure now that I am not an evil being? A being that resides in Vlad's soul along with the Black Thunderbolt. If the voice that says you don't know who you are really comes from evil, then this is something you need to keep in mind when deciding your future course of action. It was said that Priest Andrea was so renowned and strong in divine power that he was recommended for the position of bishop. The fact that such a person could not recognize the identity of the voice in his soul, at least, means that the voice within Vlad did not originate from evil. It's okay because I didn't get caught. It was a sound of evil so noble that even a bishop-level priest could not recognize it. Anyway, I was lucky in many ways to meet Priest Andrew here. Should I have just hit it and run away? Should I run away now? But if your skills are as good as yours, wouldn't they turn a blind eye to counterfeiting mercenary badges? If I don't close my eyes, I'll cut my throat. A relationship with a renowned priest. And then face to face with a scion of the Count family. These were all benefits that a mere mercenary could not dream of, but the problem was that they were all built on a false name. If you ask about this and that, it will eventually be revealed that you killed someone. Then you are guilty of identity forgery and even murder. Now I see that you are quite vicious. You're an accomplice too. It would be better to run away. Oh, it was so noticeable. You may not have known it because he always lived quietly in the back alleys, but Vlad was attracting more attention from others than he had intended. Then let's go out sometime this evening. This monster-slaying mission was supposed to be paid once a month. Fortunately, I received a month's salary a few days ago, so I didn't have to regret leaving. And if you run away with Goth, who is eager to trick you, you will be able to create a properly forged identity card. If that happens, something like this will never happen again. It's a shame because the working conditions are good, but now it's time to leave. But it would be difficult to escape. Why? A voice spoke to Vlad, who was pretending to pray for a while and planning to run away as if he was in trouble. Something is approaching from behind. Judging from his strength, he is at least a high-level knight. Hearing the voice's warning, I quickly turned around to see Vlad. There was a middle-aged man coming towards where he was. Did you read my presence? It's much more useful than I thought. A one-eyed knight with a shining breastplate and a small shield on his back. Josef wants to see you. Vlad could tell when he saw Xayar's heavily sunken eyes. You won't be able to control the flow from now on. It should have just popped up yesterday. Although he was feeling devastated inside, Vlad stood up with a resolute expression and spoke. I am honored that Josef came to visit me. Did you know I was coming? No matter how cornered you are, you have to at least pretend to have something. Jorge said that an unwavering facial expression is one of the most important skills in a card game. I heard that priest Andrea recommended me. Actually, I was looking forward to it. Xayar narrowed his only one eye as he watched the pale young mercenary treat him with a resolute attitude. Follow me. And I wondered how long that confident appearance would remain. Vlad was lost in thought as he watched Xayar ahead of him. Even now. However, Vlad soon heard a voice and decided to follow. Don't even think about running away. If you are a knight of that level, your struggle will be nothing more than a futile struggle. Damn. Having your mind read by a voice also meant that the actions you were about to take were within a predictable range. And Xayar, who is ahead, may also have predicted that much. No, I had already predicted it, because his left hand naturally rested on the sword handle. There's nothing I can do. Vlad looked imposing on the outside, but with the feelings of a dog on a leash. He stood in front of the largest tent among the tents erected in the garrison. Bow your head as soon as you see Josef. How long will you bow down? Until given permission. After hearing a brief warning before seeing Josef, Vlad took a deep breath and followed Xayar inside. That's unexpected. It looked big and flashy on the outside, so I thought it would be that way on the inside. But in reality, it wasn't like that at all. A space that has everything you need and is arranged in such a way that it is not excessive. It was a sight that gave us a glimpse of what kind of person Josef was. Josef. Okay. Are you here, Lord Xayar? When Josef's voice was heard from inside the tent, Vlad lowered his head as he had been taught. I thought it would be better to just lower my head, because, honestly, I was nervous. He's so big. He was a person I would never have seen in my life if I had been in a back alley. Josef Vayezid, the second son of Count Vayezid. Although he had no title, he had the same status as a prince in the county of Vayezid. I finally get to see it. Nice to meet you. It's an honor to meet you, Joseph. Josef's voice came from in front of me. Although it did not have the strong power of a man, it was a voice that conveyed a strange sense of pressure. So, are there any inconveniences during the mission? Everyone here is grateful for Josef's consideration. Josef smiled as he saw the mercenary answering without hesitation, even though he was very nervous. You look bold. But whether he was really a bold person would have to be tested now to find out. Your name is Lehman? Yes. Is there no last name? Yes. He had blonde hair and blue eyes, so I thought he was the son of a fallen noble family. Since Vlad had lived with such misunderstandings his entire life, he was able to answer this question without much agitation. Okay, let's see. I'm getting older this year. However, when Josef asked the next question, I had no choice but to close my eyes. In the strange silence created by Vlad, the atmosphere in the tent became increasingly heavy. I'm 31 years old this year. Although it felt like drinking poison, Vlad had no choice but to answer like that, because it was written that way on the mercenary badge. The mercenary named Lehman, whom he poisoned to death, was 31 years old. Of the 3 mercenaries lying around, he was the youngest man. Oh. Vlad raised his head without realizing it at the strange exclamation that Josef made. A black-haired man with dark eyeshadow. This is such a baby face? Although he looked sickly, he had a beautiful glow hidden behind his dark eyes, and the light in his eyes was pointed directly at him, with a cold sneer. Chapter 15. What do you want? 3. Among the flickering candles. When Vlad looked at Josef, there was a sneer in his eyes. It was like the smile of a winner and came from confidence that the whole situation was under control. I got caught. Vlad was born in a back alley and could not even register his birth properly. In order for Vlad to join the monster suppression team, recruited in the name of the Lord, a false identity was needed. It's like a mercenary badge worn by the person he killed. That face says he's 31 years old. After all, is being young-looking something you're born with? It's one of the few things I'm proud of. Looking at Josef with a faint smile, Vlad answered with the most polite expression possible. Zayar, yes, but Josef was not an easy man. Sigh. Tsk. A harsh slap landed on Vlad. It was a slap that could have been avoided but should not have been avoided. You understand once. I was born and raised in a back alley, so how would I know how to treat nobles? Josef was smiling while looking at Vlad, who was bleeding from the nose. It was a smile that said he knew everything. I hate lying. I should have told you this in advance. Something like a strange desire rose above Josef's pitch-black eyes. Name, my name is Vlad. Age, I'm 16 years old. I'll be 17 after this winter. Ha ha. Josef clapped his hands in joy at Vlad's answer. Excellent. He didn't know what was great, but Vlad decided to just stay quiet, because there was a knight glaring at him fiercely from behind. Okay. It took a lot of hard work to get here from Schoarra. You knew everything. This time I did well not to lie. The black-haired man in front of me had already completely figured out who I was. We confirmed that your mother was a prostitute, but we couldn't find out about your father. Do you know who your father is? It's quite a funny joke to ask a prostitute's child about his father. When a sarcastic answer was given without realizing it in an oppressive atmosphere, Vlad was immediately punished. Tsk, be polite. Bantling. Vlad, unable to withstand the blow that struck him in the crook, fell to one knee. No. It was a pretty funny joke. Josef scratched his head as he looked at Vlad kneeling before him. Well, it's a mercenary group. They must have killed someone somewhere and brought it back, and we've already figured out why they ran away from Schoarra. Josef thought. She already had personal details in her hand, But even so, the blond man in front of her was full of things she really wanted to know. Where did you learn swordsmanship? Where did this kid who lived his whole life quietly in the back alleys acquire such amazing skills? Who did you learn it from? And why did you learn it? And what did he come from that gave him this talent? So much so that the second child of the Vayezid family with the shining swords was worthy of attention. Josef was very curious about the things hidden in Vlad's blue eyes. These are. However, the person who had to answer the question simply kept his mouth shut, grumbling. The sound of a sword being drawn quietly could be heard from behind Vlad. Answer me. Vlad, who was muttering quietly with his head down, made eye contact with Josef, as if he had made up his mind. He was a teacher who came like a thunderbolt and disappeared like the wind. Josef was unconsciously immersed in the words coming out of Vlad's mouth, because what Vlad said was enough to pique someone's interest. He didn't tell me whose name it was, but he said. Vlad's blue eyes did not waver, because it wasn't a lie this time. You said it was a one-man vision that should not be revealed to anyone. Good. Josef nodded. It wasn't that there were parts that raised doubts, but it wouldn't be possible to unravel all the knots of secrets right now. I'm sorry for treating you so poorly. I don't know if you know, but I'm in a pretty difficult situation right now. Only time can unravel that knot. I have a proposition for you. Please speak, Josef. Vlad answered politely, even though many thoughts were going through my mind. I want to sponsor you. Yes? Vlad was momentarily taken aback by Josef's sudden suggestion. He killed someone and came in with his identity disguised. Nevertheless, Josef was saying that he would support Vlad. Don't you want to go up to a higher place than you are now? Vlad of Schoarra. Vlad waved a card he couldn't refuse. Article. Power. Freedom. Living. Now. Unmelowed. Our eyes were meeting. The two men were able to recognize what the other wanted in each other's eyes. Back! A morning at the garrison with loud noises. Even though it was early, all the mercenaries had gathered in the area where the sound was coming from. It was to see a precious sight that would not be dared to see. Is it holding up well? The opponent is Lord Xiao. Of course I'm watching. A one-eyed knight and a blond boy were holding wooden swords against each other. Has it become a seed? It was definitely an extraordinary skill. I heard you're over 30. There was someone here who believed that. The sight of a knight-level person practicing swordsmanship was not an easy sight for mercenaries to see. Moreover, the person receiving the sword technique was someone they knew well. Kook, bouncer. If so, there would be no greater spectacle than this, regardless of what the person who has to receive the sword thinks. With this level of skill, you and the like dare to raise your head stiffly at Josef. Along with the feeling of a heavy wooden sword, there was a voice whispering, so that only Vlad could hear it. Vlad was somehow able to block Zayar's glare as if he was going to eat him, but he couldn't do the same with the sword he was swinging. Cock! He really doesn't know his own proportions. No matter how much he sparred, the knight named Zayar was one of the strongest men in the Vayezid family. The knight's swing contained a force that would be difficult for a mere brat to accept. Tak! A wooden sword that constantly flashes. The movement of the body constantly looking for a gap. Wow. Vlad was extremely embarrassed by Zayar's movements, which exposed dozens of weaknesses with just one step. Zayar was thoroughly targeted. The weak spot of Vlad, who was talented but had little experience. From Vlad's point of view, it was a very painful place, and from the voice's point of view, it was a very appropriate place. Shit. When I was in the back alley, I learned the basics from Jorge, and after escaping from Schoarra, I learned swordsmanship from voice. Vlad had used them to cut down hobgoblins, but now he was just being beaten around like a scarecrow set up on a parade ground. The level is so different. I felt it painfully. Just like the voice said it was true that he was just a kid. If you don't avoid this, you could die. Josef will be sad when I die. Seeing as his mouth is still alive, I guess I can dodge it well. The level is different, and the rank is different. From the beginning, the world I was stepping into was different. This is a knight. It could not be compared to Jorge and was a different sword than Godin. That sword that is currently hitting your head. Should I avoid it? It will follow. Shall I stop it? It is too strong for that. Then, the mercenaries around us held their breath involuntarily, at the sound which was too slippery for the powerful force of a wooden sword. To have come into contact with a wooden sword. Yeah. It's Lehman after all. There was a solution. Although it was on a completely different level, mercenaries were also people who wielded swords. Therefore I could see how amazing the scene unfolding before my eyes was. The positions of the sword and sword changed in the blink of an eye. I spilled it. As someone said, Vlad succeeded in deflecting Zayar's sword. Okay, this should be enough. To be exact, it would have been permitted to spill. Oh. Beads of sweat hung pitifully on the tip of Vlad's chin. Did you really intend to kill me? It's not like there aren't some servants dying when knights learn swordsmanship. The one-eyed knight was smiling, but Vlad, who was looking at him, was almost shaking. Should it continue to be like this in the future? We will continue to spar like this from now on. Could you please be a little gentler? Zayar smiled and answered Vlad, who was sitting down as if his legs had given out without him realizing it. Why? It seems worth it. Aren't your eyes strange? Is this what a person looks like who can do it? Zayar responded to Vlad's small grumbling by fiddling with his eye patch. You may be missing one eye, but your vision is correct, so don't worry. Vlad closed his eyes as he watched Zayar, leaving the clearing, saying that the morning sparring was over, and muttered in a low voice. You don't give me a single piece of advice without being loyal. There are things you learn by getting hit. I tried to express my dissatisfaction with a quiet mutter, but my voice only responded as if it were up. It was a great sparring. You mercilessly cut off all the extra stuff in your body. The voice's judgment was accurate. The voice was building up Vlad's skills by passing on what he knew, but Zayar was chipping away at the rough stone that was Vlad through real-life sparring, so that it can be a little sharper and a little brighter. This was an area of teaching that voice could not provide. I don't have anyone on my side anywhere. Vlad closed his eyes as soon as he said that, so he probably didn't see it. There was a satisfied smile on Zayar's face as he left. Zayar, who had beaten Vlad early in the morning, entered the tent where his master was. Josef, please come in. Josef was sitting there waiting for him, even skipping breakfast. What is it like to see it in person? It's useful. To what extent? If he was a child of a noble family, the Count would have taken notice. As expected, my eyes were not wrong. Josef smiled deeply as he watched Zayar reporting on Vlad. But as I said before, the problem is that you don't know the topic and are arrogant. It's okay if you teach us etiquette slowly. I think I have the right person for the job in front of me right now. Last night's conversation gave Vlad what he wanted, but he incurred Zayar's wrath instead. A sword without loyalty cannot be trusted. I wouldn't have believed you even if you bowed your head politely as soon as you saw me anyway. Josef's eyes lit up as he thought about last night's story. I was glad that I revealed my true feelings. Last night a guy named Vlad dared to raise his head and say something to himself. He said he had work to do. It worked out better. It might be more appropriate to have a relationship where both people give each other what they want. Zayar could only nod his head at Josef's words. Although he was not born with a strong body and a talent for the sword, Josef had no less talent. A talent called the qualities of a monarch. Isn't he just like a wolf, arrogant, untrustworthy, and obsessed with his own pride? Sayar could tell. Josef was talking to himself, but what he was actually looking at was someone else. Even if a wolf is like that, if you feed it well one day, it will become tame. Wolves are free beings. That's why I want it even more. Isn't that so, Lord Sayar? It will be as you wish, Josef. Josef decided not to rush, because it took time to build a cage large enough for the wolves to feel free. Chapter 16. Crying Woman. 1. The mission of the punitive force, raised in the city of Varna, was now coming to an end. We have mobilized mercenaries to reduce the number of monsters in the forest, so next spring we will be able to release sheep and cows into the fields with peace of mind. Although it was a result that did not please Josef, the commander of the punitive force. Nimi, the ones who couldn't even say a word to Vlad. When Vlad naturally broke away from the mercenaries by becoming Sayar's squire, Goth became the new 10 seal of the 4th group. Now, there were only 6 people left in the group, including myself. I'm holding on because it's almost over. Normally, it would be right for the strongest and most influential person to hold the position of leader of 10, but now that the subjugation was coming to an end, in reality, it was only a position to take on minor tasks. In other words, Goat was pushed around by a troublesome task. Why is there so much fog in winter? For that reason, even though Goat was the leader of a group, he came out in the middle of the night and stayed on guard. The final camp for the final subjugation. Goat missed his sleeping bag at the garrison, looking at the coming sleep, the cold weather, and the fog forming around him. Is everything okay? I don't think there's anything special. There was a man suddenly coming out of the fog towards Goat, who was yawning for a long time. He was a thick-haired man with short black hair. Come to your senses and keep working hard. Yes, Roderick. Knight to Roderick. For Josef, who had few knights who were loyal to him, he was the only knight he could give his business card to, except for Sayar. And that was also the reason why Goat, who was far from sincere, focused on his role as a watchdog. It's so hard that not even a needle can go through it. As Roderick passed by, Goth muttered in an inaudible voice. The presence of Roderick, who values discipline and rules anytime and anywhere, was a burden to the mercenaries. Now let's close our eyes. The patrol has just passed, so you can take a breather for a while. Thinking like that, Goat was about to close his eyes. What are we doing here? Roderick's voice came through the thick fog. Are you gone yet? Goth opened his closed eyes and tried to find Roderick by relying on the torches placed here and there. What do you mean, looking for a child? Who are you talking to? Dark night. Dense fog. Due to poor visibility, I couldn't confirm his appearance, but Roderick was clearly talking to someone. However, the strange thing was that although Roderick's voice could be heard clearly, the voice of the person he was talking to could not be heard at all. Now that I see her, she is a crazy woman. I am not your child, kid. Goat was unknowingly concentrating on the strange conversation that seemed out of context, looking in the direction where Roderick's voice was coming from. However, Roderick's voice, which had been heard through the fog, could no longer be heard, as if it had been cut off. What? Goat sensed something was strange and left his position and quietly went to the place where the sound was coming from. Although he wasn't very good at wielding a sword, he was a Goth who had the skill to move secretly like a swindler. Sabak. All I could hear was my own footsteps on the snow, but I couldn't even feel Roderick, who had been talking to anyone just a moment ago. Where are you going? Still as if I had come to the right place, I saw Roderick walking towards the end, lit by a torch in the distance. What is that? But there was something strange. It was circling around Roderick as he walked towards the forest. Goat was squinting and concentrating to figure out what it was. The moment Goat vaguely confirmed its identity, a chill ran down his spine. What is that? A vaguely visible figure in the thick fog. It was a woman with long hair. The woman's head was spinning around Roderick, as if there was no body hanging on it. So I plan to return to Varna as soon as this punitive force returns. Josef continued speaking and looked at the knights around him. A strange atmosphere surrounded them. Knights who cannot easily make eye contact with themselves, as if they are somehow embarrassed. And in complete contrast to them, even Zayar was smiling faintly. I hope you prepare accordingly. Yes, all right, Mr. Josef. That's how it should be. After Josef finished speaking, he turned his head and looked around at the knights. More precisely, he was looking at the servants standing behind the knights. Behind each knight stood servants assisting them. It looked like everyone was in a mess somewhere. Borden's squire, whose eyes were swollen blue, was in better condition. Blue eyes, bursting lips, and even a scared look in his eyes. Only Vlad, who was standing behind Zayar, had a clean face and an expression that showed he didn't know anything. Then disperse. Only because it's that fierce. As expected, people from the back alleys, tisk, tisk. Although it was unclear to whom they were speaking, the knights said small words one by one and left the tent. As soon as all the knights except Zayar left the tent, Josef looked at Vlad with sad eyes. Did you hit me? I don't know what you're saying. I hate lies. There was a brief hazing incident last night. Hazing? Hazing? When Zayar's hand next to him tried to raise, Vlad responded quickly without hesitation. He wanted to be treated like a senior. Vlad's current official position was as Zayar's squire. Although there were some complicated stories, at least that was how others saw it. So? Isn't the original hazing ceremony a place where newcomers introduced themselves? So I just showed it. Originally, except in special cases, being a knight's squire was reserved for the sons of nobles or wealthy families who wanted to become knights. In the first place, it was the same as the position one had to go through to become a knight, so even though the position of squire involved doing chores, it could be said to be a position that ordinary people could not even dream of. In a world filled with such precious young masters, an unscrupulous person they had never heard of came into the world, so it must have been an issue that needed to be addressed from their perspective as well. Well, it's 100 times better than getting beaten up somewhere. When Josef's eyes turned to him, Zayar shrugged his shoulders and answered, Boys of that age grow up fighting with each other. For some reason you seem to be in a good mood. Even if it's a dog raised at home, wouldn't you want it to be better than other dogs? Vlad had suddenly become a dog, but the presence of the two people here was too great for him to dare to express his dissatisfaction. Well, I guess that's the case too. Josef nodded in understanding at Zayar's words. Bah! Big! At that moment, Zayar's palm flew into the back of Vlad's head. Okay. Don't go anywhere like you are now and get beaten up by anyone but me. Is this a compliment? As a driver, you have to be as nervous as you are in real combat anytime, anywhere. You just died once. Vlad could only rub the back of his head at Zayar's actions, not knowing whether he was criticizing or praising him. There's no need to use this guy. Not now. Did you hear? Go out. Unlike ordinary knights, Zayar was the knight who guarded Josef closest to him. Then let's go out. That also meant that there was no need to stick next to Zayar all day like the other squires. Vlad left the tent and muttered in a quiet voice that no one could hear, You're being very condescending by sparring with me twice a day. Children. That is truly a golden opportunity. A voice spoke to Vlad, who was scratching the back of his head and quietly complaining. If it were other people, they would want to spar with Zayar, even if it meant bringing money. He is a knight worth that much. I thought he just wanted to hit me. That's why the quality of sparring has improved. Because motivation is important everywhere. Morning and evening. Sparring with AR was Vlad's only regular routine. Other than that, it was all free time for Vlad. Since he was no longer a mercenary, there was no need to go out into the forest to raid, and there were plenty of mercenaries around to order him to do chores. I guess I should go see Andrea. It must be convenient in one way or another to build a relationship with an influential person. Immediately after the mask of Lehman was removed, and his true face revealed, Vlad confessed his sins, like a lamb in front of Andrea. There are times when honesty is the answer. AA head-on breakthrough is the cleanest way. A relationship with a prestigious priest was worth putting down one's pride. God forgives everything. Just as I am here now to hear what you have to say. Even though Vlad had deceived himself, Priest Andrea listened to all of Vlad's confessions and forgave him. In fact, he even thanked me for coming to see him and confessing all his sins. He was truly a respectable priest. If you keep showing your face, there will be a day when you will win his favor. There were some crises over the past few days, but in the end, he became a knight squire, and his relationship with Priest Andrea became stronger again. So Vlad took the best he could from this monster suppression team. Then let's chop some firewood. To impress Andrea, Vlad started chopping firewood for him. Lehman. No. Colonel. At that moment, someone's urgent voice was heard from Vlad, who was about to hit the firewood. When did you return? Among the gathered trees, he saw a goat urgently calling out to him. I don't think the punitive force has arrived yet. Despite Vlad's harsh reaction, Goth looked around and spoke in an urgent tone. Why am I your leader? I am no longer a 10 seals. Then Vlad, don't act friendly. No, then what do you call it? The Goth was protesting in an aggrieved voice, but he cautiously approached Vlad, who was chopping firewood as if this was not the time. Why? I'm going to run away from here tonight? Why? Don't forget that I'm saying this only as a favor. It's a favor to see you later with a smile. Vlad chuckled at the favor sent by the conman. Okay. What do you want to say? You shouldn't listen to what I say carelessly. I saw it for myself. It was only then that Vlad put down the axe he had been using to chop firewood, as Goth's mood was completely different from usual. What is it? Goth spoke in a low voice, looking at Vlad, who was finally ready to listen to him. That forest, the forest we are conquering. A trembling voice and shaking eyes. That forest is a cursed forest. What? They added sincerity to what the conman said. There have been some deserters so far. Even though the pay here was good and the working environment wasn't bad, I did. Goth spoke in a whisper as he watched Vlad gradually become absorbed in his story. The forest took it all. These are not deserters, but real missing people. What, there's a ghost in the forest that's stealing people? Even in good working conditions, there were definitely deserters. However, since the physiology of mercenaries was that most of them wanted to be free and do whatever they wanted, they just assumed that Vlad would do the same and moved on. There is a ghost. I really saw it, you crazy guy. Just go. He wanted to tell me something worthwhile, but when the absurd words came out, Vlad quickly lost interest. Even the knight went missing during the subjugation. It's not a lie. Until Goth's next words came out. What? And I recognized you once when I returned. When Goth said that the knight was missing, Vlad sensed that the situation was unusual. The ones who are still missing. When does a fraudster tell a lie? It is only a moment when you benefit. They all had black hair. What? But for Goth now was not that time. Vlad looked into Goth's eyes once again. Isn't it really strange? I heard they all had black hair. There was true fear inside. Chapter 17. Crying Woman 2. There were men moving while stepping on the white snow. The men, who appeared to be about 20 in number, were all holding vicious weapons and were walking down the street with sharp eyes and wary looks in all directions. Are you a guy you can trust? Sayar sat on the horse and asked Vlad, who was walking next to him, vaguely. I can't believe it. He's a fraud. Vlad answered while looking at the mercenary man walking ahead. There was a Goth there, turning his head and looking at Vlad with resentful eyes. It was an unfair look in his eyes that said, how could he repay my favor like this? I can't believe it, but at least he's not crazy. And he was also the only witness. After hearing the report that night Roderick was missing, Joseph stopped all preparations for his return and organized a search party to find the missing person. Maybe it's an opportunity. The weight of the disappearance of a mercenary and the disappearance of a family knight was different. This was an accident that raised strong doubts about Joseph's abilities and could have resulted in a severe reprimand. However, Joseph was not embarrassed by the accident that occurred under his responsibility. It may be more beneficial to discover unusual trends like the present, rather than the mediocre subjugation performance. A man who never lost his composure despite a sudden accident and moved to find opportunities even in moments of crisis. It was a man named Josef of the Vayezid family. He has black hair. Sayar was very disturbed by the report that men with the same hair color as his master Joseph were missing. I guess it's suspicious, but it can't be helped. Sayar's top priority was always to protect Joseph, but this time he had no choice. With night, Roderick, gone missing, someone stronger than him had to step in to resolve the situation. And although we couldn't be sure, we had to take into account the existence of the woman who had summoned Roderick. In that case, among the current personnel, the only one who could handle all of this was Sayar, a knight who could handle horrors. There are 3 knights left in the garrison, so there's no need to worry too much, right? That's because there aren't any decent ones. Do you think I should have stayed? But still better than you. Sayar's judgment would be correct. It was natural that the knights who had been using the sword formally for more than 10 years were at a much better level than Vlad, who had only been picking up the sword in earnest for over a month. Only Borden, who bought his knighthood with money, would have skills worse than Vlad. However, Vlad had no reason to be disappointed by Sayar's harsh assessment. If Vlad really had poor skills, he wouldn't have been brought to the search party right now. It's over there in front. Goat, who was leading the search party, pointed somewhere with a trembling hand, a place where there are still traces of the punitive force camping. There too Goat was on watch, and the search party that arrived at the place where Roderick went missing began to be alert to the surroundings. I searched the forest, but there wasn't even a trace. Yes. The mercenary, who was a hunter, searched but couldn't find a single footprint. With Roderick's absence leading to a loss of command, it was Roderick's squire who searched for him and led the punitive force, even if just for a moment. I did my best, but it was a good first action, but that was his limit. The fact that Goth was able to desert from the punitive force and return to the garrison faster than anyone else was possible thanks to the squire's loose command. Good. Sayar scanned the surroundings with sharp eyes and tied his horse to a nearby stake. From now on, I had to go directly into the mountain. From now on, we will form groups of 3 and search the surrounding area, so that it spreads only as far as each other's gaze can reach. The serious situation of the knight's disappearance, the commander named Sayar, and the presence of Vlad, who was controlling the mercenaries. Although they were just mercenaries gathered from various places, they were moving quickly like well-trained soldiers. You come with me. People gathered in groups of 3. Among them, those with Sayar were Vlad, the squire and Goth, the only witness to the incident. "Cologne, how could you do this to me? People shouldn't be like this. I'll take care of something for you later. This is a scam. It's a scam that takes advantage of people's goodwill." Although Goth was speaking in a quiet voice out of awareness of Zayar, his voice was gradually becoming more and more angry. "I said I was sorry." Vlad was complaining that he had been scammed by a conman, but his eyes were sharp, and he was following someone's traces. "To be honest, I wasn't even listening to Goth. Do you see something?" No. He was diligently looking for any suspicious traces, but the snow-covered mountain path gave Vlad nothing. "It's useless, because I'm from the city. How do you find someone who goes missing in a back alley? First, I grab someone and hit them. It's really useless." For Vlad, who had lived in the city his whole life, it was something that could not be helped. Vlad knew how to make a fire, but he had never learned tracking techniques to find traces. Looking at Vlad like that, Zayar sighed, thinking that he would have a lot to teach him. "The sun will set in a little while." Zayar looked at the sun slowly setting behind and confirmed that there was not much time left for the search. This place where the search party is now located was a half-day's walk from the garrison. With that in mind, we set off before the sun rose, but the sun was bound to set quickly in the mountains. While Zayar was wondering when to stop the search, there was something he saw. Frozen river. There was a forest beyond that. "Did you search beyond that river?" "As far as I know, I don't think we crossed the river, sir." Zayar thought about Goth's answer. "You won't find it here." In the forest that had already been searched once, there were no traces of battle or even footprints. If we were to find Roderick, at least it wouldn't be here. And also an unknown woman whose head was just floating. In order to find them, at least a place further away than here, and a place that has never been searched. Crossing the river. You will have a better chance of finding the trail if you go beyond the river. Ar, who controlled the mercenaries with a short whistle, pointed to the river with his hand and instructed them to gather there. "It's not completely frozen, because it's the end of winter. It's been warm these days." Zayar, who reached the river with the mercenaries, confirmed that the river they were crossing was not completely frozen. "But we can still cross. I think it would be okay if we split up and go across." Although it made an ominous clanking sound every time it stepped, it seemed to be able to easily support the weight of an adult male. "The people from here to here will cross first." Fearing that the ice might break, Zayar decided to disperse the men and send them across the river. "Ugh. What's the matter?" Vlad looked at Goth, who was groaning behind him. Goth's face turned pale as he watched the mercenaries slowly crossing the river. "I have a bad feeling. You're not just scared. Of course I was scared. I'm different from great people like captains," Goth said to Vlad, biting his nails nervously. "No matter what you do, you have to have a good instinct to make money. Okay. You have to have a good instinct to cheat. Anyway, my gut tells me I shouldn't cross that river. Then why don't you try to persuade Lord Zayar?" "I have a bad feeling, so let's not cross." Vlad forcibly grabbed Goat, who tried to pull him back, saying it didn't feel good. "I don't know if it's true, but I predict that if you run away from here, you won't die well." The only witness suddenly runs away from the crime scene? Even if it's like me, catch him and beat him up. "So why did you hold me back? So why did you see a ghost?" "Is it my fault you saw a ghost?" Goth only frowned as he looked at Vlad, who shamelessly responded. "Next." After the first selected mercenaries crossed safely, Zayar led the remaining members toward the river. "Jock, Captain. Could this break?" "Of course. If you say one more word, I will break it and throw it away." When I first saw him, I thought he was a bold guy who dared to scam me, but he seemed to be more timid than I thought. Why is the boy so scared? Vlad was naturally moving away from the group as he had to drag Goth, who kept backing away and refusing to move forward. Even when the second group of people crossing reached the center of the river, Goth and Vlad were still just loitering at the entrance. "Hey, I can't go. I can't go. There is a limit to what you can look at. Get up now, bitch." Hey. Vlad tried to scold Goth, who had fallen to the riverbed, but instead ended up having his turn taken away. Goth shouted at Vlad with a pale face. "If you look closely, it looks like there was foam at the mouth." "Great Captain! Below! Below!" "It won't break. Do you just want to pass out after getting hit once? No, it's under the river below." Now Vlad was about to explode with anger at the sight of Goth completely going crazy. Before that, goat barely caught his breath and shouted out what he wanted to say. "Corpse! There's a body! What?" Vlad, who had finally understood Goth's stuttering words, looked down at the ice he was standing on. Beneath the dark river bottom, where even the fish seemed to be frozen, small bubbles rise. Ainchown. There was something floating slowly beneath it. What the fuck? No, it was something. Things approaching with whitish shapes. They opened their mouths wide and stretched out their white hands. Lord Ksaya, Zaya, who had been crossing the river for a while, turned his head towards the squire who was desperately calling him from afar. "Is it still there?" The moment when I was about to say something because I thought I was being funny. "Something is coming up from underneath the river." "What?" Finally, their presence reached the surface. Boom, boom, boom. Things that crawled out of dark and cold places. Damn it. I started pounding on the ice that separated the boundary between this world and the afterlife. They asked me to get them out of here. They say it's too cold here. Aha! The ice is cracking. It's a corpse. There's a body at the bottom of the river. Wow. I say some oboe. Ar felt something come up from under the river and grab his ankle. It was such a cold feeling. Quoi? Zayar looked down at his feet and was astonished. It was a corpse. It was also the corpse of a man with black hair. Holy shit! They came up quietly from the depths of the river and deceived even the senses of the night Zayar. The ice on the river was cracking along with the pitiful screams of the mercenaries. Help me! Stop pulling! Ooh! They were things that weren't breathing and were trapped in a place that was so cold. Wow! So I was reaching out even more desperately towards those who exhale warm breath. Hurry and cross the river. Sayar quickly drew his sword, cut down his captor, and shouted loudly. Right now! While Zayar was shouting at the mercenaries in front of him to cross the river, there was someone next to Vlad shouting for the river to go away. Oh! Ouch! Colon, damn it! Bodies suddenly rose up from the bottom of the river. Vlad struck the hands reaching out towards him with his sword and grabbed the back of Gotha's neck, who was still slumped. Oh my God! Don't panic! Decide your direction before you move. Following the voice's advice, Vlad quickly assessed his surroundings. I can't go any further. Then there was only one direction in which to move. Having decided on a direction to go, Vlad began to head back in the direction he came from, dragging Goth with one hand and swinging his sword fiercely with the other. Vlad's white breath began to grow larger. Wake up! You bastard! Waha! Cracked ice. A collapsing river. Those who scream incessantly above it. That was the last scene I saw of the red sun going over the mountains. Night was gradually approaching behind the search party, struggling to cross the river. Night and darkness. They were not permitted to the living. Chapter 18. Crying Woman 3. I am thankful to the Lord for taking care of my day today. Late at night, Priest Andrea at the garrison was ending the day with a prayer to God. The young deacon who always accompanied him was praying with his hands together. Always serve me as a light so that I can walk on the right path. The young deacon, who was busy copying what Andrea was saying, opened his eyes gently when the prayer he was hearing suddenly stopped. Priest? Despite the young deacon's call, Andrew did not recite a prayer. Instead, he just stared at the silver cup with his eyes wide open. God! Purified water contained in a pure silver cup. It was crying, making small ripples. It seemed like he was trying to warn me of something. A winter field where the sun is setting. A thick fog, similar to that seen on the riverside, was spreading over the punitive force's garrison. With the voice of a woman desperately searching for something. Baby, my baby. It came with a thick fog and was made from someone's tears. Where is my baby? Whoa, wow. Sigh. Sayar thought as he swung his sword. This is a trap. The surrounding circumstances were arranged to make a decision to cross the river, and it started at the time of sunset. This ship was meticulously designed. Everyone look at me. Form a square around me. Sayar closed his left eye, which no longer existed. Then a green aura like the Milky Way began to flow from the sword that Sayar was holding. It was the only thing shining under the dark setting sky. Gather together. Gather here. We have a night. According to Sayar's instructions, the mercenaries who crossed the river formed a square. The mercenaries who followed all their human instincts and gathered to Sayar's side were only then able to calmly look at the beings that threatened them. Wow. Ah. They were dead. And coincidentally, they all had black hair. You got hit. Sayar sighed inwardly as he looked at the dead people with black hair, who reminded him of someone. A trap is something with intention. It was created with evil intentions to hurt someone. And although Sayar didn't know who created this trap, he was able to tell that it was aimed at someone. Joseph. The ice on the river collapsed and he became isolated with his mercenaries. These were traps to separate himself and Joseph. Vlad. Can you hear me? I don't know whose intention it was, but the trap was successful. Even if he tried his best to return from here, it would take half a day to reach Joseph. Wow! No, I didn't know it would take longer than that. Sayar! A blond boy's cry was heard from across the river. It was a boy swinging a sword at the dead in the increasingly waning sunlight. The boy's flowing blonde hair was shining with the setting sun. You'll need at least one more sword, just in case I left 3 nights with Priest Andrea. And since there were about 50 mercenaries waiting at the garrison, a smart Joseph would be able to withstand any threat. I hope so. Vlad of Schoarra. Fulfill your contract. Sayar thought of what was best for Josef, even as the hands of death constantly approached him. What should I do? Go back to the garrison right now. Protect Joseph according to the contract made before God. A loud cry mixed with the aura flowed across the river. The arrogant boy over there dared to place conditions on his master. And now is the time to fulfill contracts made without even knowing the subject matter. Right now. All right. From the corner of Sayar's line of sight, he saw Vlad and Goth withdrawing their swords and hurriedly running back. Thank God. As he watched the 2 people getting further and further away, Sayar prayed that God would save Joseph. I just hope that they who put their will into it return safely. Night! In the woods! And now is the time to take care of yourself. Cool. There was a group of people walking out of the woods. They weren't frozen, but they were still cold. Huh? With a bitter feeling, Sayar aimed his sword at those walking out of the forest, among them towards the one who is most advanced. I came too late, Roderick. There was a knight there with a distorted breastplate and ugly white eyes. Cool. Even though it was a cold winter day, no white breath escaped from the corner of Roderick's mouth. Hey, sigh. Vlad's sword suddenly cut off the thing that jumped out and blocked Goth's path. Wow! It seemed like he had just died and black blood was gushing out. Call on! Where's the horse? Hearing Vlad's shout, Goth hurriedly turned his head to gauge the location. Vlad and Goth's situation might have been worse than across the river where Schoarra was. There were at least 10 of them gathered together, and they were accompanied by a knight, a symbol of force. Excuse me. Lord Schoarra tied him up over there. Let's go. But there was only one Goth standing next to Vlad. I have to run away. Vlad had no options to worry about. The only way left was to run away toward the garrison with all my might, avoiding and cutting down. Vlad and Goth ran up the riverbank toward the place where Schoarra had tied up his horse. Excuse me. Fortunately, the spirits of the dead had not yet reached Schoarra's horse. Loosen the rope. Vlad turned back and cut down the approaching dead, giving Goth time to untie his horse. Hi. Dude. You're nice. Horses are timid animals. It must have been a great horse worthy of being ridden by a knight of the Vayezid family, but even so, it would have been impossible not to be frightened by the ominous sounds coming from all directions. Hurry! That's it! It's okay, Vlad. Goth manages to untie the rope tied to the stake and calls out to Vlad. Calm down, please. Let's live together. However, Goth was unable to control the horse that was running wild due to fear. Hurry up and get in! Until Vlad's blue eyes reached the horse. Vlad, who was riding on his horse as if he were flying quickly, grabbed Goth's hand and pulled him up. What are you doing, boss? Go! But how does this move? This is crazy. Goth ended up tearing out his head at Vlad's helpless shout. You said from the beginning that you didn't know how to ride a horse. He was a boy who was born in the city and lived in the back alleys his entire life. Vlad's reality was that he couldn't even ride a donkey to carry luggage, let alone a horse. Can I just pull on the reins to make the horse move? Get down, you bastard! Goat let out a voice full of anger as he saw the dead people approaching. If I die, it will all be because of you. You son of a bitch! Seeing himself changing seats in a hurry because he couldn't leave right away, Goat shed tears from an unknown sense of injustice. Sigh. Vlad's sword swung once again at the dead people approaching the horse. Get on. You idiot. Vlad could only pretend not to hear the screams made by the evil-stricken Goth. Schoarra's horse, which had finally had a proper rider, raised its front hooves high and shot forward. As expected as the horse, the knight chose it created a path by trampling everything in its path. Wow! Ka! Vlad's final swing flashed at the dead people rushing in from all directions. Run! With Vlad's shout, the sun that had been hanging over the mountain gave its last sigh and went out. Wow! Vlad and Goth were running through the forest, listening to the cries of the dead echoing behind them. A night where the sun has set, but the moon has not yet reached. The dusky evening that followed the boy was filled with death. A heavy night fog filled the space between the tents. Ah! What is that? They are dead. And the men's screams echoed throughout the garrison through the night fog. Ah! Josef, sensing that the situation was serious, quickly got out of bed. Josef, what is this fuss about? That thing? Borden, who came into the tent panting, tried to say something with his thick cheeks shaking, but he couldn't get the words out. Did you come to me without even understanding the situation? First of all, Joseph's safety is important. A person like that came without even a sword. At Joseph's point, Borden lowered his head and looked at his belt. There was only a useless sword sheath hanging there. I envy you, brother. he would have hung you right away. I'm sorry. Josef hurriedly put on his clothes and listened to the outside of the tent. A strange, unidentifiable sound. Screams and howls. The sound echoing through the air filled Josef's ears. Joseph, Andrea. Andre and his young deacon came in front of Josef, who was just about to leave the tent to assess the situation. I wonder if something is going on. It is evil. Rather than explaining in words, Andrea opened the Bible he was holding and showed it to Josef. A priest of the size of Andrew would be given various sacred items. One of them was a Bible written in sacred ink. This is my first time seeing something like this. Under the light from the candle flame, the letters written in the Bible were trembling like aspen trees. Although it was just a letter, it looked as if it was scared of something. They are not usually strong beings. The priest is a man of strong faith. Isn't there a way? I could tell without having to see it in person. Josef could sense that something evil with intentions was invading his camp. The remaining 2 knights came into the tent out of breath. Fortunately, unlike Borden, they had brought swords and armor. Priest Andrea answered the man with dark eyes. I am not an exorcist. God's will is one, but there are many ways to approach God. It depended on one's innate aptitude and emerging talent. I am confident that it will be a blessing and healing. But if the current situation is, Andrea was a great priest, but he was a person who could not exert much power in a situation like the present when an evil being visited him. He was someone who followed the subjugation of monsters and carried out God's will on his own, and the most important thing for priest, Andrea, would have been the ability to heal the wounded and strengthen the strength of the warriors. I will use my divine power as much as I can, but if it is this level of evil, it may not be of much help. All right. Josef made eye contact with Andrea and the knights following him. Move. The moment the group with their resolve stepped out of the tent, what they saw was, no, I'm not your child. Dense night fog. And in the midst of it all, the mercenaries were suffocating from fear and collapsing. Is it a deranged fog? At least it's not a natural phenomenon. As soon as Josef heard those words, he quickly took out a handkerchief and covered his mouth. Because the most unbelievable thing in this world was one's own fragile body. A few mercenaries with a strong will were running around, avoiding the fog, not being mesmerized by the voice of an unknown woman. You got hit. Josef was convinced as he watched the garrison becoming a mess and out of control. That someone's evil intentions are tying you up. Baby. My baby. The moment Josef was chewing his lips in frustration, there was a figure slowly approaching through the screams of mercenaries and the dark night fog. God. It was a faint impression. However, the presence was strong. Bingle. Bingle. Every time it took a step forward, the group felt a tingling sensation in the back of their necks. Are you there? There was a woman walking silently towards the group with a pale face. Black tears were flowing ceaselessly from the corners of the woman's eyes. You finally found it. My baby. In reality, she was a woman whose tears were streaming down, and only empty darkness was present. Josef could feel it. The darkness around the woman's eyes is looking directly at her. Chapter 19. A White World. The distance to the garrison was about half a day on foot, but it was less than a few hours on horseback. Hey! Even though he was riding along an uneven mountain path in the pitch-black darkness, Zayar's horse did not get lost. As if he understood his master's wishes, he did his best to guide the sword-wielding boy and the timid swindler to the garrison. What is that? And finally we arrived at the bottom of the hill close to the garrison. The place, reflected under the moonlight, was shrouded in thick fog that made it impossible to see even an inch ahead. I heard you did that. That day was exactly like this. Vlad got off his horse and looked down into the fog. The fog was so thick that only hazy shapes were visible, and it was impossible to make out what was going on inside. "Let's run away now." "You're not planning on going in there, are you?" "Quietly." Vlad held up his finger to silence Goth and listened quiet. Vlad's keen hearing to perceive his surroundings had already been recognized by Jorge. Scream. The screams of mercenaries could be heard in Vlad's ears, with the incoherent sounds of weapons and meaningless shouts. It was in a fog where you couldn't see an inch ahead, but Vlad was able to understand the situation through sound. "Before you move, blindly check where you are right now." The night resembling blue moonlight said so. "Don't panic. Before you move, decide which direction to go in." The voice inside him was like that too. Vlad quietly took a deep breath and thought. Where are you now? What can you do, and what should you do in the future? "You go Goth, huh?" Everything in life is a matter of direction. Only those who know the right direction can achieve their goals. What about the leader? You want to go down? And Vlad found his target. There was someone singing softly somewhere in the fog. It sounded like it was going to break, but it was so fragile that it felt like it would collapse at any time. "It may not mean much, but anyway, I'm sorry about this incident, huh?" Vlad promised. "I have a job to do, so I will offer faith instead of loyalty." The boy walked into the fog that could not even be illuminated by moonlight. The boy may not have known it, but the step he took that night was the most brilliant step he had ever taken in his life. Keep the contract and be faithful. Because it was an act of pursuing something honorable. The contract made with Josef that night remained as a shining star in Vlad's heart. "I'm going? Okay." Vlad walked towards the dangerously twinkling star with his blue eyes shining. Barely getting rid of the mercenaries has become meaningless. Josef was able to understand the situation perfectly despite Andrea's difficult explanation. In the end, it means that there is no way to deal with him other than Lord Sayar. Behind Andrew, who was kneeling in prayer, a young deacon was singing with tears in his eyes. It was a hymn. Although the voice was stained with fear, the brilliant melody calling to God mixed with Andrea's divine power and was pushing away the thick fog. "Baby? My baby." A woman is also there, anxiously reaching out her pitch-black hand towards her. Josef lowered his head and looked down at his knights, who were cackling with foam in their mouths. Is there no way? The best option would have been to run, but the damn fog caught them and wouldn't let them go. It was a fog that brought the woman to wherever she went. Therefore the knights had no choice but to use themselves as shields to protect Josef until Priest Andrew came up with a way. Even though they rushed in after receiving the outstanding blessing of Priest Andrew, they were not qualified. "You have the right to bring a curse to your own world." The result was this. The mercenaries consumed by fear disintegrated, and the knights who were protecting them lay there foaming at the mouth. "Soon you will die. And I didn't know if I would be like that too." Is this the end? No matter how clever Josef was, he could not create something from nothing. "I couldn't see any way to overcome this situation." "Hold on, Mr. Josef. Tomorrow's sun will definitely come, although it is too far away now." Although she was unable to approach due to Andrea's divine power, the woman was persistently glaring at Josef. Josef could tell. If he were to make eye contact with the empty darkness of that woman, he would also end up like the knights rolling on the ground. No, maybe it's even more serious. Is he targeting me as expected? The woman shedding black tears was holding a wooden comb in her hand. The wooden comb he was holding, as if it were very precious, was something he had used before. "Who are you?" This was a curse. A terrible curse targeting myself. However, there was no one here who could answer Josef's question. Now there were no knights to protect Josef, and the poor young deacon's voice was increasingly cracking. Tonight's night was too burdensome to wait for tomorrow's sun. Josef, guessing the coming outcome, closed his eyes. The moment the young deacon's him ends, death will rush in. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't find a way to break through, so Joseph bit his lip. Joseph opened his eyes with a sad expression, his resolve strengthened in his heart. At that moment there was a ray of light visible in his eyes. Aha! It was a light that started from behind a woman shedding black tears. A ray of sword coming toward him, cutting the woman's body in half. At the end of the sword road was a blond boy who shined even without moonlight. There was Vlad with his right eye closed. Ha! A white thunderbolt originating from the tip of an unadorned sword cut through the fog and lit up the night sky. It moves as a curse. It can't be cut with an ordinary sword. Then what should I do? Can you use aura now? Are you kidding me? The voice guessed the identity of the woman glaring at Joseph through the fog. Only an exorcist priest who wields the will of the wizard god, who defies the rules of the world, or a knight with his own world, can break what was created by the curse. What about priest Andre? He is faithful, but he is not an exorcist. An ordinary heretic questioner would be more helpful in the current situation. Shit. Vlad, who was watching for an opportunity behind the tent out of sight of the woman, became a little angry when the voice said that there was no way. Then what? I came through the fog for Joseph with great determination, but I couldn't even swing my sword. I didn't come all this way for this. It's not that there is no way. What is it? He answered Vlad's question with an uncertain tone. You see, I'm borrowing your body for a moment. Is that okay? It was the voice he always borrowed from Vlad's body as part of his training. However, borrowing one's body for a moment to show one's senses and using one's body to swing a sword containing aura were two completely different problems. Can you borrow my body and use your aura? Even if I succeed, I won't be able to move for a while. It's your body, so you decide. Honestly, I don't recommend it. The voice was aware that it was a being that could use auras, but whether it could be embodied in Vlad's body was another matter. All I could say was that if there was a way, this was the only way. If you don't kill it, you die. That is also the path of the sword. Vlad began to think for a moment. Bro, there is only one chance. If you fail, everything is over. Is there any reason to be prepared for that? Let's do it. Are you going to be okay? Vlad said, tying the straps of his leather armor tightly. The opportunity that Joseph gives me may be an opportunity that I will never come across again in my life. And Vlad was determined. I decide not to back down anymore. If you run away from here, you'll end up as Vlad in the back alleys again. More than the unknown woman in front of me. More than the fear of dying if I fail. Vlad had something scarier than those. My biggest fear is that I am nothing. What were you born for, and what will you live for? The boy was not qualified to answer any of them. I didn't want to end my life with nothing like that. Let's go. I respect your choice. Gritting his teeth, Vlad raised his head one last time and looked at the sky. Although it couldn't be seen because of the fog, the moon was supposed to be floating there. A blue moon that will have to be destroyed someday. Right in front. All right? Vlad raised the sword he had bought with the girl's tears and took a deep breath. The trick of a one-hit kill is its unexpectedness. Unexpectedness comes from movements that exceed expectations and shatter expectations. You didn't see me. The woman shedding black tears did not notice Vlad. Even if you notice, you probably won't be able to anticipate the blow you're about to deliver. Vlad ran out through the fog. Vlad's movements breaking through without the slightest hesitation were like arrows fired from a bow. Baby. At that moment, The woman's neck strangely bent when she heard the sound of Vlad's footsteps. It was an angle that no living person could turn. Now, sk. The woman's eyes were so deep and dark that I couldn't breathe, as if I was submerged in water. But, in order to keep the contract he had made with the person he had entrusted his trust to, the boy did his best to close his right eye. Cool. And from now on it was the world of an unknown person. His world is full of storms and lightning. And it was a world full of thunderstorms so large that they engulfed the world. A ray of lightning that escaped from his world tore through the black tears that the woman was shedding. The white world split the black world. Chui. It was just a flash of light, but it illuminated everything in the world. Josef truly thought so. Vlad, cutting through a woman shedding tears with swirling lightning. Whoosh! Vlad collapsed and rolled on the ground. Although he had prepared for it, the pain that came was easily beyond Vlad's expectations. Qua. Vlad's whole body was writhing in pain that came later, using an aura in a borrowed body. It was a tremendous pain and burden to Vlad, the owner of the body. Shit! Josef noticed that Vlad was in no condition to move his body right now. What had just flashed was clearly the mark of an aura, and I don't know how they did it, but it was clear that they had paid a high price. Josef never stopped singing hymns. Baby, baby. The cursed woman split, but did not stop. He was still crawling on the ground with empty eyes, and the direction the woman was crawling and looking was in the direction where Vlad was. Off! Close your eyes. Don't look at that woman! Josef took the risk and ran towards Vlad, who was groaning. It was worth it. The flash that Vlad just showed was a possibility too precious to throw away now. I couldn't leave that brilliant thing in front of cold death. Catch me! He felt the chill coming from the woman right behind him, but Josef did not stop. Big shit! Although his strength was weak, he could not fully lift Vlad, but he had to somehow pull him to the extent of his divine power. Off! For a moment the woman's pitch-black hand grazed his ankle, but Josef did not let go of the hand he was holding onto Vlad despite the burning pain. Josef! Gordon, who was stamping his feet when he saw Josef suddenly jump out quickly, grabbed them and pulled them inside. Wow, shit! Knock gag! 2 young men were rolling on the floor, drenched in sweat. Ah! The woman who lost the 2 began to cry fiercely, spreading her hands wide like a mother who had lost her child. Where are you? Where are you? It was a woman whose body was split in half, but perhaps because she originated from the dead, she did not easily let go of her existence. Baby die, Manhwa. Please, please, please. Maybe there was a reason not to do that. It hurts. My child, please find it. Please. Josef, startled by the crying he heard next to him, looked at Vlad, who was rolling next to him. Vlad was crying sadly while listening to the woman's voice. I was crying like a child who was only 5 or 6 years old. Is it contaminated? Josef was able to sense Vlad's condition due to his unusual behavior. Vlad, come to your senses. Perhaps in a state of confusion, Vlad shook off Josef's support and approached Andrea with a trembling body. And then I knelt before him with difficulty. Please bless my sword. We have to let that woman go. You have to let me go. I understand. Priest Andrea also noticed Vlad's condition, but nodded and said that he would do so. Although his complexion was gradually becoming paler, the boy's eyes did not waver. Give me the sword. Priest Andrea stopped praying and looked at Vlad's sword. A sword without decoration. He placed his hand on the blade of the sword. It's a definite blessing. Thank you. The blood of the faithful priest ran down the unadorned sword. Quiet night. A night when the hymns of young deacons and the sorrowful cries of weeping women died down. The only thing that resonated here was the boy's difficult steps. I'm sorry. Please, find it. Although it was only for a moment during the rush, Vlad looked into the woman's empty eyes. There were terrible memories inside. Women trapped in a dark prison, their young and delicate children dying one by one. And the mother of the last remaining child cried and shouted, "Baby, my baby," watching his child slowly dying under the cold floor outside the bars. A boy kneels in front of a woman with tears flowing. The boy raised his sword towards the mother who was looking for her child. Even though my body was trembling in pain and my muscles were twisted and not responding properly, I had to do it. Because at this moment the person who understands her pain more than anyone else is himself. Now take a break. Fook. The woman shed her last tears as she saw the sword approaching her. Where are you? The boy's sword pierced the head of the weeping woman. Her flowing tears soaked the cold ground and pooled. The mother, unable to find her child, stopped like that. Chapter 20. To the Vayezid family. One dark night. Beyond the river, the faithful knight did his best. He sent Vlad to add to the slightest possibility and mercilessly cut down his old colleagues who tried to tie him up. Cow! Gagging! He found the person controlling death behind him and pulled out his heart. Seeing the man who controlled death collapse so easily, he felt that he too was just someone's puppet. But instead of worrying, Ch chose to run for his master, swimming through the ice-broken river and running back the way we came. Even though the low branches of the trees hit his face violently, Ch ran away without blinking. Night! I don't know why, but on the way I saw a god who had come back, so I quickly picked up a horse and rode for several hours. When Ch finally arrived at the garrison, the sight reflected in his eyes was as expected. The garrison was in shambles due to an attack. Are you here? It was Josef sitting on a rock and looking at a distant mountain. After confirming that Josef was fine, Ch finally felt relieved and let out a deep breath that had been building up until now. Are you okay? Josef's already dark eye shadows, perhaps because of the hardships he had endured, had sunk down to half of his face. It was better than dying. Josef smiled listlessly at Ch and then turned his head towards the distant mountain again. Dawn was coming. This subjugation was completely ruined. There is no shame in it. Ch lowered his head and dropped the things he was holding in both hands on the floor. It was the head of an unfamiliar man and the black wooden box he was carrying. Is it him? Maybe so. Although many questions and answers were omitted, it was enough conversation for Josef and Ch, who had a deep understanding of each other. It was ruined, but, Josef said, looking blankly at the distant mountains. Still the step back will be light. Was he useful? Was it useful? Josef answered Ch's question with a grin. Maybe I found it. What do you mean? Ch looked at Josef's smiling face. That smile, smiling with the rising sun, reminded me of Josef when I was young. Someone who will become a sword instead of me. Josef, who had now become a young man with dark eyes, looked at Ch and said, That brat is a sword that shines brighter than any other sword. With those words, Josef smiled brightly, as if he had no worries. Today's sun rose above his smiling face. It was the sun of tomorrow that I had longed for last night when everything was overwhelming. It's cold. Let's go back now. Yes. Ch supported Josef, who was limping on one leg, and guided him to the tent. Two men walked with their backs to the rising morning sun. The subjugation failed. Nevertheless, Josef was smiling. Even though I failed today, I was confident that I would succeed tomorrow. Shh. Okay? Vlad lay in bed for 3 full days. My stomach still hurts. I'll have to be careful next time. I didn't even know the recoil would be this big. The unqualified boy forcibly borrowed someone else's world and dragged it out of the world. It can't be helped. What? In return, this level of reaction had to be humbly accepted. Otherwise, I would have been lying on the ground freezing cold by now. I thought I was going to be rolled around in a carriage, but I'm glad I did. Josef seems to care a lot about you. Josef held on to the mercenaries who were trying to leave for the sake of Vlad, who was suffering, and maintained the garrison. It might have been right to leave as quickly as possible because the attack was too difficult to handle, but Josef didn't think so. If they are targeting us anyway, they will attack again on the way back to Varna. In that case, it would be better to regroup here, make full preparations, and then move. During the 3 days he gained, Josef did his best to reconquer the garrison and complete the field investigation. It was the appearance of someone who failed but did not give up. As a result, Josef was able to discover several clues that he could report to his father, Peter Vayezid. Perhaps the report that Josef was about to bring was more valuable than the monster subjugation mission he had previously been assigned to. Cold. Vlad went outside, sniffling, and looked around. The number of tents has decreased significantly, and the garrison has become empty, and the strange silence of the mercenaries reminded me of the atmosphere of the defeated soldiers. Colon! Amid the quiet garrison there was a voice calling for Vlad. A man with a long chin approaches from afar, waving his hand. The one who wants to run away sticks around the longest, of course. They say they will give you a raise if you stay until you return to Varna. The cowardly swindler did not run away that night. Instead of running away from danger alone, he turned his horse around and headed in the direction where Zayar was. You know that I took risks and went all the way to the Night Nari to save the captain, right? You really have to talk nice to me later. Okay. Goth was as clever as a con man. The reason why Zayar hurriedly sent Vladado to the garrison was with the intention of buying time until he could go. Goth, who had noticed this, realized that Zayar's quick return was needed to resolve the situation and rode back to get him. Although he did not go all the way to the river, which was full of dead people, he wandered along the middle road. You won't ignore and trample on my favor this time, right? Even though there is no end to the bottom, it doesn't mean that your personality has been ruined to that extent, right? I said I understood. It was true that he had already committed a crime, and that Goth had worked hard for him, so it was difficult for even the most shameless Vlad to openly ignore what he was saying. Let me at least say something. I don't know how well it will work. It was only after hearing that Vlad would tell the scion of the prestigious Vayezid family about his accomplishments that Goth nodded in satisfaction. So go and do some business, Under. You're still so heartless. Goth was lost in thought as he watched Vlad leave him. It smells like money. In God's view, Vlad was a person full of potential. A person who is young, capable, and attracts the attention of those in power. In other words, I was a bastard. Whoever wins this first is the owner. The most important ability to make money is recognizing value. Goth had an intuition that the boy named Vlad was not the one to stop here. Because I erased my debt. With those words, Goth turned around. Because more pits needed to be dug to bury the bodies of the mercenaries made last night. Vlad, who had separated from Goth and was walking through the garrison, saw someone beckoning towards him. Priest. It was Priest Andrew. What's going on? Priest? There is something I would like your help with. Priest Andrea smiled awkwardly and pointed to the coffin behind him. No one wants to move the coffin. There were quite a few dead, including Knight Roderick, in the sudden attack last night. Those who have someone to collect the body will be placed on a wagon and buried in the cemetery, but those who cannot will be buried here and forgotten. And here was another coffin that no one was looking for. I will do it. Oh, I thought you would do it. The coffin that Priest Andrew pointed to was the coffin in which the woman who had been like a terrible nightmare that night lay. It was an unusual curse. So we have to take him to Varna and investigate. Perhaps because he felt sorry for asking me to do something he was reluctant to do, Priest Andrea's words were getting longer. And as you know, isn't it too pitiful? I know. Vlad waved his hand at the young deacon, who said he would help. It's right for people who work hard to do this kind of work. Still, the young deacon, whose voice was cracking, as if his throat had not yet healed, retreated after Vlad's dissuasion. The deacon has already done everything he was supposed to do with the song he sang that night. At Vlad's words, the young deacon smiled humbly and stepped back. You. Although Vlad was not very fit, he pushed the coffin around on his own and lifted it onto the cart. She was a poor woman. I don't know who she was or how she went through such a thing, but Vlad truly sympathized with her. Come here. If you don't know, I will bless you, Vlad said as Andrea tried to hold her hand, worried about the remnants of the curse that might still remain. Wait a minute, priest. Your hands are dirty anyway. I don't mind using it at least once more. Vlad held up the black wooden box that Andrea had wrapped beautifully with white cloth. An ominous-looking wooden box that everyone hates to even make eye contact with. That wooden box was the subject of a terrible curse and was what the woman had been desperately looking for last night. Vlad, I think it's the right thing to do. Sigh. The coffin lid, which was not properly sealed, opened with a weak sound. If only this could be of some comfort. A woman's body split in half, and her face full of black tear stains. Isn't this okay? Priest, do it. You deserve it. Vlad placed the black wooden box on the back of the woman's stiff hand. The wooden box held by the person controlling death contained a small corpse. It's here. Your baby. A murdered woman and child as mediums for a curse. Even though she died, the woman was able to get her child back, whom she had been desperately looking for. Is that why? It felt as if the woman's frozen expression had relaxed a little. Would you like me to drive a nail into it? Yes, I would appreciate it. I will definitely bless you. Andrea looked at Vlad, who was trying to see off the poor woman for the last time, even though he was still uncomfortable, and recited a prayer for him. A faithful priest and a faithful boy were seeing off the woman whom everyone was ignoring. Tack-tack, like a bell for the dead. The sound of Vlad's hammer striking rang quietly in the middle of the garrison. Hey, I'm here. On his last night, leaving the garrison, Josef quietly called Vlad. Sit down. Vlad sat on the chair facing Zayar, who smiled faintly in front of him. Do you know how to drink? The place I used to work at was a restaurant bar. You mean you know how to drink? Josef poured clear brown liquor into the glass in front of Vlad. Is it whiskey? It's my favorite drink. Vlad smelled the sweet vanilla scent emanating from the drink and was convinced that it was not an ordinary expensive drink. I'd like to say thank you first. Josef naturally sat down at the head of the table and continued speaking. You could have run away. Didn't you sign a contract? Yes, you made a contract with me to give faithfulness instead of loyalty, Josef said, twirling the glass in front of him. Even though it was just a verbal contract, Josef was surprised not only by Vlad's skills, but also by the boy's uprightness. This is a talent that should not be missed. Although he was evaluated as a useful talent, Vlad's actions last night easily exceeded that evaluation. Strangely enough, the guy who had just picked up the sword started emitting an aura. He swung it for himself, towards the cursed woman who was like death. The boy named Vlad was not a useful guy, but a must-have talent. Me. Vlad sat nervously, unable to even touch the precious drink in front of him. Looking at Vlad like that, Zayar took a gulp of whiskey that looked like it was expensive. Then now it is my turn to fulfill the contract. The vassal relationship between the king and the nobles. The loyalty relationship between a lord and a knight was ultimately a relationship of giving and receiving. And Josef's life was saved by Vlad. I was taught that I must return what I received from my father. Whatever it is, Josef said, tilting the glass he was holding towards Vlad. I would like to invite you to the Vayezid household. I want to pay a fair price for this there. Vlad thought while looking at the glass of wine that Josef handed him. There was no reason to refuse. However, a little determination was needed. It's an honor, Josef. Drink it. And the boy was always looking forward to making this decision. Someday I will go out into the wider world rather than the back alleys. After Josef gave permission, Vlad held the glass with both hands and took a sip of whiskey. I will not end my life with cheap rum sold in the back alleys. There was a day in the past when I made that promise, and that promise came true today. It's delicious. It's a nobleman's drink. Properly aged and fragrant whiskey was the sweetest drink Vlad had ever tasted. The boy's world was expanding as much as the taste of whiskey he tasted for the first time. Chapter 21. To the Vayezid family. 2. On the way back to the city of Varna. After confirming that Vlad had recovered enough to move, Josef immediately moved the punitive force. Although the 2 knights under his command had not yet come to their senses, it was an unavoidable measure since they were at a stage where they could not recover with just a day or 2 of recuperation. Here's what I think. I think this might have been an attempt to show something rather than a direct intention to kill me. In the shaking carriage, Vlad was quietly listening to Josef. No, I had no choice but to listen. The carriage that Josef was originally riding in was given to his knights, who had not yet come to their senses, so there was only 1 carriage left. Why did you think that? It's simple. The finish is too poor compared to what was received. If they had succeeded in separating Zayar and putting me in danger, then, of course, they should have killed me quickly. But it wasn't like that. Of course. As a result, Vlad had no choice but to quietly listen to the words of Josef, a nobleman, superior, and commander. He is a man of many words. Josef, who had become 1 step closer to Vlad through last night's battle, was willing to reveal his true self. Of course, this may not show his true colors in their entirety, but if others see it, it will certainly seem like Vlad is favored by Josef. That's a lot of people too. Jemina was also talkative, but she was able to endure it. Because when I told him to shut up, he would shut up. However, Josef did not dare to do that. Are you living well? Vlad, feeling depressed at the sight of himself sitting listening to the man's chatter, turned his head and looked out the window of the carriage. However, where he looked to find peace of mind, instead of seeing a peaceful scenery, there was only the image of Zayar, glaring at him fiercely. Treat me properly, his eyes said so. Vlad had nothing to say since he dared to make the knight he was serving as his squire ride a horse, and he himself was comfortably riding in a carriage. Shit. Vlad, who had been pricked by Zayar's gaze, turned his head and looked at the window on the other side. However, there was someone waiting for Vlad even in the place where he fled for peace. A long-chinned man who signals himself with loud hand and foot gestures. Tell me about myself. Do what I say, boss. In the window on the other side there was Goth urging me to hurry up and tell Josef about his accomplishments. It's like a real dog, with people talking noisily in front of him and people pecking at him fiercely on both sides. Vlad just wanted to get out of here and walk around in peace. Think about it. Why is that so? I think I'll think about it when I have a drink. That's a bit of a difficult story. Josef noticed that Vlad was aiming for his whiskey and quickly removed the bottle and placed it behind him. I also live on pocket money. People live the same everywhere. I just hope you wake up on your own. Josef smiled softly when he saw Vlad racking his brains to come up with an answer. Perhaps because of the alcohol or because of his own question. In order for a person to shine on his own, several conditions had to be met. Not only the ability to wield a sword, but also character knowledge, etiquette, etc. And the blond boy in front of him clearly had potential, but he fell short in all aspects. I can't teach you the sword directly, though. Because of his weak body, he may not be able to teach him how to use a sword directly, but he may be able to teach him other things instead, because Josef was a man with the ability to do that. Well, isn't it like a warning? A warning to send to the Vayezid family by killing Josef. It doesn't matter if I can't kill something. Keep going. You're not angry because I said it doesn't matter if I kill you, right? Very. Even though he said that Vlad was in tears as he saw Josef opening a bottle of alcohol and drinking alone. Of course there's no way I could know, right? Still, think about it. Even though he was sitting in a carriage, Vlad was constantly receiving training. I said think about it. Josef waved the whiskey bottle in front of Vlad for no reason, and said, think about it. Don't just accept the situation but filter it through your own judgment. Logical inference made through clues around cause and effect. Through them, Josef wanted to raise Vlad into a knight with as good judgment as Zaya. Because the boy's potential was shining. I don't know. Whether Vlad frowned or not, the return trip to Varna was extremely peaceful. As if the real target was not Josef as he thought. City Varna. One of the 3 cities owned by the county of Vayezid. And because it was also a city where a monster subjugation force was recruited, Josef, upon arriving here, had to disperse the mercenaries and report the subjugation to the mayor of the place. Being the son of an earl has a higher status than the mayor who is in an appointed position, but that's the way it is with procedures. And Count Vayezid mercilessly punished anyone who acted beyond the circumstances, even if it was his own son. I guess I'll have to stay here for a day. Josef did not belong to Varna. After completing administrative procedures here, he was scheduled to leave for Sturma, where the Vayezid main family home is located. And there a new plan would have to be devised to make up for the current failure. Is this your first time in Varna? It will be my first time wherever I go. Now I see he was a hillbilly. Seeing Vlad say that he had only been active in the vicinity of Schoarra his entire life, Zayar smiled, as if he had something to make fun of. Then I'll give you a day off today, so you can at least go see the city. Don't get lost. Bantling. Vlad was incensed when he saw Zayar's ridicule, but there was nothing he could do. In fact, it was true that he lacked experience and insight in one way or another. Zayar seems to like you. If I like you just a little more, I'll kill you. Listening to the absurd words in the voice, Vlad shook his jingling bag. What is in this city? Regardless of Zayar's attitude, Vlad's words, as he held the money, naturally carried a rhythm. What Josef gave me was a kind of gold bar. Vlad, who is practically penniless, would need minimal activity expenses to enjoy the city of Varna. I heard that a rich man's dog is stronger than a street beggar. Rather than going on a spree, buy things you can plan for next time. Huh? For the first time in a long time, Vlad thought about eating a lot of something, but his voice seemed to have detected his intention and warned him in advance. You being fully prepared is like having an extra life. Don't forget that. There's just nagging from everywhere. Although he grumbled, Vlad deeply sympathized with the voice's words. The past day when I barely escaped from Schoarra and wandered through the winter forest carrying only a sword. If he hadn't met the 3 mercenaries wandering around, Vlad might have frozen to death. To prevent such things from happening, it would be good to have this and that in place. Then what should I buy? Vlad was just about to leave the city hall, pondering the voice's advice. Huh? There was someone carefully pulling his collar. Vlad de told. It was Andrea's young deacon, full of freckles. Deacon, do you have anything to ask for? Vlad was annoyed by children, but the young deacon, who was currently holding on to his collar, was an exception. The child, who was so small that the deacon's outfit he was still wearing felt awkward, but he had done his duty in the face of fear last night. If you don't have anywhere to go today, the priest would like to invite you. Oh, Vlad looked up and saw Priest Andrea smiling behind the deacon. I understand why you sought me out through the deacon. Sorry. Priest Andrea is hiding behind a young deacon and smiling humbly. A familiar coffin lay next to him. Is there still no one to listen? Wouldn't this woman also want you to see her off? Vlad had nothing more to say as he looked at Priest Andrea, who was laughing. Let's take a donkey. I will support you from behind. Priest Andrew Vlad and the young deacon began to drive the cart along the main street of Varna. It's very different from Schoarra. Although Vlad lived in the back alleys, the atmosphere of the city of Schoarra itself was imprinted on him. However, the city of Varna seemed to have sunk a lot compared to Schoarra. Quiet, calm, there are not many people talking loudly. It looked like a street at dawn. The closer you get to the church, the more intense this atmosphere will become. Varna is a city with a strong religious flavor. Okay. Vlad nodded and understood Andrea's explanation. Even in Schoarra, people always walked quietly near the church. We're all here. Wow. Looking at the building in front of him, Vlad could clearly feel that, as Andrea said, Varna was a city with a strong religious color. This is because there was a building there that looked twice as big as the church in Schoarra. It's pretty big. Even the church in Schoarra wasn't like this. The capital of Vayezid County is Sturm, but its religious center is Varna. Vlad nodded at Andrea's explanation. Then I'll just leave. Since you're here, let's at least bring dinner. Then I won't hesitate. I would be even more thankful if you let me go down to the basement. It would be better to finish before we come. Vlad, who had been in the hands of Priest Andrea since he was grabbed by the young deacon, had no choice but to whine and put the coffin down in front of the temple. I'm sorry, your body won't be strong yet. Who knows that? Although he was filled with dissatisfaction inside, Vlad answered with a smile. I have to pay for what I got from the garrison. I'm really good at seeing people. Perhaps even being dissatisfied with the current situation was just complaining about being full. It was a situation in itself that was practically a privilege for someone as high as Priest Andrew to personally ask for a favor. Poor woman. Priest Andrea sighed as he stroked the coffin which had finally reached its place of rest. A mother's love is like the sea, heavy and deep. Someone whose identity was unknown took advantage of it. Although it had not been fully investigated, yet given the circumstances, Andrea believed that this woman had been sacrificed by evil black magic. It's a terrible curse that takes advantage of poor maternal love. From here on, it is not my territory, but the Church of Varna will do its best to reveal the background. If you are a priest, you can do it. Priest Andrea, who was frowning with unbearable anger, looked at Vlad and smiled warmly. Since you have come this far, please at least pray before dinner. Can a person with no roots like me dare to pray in church? Don't worry about that. The people who lived in the back alleys were people who had little connection to churches, city hall, or other official buildings. Vlad, who had lived in the back alleys his whole life, was also like that. Therefore, Vlad felt awkward and uncomfortable in this place. And more than anything, he was intimidated by the thought of being in an unauthorized place. However, Andrea held Vlad's hand and began to lead him to the chapel. I'm going to pray for a while because I have a place to stop by. He then left Vlad alone with his young deacon. Shall we pray? The young deacon wrinkled his nose and asked cautiously, perhaps feeling sorry for himself due to Andrea's sudden neglect. It's my first time worshipping formally. I'll tell you. Vlad wanted to make an excuse and get out, but now there was no way. I can't help it. Now was the time to repay the karma of acting like a praying liman. What a worthwhile vacation. Joseph will be very happy if I tell him that I have purified my body and mind here. I do good things for others all day long. Through the sword he held for a moment, his voice spoke to Vlad in a tone of satisfaction. Vlad Vlad had no choice but to kneel, bow his head awkwardly, and stutter along with the young deacon's sonorous prayer. About an hour or so, just as my knee was slowly going numb, the door to the chapel behind me opened. "Did you wait long?" "No. It was my first service, so everything was new." "Ha ha ha. Is that possible? I'm still quite bored." Vlad didn't know what to say as he looked at the priest, who said prayers were boring, and smiled kindly. "I'm late because of this." "Take it." "What is it?" Vlad accepted the small piece of wood offered by Priest Andrea. "It's a loss of status, yes." Vlad, who had been standing blankly at Andrea's words, hurriedly looked at the card he was holding. "A piece of wood small enough to fit in your hand." The black wooden plaque looked solid and was full of small letters inside. Vlad began to read the identity card in his hand with wide eyes. "Birth, Schoarra." I knew it but fumbled to read unfamiliar letters. Name Vlad. The moment his name was chanted, Vlad felt his heart pounding. This small piece of wood contained proof of its existence. As someone from a back alley who couldn't even register his birth, it was something I couldn't even imagine. Joseph would have taken care of it, but in fact it is most effective to prove your identity at the church, because the grace of the Lord spreads across the entire continent. While listening to Priest Andrea's words, Vlad turned the identification card and looked at the back. There was a large sentence written there that could only be used in one place. "The only God in this world. The emblem of the church that ministers his name." And someone's name written underneath it. "Guarantor. Priest and Dre." Vlad read another person's name written on his identity card. A person who guarantees herself. Someone who will share their mistakes. Vlad raised his head and looked at Priest Andrea. "If you're having a hard time, come visit me anytime. I am your surety. Priest, now pray." It happens to be the closest place to God. Vlad, unable to hide his helpless emotions, simply followed Andrea and bowed his head before God. "Here's a new lamb to introduce to you today. I hope you will embrace me in your wide arms." Garbage in the back alley. A person who was born in a place where no one would look at him, or even remember him, even if he died. But Vlad was no longer that kind of person. "Have pity on Vlad of Schoarra, your newborn lamb here." Today Vlad presented his testimony under the Lord in front of his precious guarantor. For the first time in his life, he recorded his name in the vast world. From today, he, not Vlad in the back alley, it was Vlad of Schoarra. "I sincerely pray that you will accept me as your child." Vlad had roots that allowed him to confidently step into today's world. The twilight light coming down through the multicolored glass warmly enveloped the boy's blonde hair. Chapter 22. To the Vayezid family. 3. The end of winter and the approach of spring. It is a time when the warm wind blowing melts the snow that had been frozen all winter, and things that had been sleeping until now wake up. Shit. In other words, it was the season when the roads became muddy and the wheels of the carriage suddenly fell off. "What are you doing?" Seeing Zayar nodding his head on his horse, Vlad trudged towards the rear wheels of the carriage. After Zayar confirmed that Vlad's physical condition was normal, he began sparring with him, or running errands whenever he had time. That too roughly. It was as if he had been waiting for the moment. It's a carriage ridden by nobles, so it's very heavy, but I didn't miss much this time. Colin Dottroley. How long are you going to call me Captain? That's because they don't let me call your name. He and several servants were removing the wheels of the carriage, getting mud all over their bodies, but Goth just had a grinning expression on his face. "Do you like it? Then, of course, it's good." Goth was a man who deserved to laugh. In the end, Goth's judgment was correct. Vlad was the kind of guy you could become, and if you were around a guy like that, you would run out of things to eat. Then you too follow me. On the last night of his stay in Varna, Vlad gave Goth a meeting he had been looking forward to. Because I don't have the money to compensate you right now. I'm broke. It's an honor. Josef, who heard Goth's story about bringing Vlad, who could not ride a horse, to the garrison in a timely manner, and bringing him to Zayar to resolve the situation, said he would also pay him a fair price. For that reason, Goth is now joining the procession heading to Sturma. I am going to the Count Vayezid family, a family that is difficult to even dare to look up to, and is said to be a powerful figure in the north, so of course it is good. Goth did not just go for the reward that Josef gave him. He was a con man and a very intelligent person. If I show my usefulness, there wouldn't Josef use me. You can't live as a mercenary forever and lead a life of uncertainty. Can't you just shut up and push, a servant of Count Vayezid's family? With just as much a commoner can be said to have achieved success. Shut up and just push the carriage. Please, before I beat you up. Because he was a Goth who knew the importance of opportunity as much as Vlad, he was able to smile even though he was struggling to push the carriage. This is because the world was such that it was difficult to get a chance to move up. No matter how skilled and prepared they were, there were a bunch of people who collapsed because they lacked a single thread called luck. In that sense, Vlad and Goth could be said to be lucky people. Of course, it was a possible result because the price for seizing the opportunity was clearly paid. That night, Vlad risked death and summoned a world of white. Goth took the risk and went back the way he came to bring Zayar. It was all for now. You slugs, are you planning to stretch out here all day today? That's why the two of them are now pushing the carriage in the mud while swearing at Zayar. I'm going crazy. Really. Vlad closed his eyes tightly as he looked at Zayar, who was swearing and urging him behind him, and Goth, who was laughing unpleasantly next to him. Even in situations like this, you must maintain composure. I know that too. Despite the voice's advice, Vlad could not easily calm his boiling anger. Fuck. Are you just talking to me? No, it doesn't matter. Vlad, who was hit in the back of the head by Zayar, due to a low curse he had uttered without realizing it, noticed this and immediately hit the back of the head with Goth next to him. Ah, are you laughing now? Vlad was a hot-blooded 17-year-old who had lived a violent life in the back alleys. Stop laughing and push. Because I don't want to get beaten up anymore. You're pushing. Vlad was still just a boy who was far from becoming a knight. Not yet. County of Vayezid. The domain of the Vayezid family, which includes 3 cities and 12 villages. Schoarra, the city where Vlad was born. Varna is the city that took the lead in subduing this monster. Is this Sturma? Yes, it's where my original home is. And the place in sight now was the city of Sturma, the capital of the county of Vayezid. Oh! Vlad let out an exclamation without realizing it, as he looked at the new view of the city. The first thing that caught my eye was the tall and huge castle wall. It's really big. Schoarra also had a wall, but it was not as large and high as this one. As he was from the back alleys, Vlad was naturally thinking about where in the city he would have to drill to create an amazing hole. There's a reason the castle walls are so big. As Vlad looked at the walls of Sturma with his eyes lost in thought, Josef began to explain it to him next to him. It was a story that started from a small misunderstanding, but to Vlad, who lacked insight, the whole story was worth hearing. That wall was built out of necessity, and also to show the steadfastness of the Vayezid family. The history of the Vayezid family was so intense that it could be said to be a series of struggles. Monsters and barbarians pour out when the time comes. And, as is typical of the harsh northern climate, wars with other territories constantly break out. There was an image of the castle wall that had endured all that. It's different from Varna. It's a city with a strong religious flavor, even though it was what my father intended. Although Vlad was also from a city, each city he had seen had a different atmosphere. The young bird which had finally come out into the world could not help but be amazed at everything it saw. "Shut your mouth, bantling. Call me Vlad of Schoarra. There is no way." Sayar sneered at Vlad, who was looking at Sturma with his mouth wide open. "From now on you'll just be a brat. Priest Andrea will be sad to hear this. You are my squire, not the priest's deacon. Whatever you call it, it's my heart." The attention that Sayar paid to Vlad, his first squire, was extraordinary. "If you go to the Vayezid family and do something rude, you will be beaten. I get beaten up every day anyway. It's not even new." Looking at the bold squire who did not give up on him even a single word, Sayar smiled and caressed his eye patch. "I'm sure he's a useful guy with his momentum alone. His master Josef was always suffering from a lack of useful knights, and the brat in front of him was clearly one of the pieces that could fill that need. And even an aura. Although it was said to be a secret in one person's legend, and the details were not given according to Joseph, Vlad definitely gave off an aura for a moment. As a result, I was bedridden, but the important thing was that I made it through. I guess I'll have to go and give it a hard time. Can you use aura? Or is it possible to perfectly master the aura and use it in actual combat?" This was a large part of the knight's talents, and the boy in front of me was a guy who brilliantly demonstrated his talent and potential. Eggplant. With Josef's words, the group began walking toward the gates of Sturma. "The master has arrived. Open the road." It was a high and sturdy wall, but it did not apply to Joseph. There was a long queue waiting at the entrance to enter the castle, but just the name Josef created a path like waves splitting apart. "Oh." Goat looked at that and let out an exclamation without realizing it. For him who had lived a life of waiting and being pushed out, this was the first time in his life that he had experienced something like this. Vlad also saw the scene before his eyes and confirmed that he was stepping into a different place from where he had lived before. "Welcome to your safe return to Sturma, Joseph. I feel reassured to see Vayezid's soldiers guarding the gate so reliably." "Thank you." In response to Josef's customary compliment, the gate captain responded loudly and opened the way. "Au salute." The guards were saluting until Josef's carriage had completely passed. It was an expression of respect for the noble family of Vayezid, and a natural courtesy to the one who ruled the city. And Vlad was also passing by. "Stupid guy. Aren't you going to put that in right away? In the first place, Joseph's existence itself is a pass." Sayar was growling on his horse, but Vlad didn't even listen, because it was something I really wanted to do. "You go in and see." Regardless of what Sayar said or not, Vlad was walking confidently, holding a small piece of wood in front of the guards, saluting Josef. The piece of wood was made by Priest Andrea, and was an identity card symbolizing Vlad's existence. "Aren't you going to check? Now you don't have to go in and out of the dog hole." And it was a small rebellion from a boy who could be confident anywhere. Under Sayar's sharp gaze, Vlad and Goth entered the Vayezid family mansion. It's amazing. The highest point of Sturma. A huge grey mansion overlooking all of the city. The two commoners' eyes were wide as they walked into the mansion of a real nobleman they had never seen before in their imaginations. "From now on you are Joseph's guests. If I do something stupid, it will ruin Joseph's reputation. Yes, just walk with your eyes down. Don't look around like a hillbilly." Listening to Sayar's sincere warning that only Josef was at stake, Vlad closed his mouth and walked calmly with his head down. "Is it a carpet? Is it silk? Of course. Even if you were only walking on the floor, there was still enough to see." Stepping on the soft carpet spread over the white marble was a luxury that the boy from the back alley could not even dream of. Vlad was seriously considering whether he would dare to step on these expensive-looking things. "Wait here," Zayar growled as he gave the parlor to the two hillbillies. From now on, Josef had to report to his father, Peter Vayezid, the owner of this mansion, about his safe return and the curse that occurred at the garrison. "The maids will serve refreshments." No, just don't eat anything and wait. If you eat dirty for no reason, bad rumors will spread. Still a little bit. Shut up. And there was absolutely no reason for Vlad and Goth to be present at that moment of reporting. They had no qualifications to face Count Vayezid, and could only move under Josef's guarantee. I may. Although the threatening Zayar disappeared, Vlad and Goth could not relax easily. Everything was so clean, big, and most of all quiet. It was a sight and scenery I saw for the first time in my life. That's why I didn't notice. The white curtain next to them was fluttering. This is my first time seeing these guys. Who are you? And the fact that there was someone else in this living room besides themselves. There was a man walking out from between the white curtains under the slightly open window. "I was just trying to sneak around here." A man shrugs his shoulders and approaches the two. Strong momentum, a confident stance. And he was a man with a heavy presence that could not be hidden. It was as if the black leopard that lives in the eastern jungle would look like this if it turned into a human. "Well, I'm a guy named God, and this time, Josef came to me." And Vlad was able to recognize the man in front of him the moment he saw him, because he looked very similar to another black-haired man he had seen. "Okay, you're a Goth." The black-haired man looked at Vlad and asked, "Who are you?" The sharp look in his eyes made it seem like he could cut down a person with just the force, but Vlad gritted his teeth and fought back against the man's force. One of the things I learned while living in the back alleys was that if you avoid eye contact, you will be looked down upon. And the back alleys of Schoarra were where those who looked down on them were ripped off without mercy. Countering someone else's momentum was like a survival instinct for Vlad. "My name is Vlad of Schoarra, okay? This is my first time hearing this name." The black-haired man smiled with interest as he watched the blond boy dare to answer confidently, even in front of him. "This is a guy I like. His eyes are alive, and he is not discouraged even by his own strength. I guess Josef got a useful guy from somewhere." Rutger, who was cheerful by nature, liked men with such a confident attitude. "Would you like some peanuts?" And Rutger was a man who was generous with whatever he pleased. Rutger took a fistful of peanuts out of his pocket and handed them to Vlad. "However, I told you not to eat it, huh?" Vlad was nervous in this unfamiliar environment, and was doing his best to counter Rutger's momentum. My mind was not at ease, and my head was not working smoothly. That's why I answered mechanically without even realizing it. "I told you not to eat anything here, okay?" Rutger, who had not expected anyone to dare refuse his favor, was momentarily taken aback by Vlad's reaction. "This is delicious." Goat, who had his head down, knew something was wrong with the current situation, but he did not dare to intervene. Vlad of Schoarra. The first thing he did when he came to the Vayezid family. It was the refusal of the young peanut favored by Rutger, the Earl's eldest son. Chapter 23. To the Vayezid family. 4 square, in an office where you can hear the sound of a feather pen cutting through paper. All of the furniture there was so expensive that it was difficult to judge its value, but it was not decorated extravagantly. "Vlad?" "Yes, father." A quiet but powerful voice filled the room. "Okay." Oh. Until then there was no one with magical powers except Zayar, who was given to you by your mother. Thick eyebrows, tightly closed lips, and straight black hair that has turned gray. However, the Count's brightly shining eyes made the growing gray hair not a symbol of aging, but evidence of experience. This time, if you can raise him to become a worthy knight of the Vayezid family, I will reward him. Thank you. I know your forte is not the sword, but never forget that this is Vayezid. Yes. It was said that there would be a prize, but it was also a rebuke to Josef, who had not been able to create or recruit proper knights. Are you feeling okay? It's okay. Say hello to your mother on the way. I was looking forward to your return. Yes. Josef smiled bitterly when he saw his father asking about his well-being, only after all the reports had been completed. It was true that I felt disappointed, but I fully understood it. Josef was no longer a child, and he knew very well how heavy the position of Count Vayezid was. Go out. I'll see you tomorrow morning. All right. Father, Colin. Rest in peace. While Josef politely walked out. Peter noticed that his son was limping slightly. I guess I should at least give you some medicine. I would be glad if you'd do so. Oksana, too. She is a woman who takes great care of her son. The reason Josef has managed to become self-reliant is only because of his strong will. Peter Vayezid. The fifth head of the Count Vayezid family, and one of the knights representing the north. He was a man who could not easily show himself as a father even in front of his son, because he was burdened with so much. What do you think about Josef's report? You will have to take it deeply. It's a series of unusual things. Peter once again picked up the report written by Josef and read it. The contents, reflected under the quivering candlelight, were ominous and not easily overlooked. How dare you mess with the legitimate son of the Vayezid family in my land? I need to find the mastermind. Ask your church for support. The knight's sword is a shining one, but when illuminating the deep darkness, the grace of the church will be more effective. Peter nodded at the advice quietly heard. Are there any reports from the church in Varna? Peter asked, looking at the old man standing next to him. The initial report came in through the magic sphere. What did you say? An old man with a white beard wearing a long robe. He was the only wizard of the Vayezid family, and also Peter's advisor. It is said that the magic of lion resurrection and curse is cleverly combined. It is said that he is either a very noble warlock, or the result of a collaboration between two or more warlocks. After listening to the words of his advisor, the wizard Ragmus Peter let out a slightly longer sigh this time. If there are more than two, it could be an organization or group. Yes. Peter neatly folded the report Josef brought and put it in the drawer under his desk. Even if that were the case, nothing would change. Squeak. The sound of friction made by a chair being pushed resounded sharply in the otherwise quiet office. The Vayezid family will always stand firmly here. The master of the Vayezid family was standing up from the darkness. We are ready to do anything to those who stand in our way. You deserve it. On one wall is a bookshelf full of books. On the other wall, shiny armor and a sharp sword. Peter said as he walked towards where the sword was placed. I hope you quickly find those who dared threaten my son and disturb my territory. All right. Count. There was a sad light in Count Vayezid's eyes as he caressed his sword. Did you wait long? It's late at night. It's okay. Vlad and Goth, who had been waiting for Josef in the drawing room, hurriedly stood up and bowed their heads to meet him. The report I gave to my father took a long time, and my mother didn't let me go easily. Josef said with a humble smile, Are you sleepy? No? Zayar, who was standing next to him, looked at Vlad and laughed. Even though he was saying no, the boy's blue eyes were full of fatigue that could not be easily hidden. Okay. Josef leaned deeply against the back of the chair and let out a short groan. Did you say Goth? Yes. Josef. When Goth heard his name called, he looked up at him with eyes full of great anticipation. "I've prepared a room for you, so you can stay there. We will talk about your compensation tomorrow." Yes. All he was given was a dry wedding reception. At Josef's words, Goth came out of the living room, with a sullen expression like a dog that had lost its bone. "Now then, let's tell our story." Josef looked at Vlad with his hands clasped together. "Please speak." When Goth left, the only people in the drawing room were Josef, Zayar, and Vlad. "I brought you here to pay you your fair share." Vlad swallowed his saliva without realizing it at the sudden change in atmosphere. Josef had been smiling comfortably just a moment ago, but now he had the appearance of a nobleman. "You are the one who saved my life, and also decided to sacrifice your sword to me in the future. Is that right?" "Yes." Vlad nodded at Josef's words, which clearly summarized the situation. "You said you had a job to do, and I understood that you had to be free. Is that right? You're right? You're right? You decided to offer your sword to me, but your story of wanting to be free is at odds with each other. We have to address this." After hearing the arrogant conditions that Vlad had put forward again, Zayar twitched his eyebrows but did not dare to step forward. Now this was the negotiating room between Josef and Vlad, and the blonde brat was the one who earned the right to sit here by saving Josef's life. "Why do you want to be free? What exactly are you trying to do? If you tell me this, I will be able to clearly calculate what I will give you." Vlad listened to Josef's words and thought quietly. "Can I tell you everything? Is Josef a trustworthy person?" Vlad looked into Josef's eyes, reflected through the candlelight. There was an opportunity there. And if there was an opportunity, there was no reason to hesitate. Vlad has lived like that all this time. Moonlight fell behind Josef. There was a moon there beyond the window. It was emitting the same blue light as that day. "Do you know the knight named Godin? He is under Count Gaidar. Since that day, I have never forgotten it, even for a moment. He was the one who killed his benefactor, the one who destroyed the world he was standing on, and the one who could not help but admire him. Godin was the strongest and most brilliant person I had ever seen. The boy has been running after the moon." Just a moment ago, Vlad had been hesitant to speak, but this time, Josef found it difficult to continue speaking. It wasn't just Josef. As the names of big names that he had never dared to think of came out of Vlad's mouth, Vayar also opened his eyes wide in surprise. Godin, Gaidar. Josef was truly lost in an embarrassment that he could not bear. "I thought he was just a useful kid, but now I see he even had an unusual background, even though it was an extraordinary thing that came from resentment. Was the unknown person who broke the rose smile the night Godin?" Josef wrapped his tongue around his dry lips and lost himself in thought. "I see, and decided. I can't help you. They are beyond my reach." "Is that so?" Vlad nodded, wiping away bitter saliva. "It will be so. I don't know much about the world of nobles, but Josef was only the son of a count, and there were probably countless people in higher positions than him in this world. In a way, it was an expected result, so Vlad humbly accepted it. I was just grateful to Josef for being honest. Then, let's amend the contract." Vlad was planning to get up after asking for something that would be considered polite, but Josef had no intention of letting Vlad go easily. Because it was Josef who saw the boy's shining potential closer than anyone else. "We propose a 7-year contract." "Vlad of Schoarra? Yes?" Not only Vlad, but also Zayar was surprised by the unexpected remark. "I don't know about you, but now I have put aside my pride as a nobleman. Keep in mind that this action was done with great determination. It was right to put aside the pride of nobility, but this was also a decision made with careful planning. Josef was now presenting the second plan he had prepared. Vlad could not understand exactly what Josef was saying, but he realized that what he was doing was very unusual. Because Sayar, who was standing behind now, was becoming more ferocious. For these 7 years, I plan to clothe, feed, and train you to become a great knight who will never be defeated by anyone. I promise you who saved me a bright future. Article. Vlad was fascinated by the resonance of the words that came out of Josef's mouth. So I ended up imitating that word without even realizing it. Okay. Article. Don't you want to become a knight? Josef had a deep understanding of Vlad. He knew very well what the boy wanted, and what he truly wanted. In return, you are loyal to me during this period. I only do what I am told, and what I am allowed to do. Of course, we can't do anything about Godin and Count Gedar. But it was a great offer, but there were more things on Vlad's mind than Godin. The faces of people who would be in the place he missed appeared in the boy's mind. If it is related to the back alleys of Schoarra, it is permitted. I might be able to help you with that. I heard that a child named Jamina is currently in a convent. Josef smiled inwardly as he looked at Vlad's wide eyes. Josef had been analyzing the boy named Vlad in detail. The past you have lived, the present you are in now, and the future you want to become. Because he was truly a desirable guy. If you go back with just one sword, will you be able to kill the person holding the back alley? Josef said, leaning back deeply in his chair. Swords are not the only sharp things in this world. I also have my own weapon. I will help you. Vlad looked at the black eyes in front of him. What are we going to do, Vlad? Will you accept my offer? Josef's eyes were so intense that they seemed to absorb anything. Right after Vlad left the drawing room. The target was a great kid. Is there any reason to hang on like this? There are plenty of useful kids other than that guy. Maybe so. Josef tilted the whiskey bottle and poured out the last drink. Every young thing has potential, but whether it blooms is another question. Do you think that Guy can live up to Josef's expectations? Of course. Josef answered while looking out the window. A blue moon was rising there. 7 years is not such a short time. It's enough time to put the leash on, and it's enough time to comfort and soothe the child. And that Guy is no ordinary wolf. Josef drank his last drink while watching the rising moon. It was a wolf chasing the moon. The glass that Josef was looking at contained a blue moon. He has a strong will, he has potential, and his goals are high, so he will definitely become big. Looking at the blue moon in the glass, Josef poured it all over in one go. You can't give up a guy like that easily. A boy whose goal was to become the Knight of Blue Moonlight. Although he didn't know if the boy would really destroy the moon, Josef was confident that he would at least become a star in the night sky. Because the boy's eyes were looking up at the high sky. That guy is mine now. 7 years would be enough. Enough to build a cage big enough for the wolves to feel free. Chapter 24. Because I didn't surrender. 1. The morning after sealing the deal with Vlad, Josef headed to the dining room, following the Vayezid family tradition of spending at least one morning together. A long dining table, neatly set with a white tablecloth, but the items on it held no special significance for a morning in the house of a powerful noble. Let's eat. Breakfast at the Vayezid house began with a prayer. Starting with the head of the family, Feather, Rüdiger, the eldest son. The second son, Josef, with his mother, Oksana, the Count's second wife. The whole family gathered, yet only the clinking of cutlery could be heard. I brought sacred items. The priest blessed them. Through the silence that descended upon the table, Count Feather turned to his eldest son, Rüdiger. Take them with you on this mission. I trust my sword more than someone else's blessing, Father. So be it. Rüdiger's confident tone as the elder made Josef shrink. Although Rüdiger didn't mean it that way. Nashi. Others. And there was the woman, looking pitifully at Joseph, who could only retreat naturally. Joseph, she said, take the medicine after breakfast. It's good for your ankle. Thank you, mother. For the elder brother, sacred relics to ward off threats, and for him the medicine he needed for his wounds. Oh, Joseph always tried to be big, but a deep-seated feeling of inferiority had squeezed his soul over the years. A father trying to take care of his children, a mother looking at her shrinking son, and brothers who couldn't help but constantly compare themselves. Only the cold silence concealed their complicated feelings. After a long and silent breakfast, Joseph hurriedly made his way to his office. Along the way, his mother offered him a cup of tea, but her embrace was so warm and comforting that once he entered it, it was difficult to escape. Joseph was an unstoppable man. He had to run as fast as he could. The morning sunlight streamed down the white marble corridor, but it didn't illuminate every inch of the hallway. Every time they passed through a dark spot untouched by sunlight, Joseph's expression hardened. The poisons boiling within him naturally stiffened his face, but when he reached the door of his office, instead of stiffness, Joseph displayed a perplexed expression. "What an idiot!" someone shouted from inside. What was that? Joseph turned the doorknob of his office door. Inside, he saw the bright morning sun and the people waiting for him. "Welcome, Joseph, sir. Dot. Are you here?" There was Vlad, whose head was being held by Jaeger, and the figure of Gotha, huddled like a turtle at the sight of the bloody scene. "Why are you being restrained again?" As soon as he saw them, Joseph felt that the strange emotions stirring within him calm, and confidence. That's what the people here gave him. Ha, ha, ha. With a long sigh, as if words barely escaped him, Jaeger pointed to a box on Joseph's desk. "This box. Mr. Rudiger sent it to me. My brother." Rudiger and Joseph had the same father but different mothers. They were diametrically opposed in their tastes, and each had their sights set on becoming the next Count Vayezid. So although they were related, they weren't close enough to exchange gifts. Besides, he hadn't been particularly communicative during breakfast. "What's going on?" Vlad started nodding as Joseph shook his head and read Rudiger's letter in the box. "Yes." Finally understanding the situation, Joseph carefully closed Rudiger's letter. "It's yours. You can eat it." "Sorry? Can you do it in 10 minutes? What Rudiger sent was a box full of peanuts. Joseph turned to Jaeger, and his loyal knight nodded. "I'll take a stroll around the block." Joseph retraced his steps and left the office. What kind of idiot does that just because someone tells him to? As the door began to close, a roar came from it. "I didn't eat anything because you told me not to. Is that what I said? I did what you told me to do. Since when do you listen to me so well?" Listening to the voices behind him, Joseph silently walked away. Is it time for the flowers to bloom? Even in the darkness without sunlight, Joseph managed to smile. "And today, you'll be a stable boy. You'll handle the horses of my knights and belong to my mother, Countess Oksana, as a worker." "Thank you, Sir Joseph." Goethe's wish was granted. In exchange for a large sum of gold, he was hired as a servant for the Vayezid family. "I'll do my best. You can go." Goethe, now with a stable, comfortable, and well-paid job, left the office with a smile on his face. Probably because he was hired by Joseph himself, there would be no one to intimidate him. But he was still hungry and stared at the blond boy. "You're not done." Although he was currently disgruntled by the ridiculous mistake he made yesterday, Vlad was undoubtedly a guy who would rise higher. Goethe left the office silently, anticipating the moment. "Vlad, seriously?" Joseph turned his head to look at Vlad. There were Jaeger, still uneasy, and Vlad, cheeks swollen from a handful of peanuts. Perhaps one of the puffy cheeks was the result of a blow from Jaeger. From now on, Vlad, you are officially Jaeger's squire. Until now, out of respect for you, I turned a blind eye to your rude behavior. But from now on, that won't be the case. Understand? Yes, you're a man of few words. Yes. Jaeger will talk to you about life in the mansion. You can go. Once Vlad was out of the office, Josef vented to his loyal knight. It won't be easy dealing with him after all. He's unpredictable in every way. Plus, he's had a tough life, so he has a lot of rebellious character. Yes, I suppose, Josef said, looking at the executive office door that Vlad had just slammed open. But I have to do it because I'll never be recognized by my father unless I have a track record of having my own knight. I understand. His own knight, raised by Josef. Although there was a good knight beside Josef, Jaeger, given to him by his mother, Countess Oksana, Knight Jaeger. The knight who came with the immense talent that Oksana brought with her when she married his father. Raised by Countess Oksana's family, the Oscars, he was handed over to Josef at birth. This made him a knight of House Vayezid by birth, but he was only loyal to Josef and Oksana, so technically he couldn't be considered purely a Vayezid knight. Good luck with that. That's what Josef needed. A title of a knight of House Vayezid. Not the one his mother gave him, but one of his own creation. I'll do my best. Jaeger left his office, determined to succeed for his lord. Oh. Guy. Upon leaving the office, a disgruntled blond boy awaited him. Schoarra. Kate. This was the kind of boy he would have to deal with from now on. Follow me. Yes. Josef had chosen this task, and he had to follow his master's decision. To fulfill his master's will. That's chivalry. This is the dining room. The knights have their own dining room, and the servants use the same dining room as the maids. I see. He was indeed difficult to handle, but he was also a man who would produce brilliant results. This is the training ground. We train our bodies, not our swords. Ask the boys next door how to use the equipment. So Jaeger took Vlad around and showed him the facilities of House Vayezid. They were rough, but the care put into them was nothing compared to what other knights put into their squires. This is your room. It's a single room. Oh. Me. And with that response, Jaeger trusted that Vlad would navigate well in the unfamiliar environment of House Vayezid. Is it okay? Really? It was a small room, barely big enough for a bed, but Vlad smiled, acknowledging even that. It's not even dirt floor, and it has a bed. This is a palace. I had forgotten for a moment that you were from the streets after the shock earlier. They were the offspring of a well-educated family, but from the moment they arrived here as squires, the boys had to start from the bottom. Even if they were in good physical shape, many couldn't adapt to the sudden change in environment and treatment. But for Vlad, who had been living like a weed, this was paradise. He shouldn't have trouble adapting. As long as he doesn't make any mistakes. Follow me. Vlad followed behind Jaeger, trying to soak up everything he could from the surroundings. Yesterday he had embarrassed himself by getting carried away by Rudiger's momentum, but for a latecomer like Vlad, quick thinking was a matter of survival. Hey! Then Vlad's eyes spotted someone moving with the maids. It was a lady with neatly framed green hair. She's Lady Oksana. She's Josef's mother. Be polite, as you were taught before. Yes. This was the most embarrassing thing for Vlad, who had lived in an alley where every time you saw someone, you shouted insults. Be polite. Treat nobility with respect. Bow. Bow your head. These were things he wasn't used to. But in the future, he must adapt to the discipline of this place. After all, they were going to be here for 7 years, so it was best to adapt as soon as possible, Vlad thought. Sh. Vlad learned it in a day, but he remembered everything he could and bowed his head in a sign of respect. But Oksana's walk, which they thought would pass by, was slowly approaching Jaeger and Vlad. Vlad swallowed hard as he saw her. Jaeger, my faithful knight. Good morning. Are you well? Jaeger raised his head in a greeting, and Vlad, who had been watching, quickly raised his eyes too. Is he? Yes, he is. Josef brought him here himself. I see. Rough men, whores selling laughs, hustlers looking for an opportunity. For Vlad, who had only dealt with people like that, noble Oksana was the kind of person he had never encountered. Thank you, she said. You saved my son's life, didn't you? I just did my job. Maybe if Vlad had turned his head a little to the side, he would have seen Jaeger looking at him impatient. I'll have to give you a reward. You've done much more than you think. Thank you. Vlad was about to bow and express his thanks, but he froze as Oksana suddenly approached and stroked his head. It's a nice color. It goes well with your blue eyes. Man. He wanted to say something, but Vlad stiffened and rolled his eyes. Oksana sensed a smell. It was a nostalgic scent. You have broad shoulders for someone so thin. It would be good if you gained a little weight. Meanwhile, Vlad had been living in the company of prostitutes. He was immune to women and had the knuckles to handle them. But now, he could only look down, unable to utter a word, like a mute in honey. Oksana's gaze at Vlad resembled nothing he had ever seen from a woman. Youth, Vlad lost himself in that look he hadn't seen for so long that he couldn't even remember. It was the first time in his life that he found himself on the wrong side of a thorn. I leave him in your service, Sir Jaga. Yes, Lady Oksana. He could only nod his head in gratitude. When she left, Vlad, who had remained stiff for some time, made eye contact with Jaeger, who was as tense as he was. Did I do well? Somewhat well. The boy unnecessarily looked away, scratching his neck at the chill that rose to the depths of his chest. Chapter 25. Because I Didn't Surrender. 2. In the silent dining hall, Goethe stared at Vlad, unsure of what to do. Captain. Simultaneously, countless glances in the dining hall began to turn toward where Vlad was sitting, filled with various forms of disdain. Everyone was expecting something. A yellowish mass floated on top of the soup Vlad was eating. It was a piece of someone's saliva. Sorry. I thought this was a trash bin because it smelled like garbage. Ha ha ha! 3 squires standing behind Vlad burst into laughter. Sooner than he thought. Vlad wasn't angry with the squires for making fun of him. He simply nodded, knowing what was coming. He expected this to happen someday. House Vayezid was a prestigious family, even in the north. Even a brief stay in such a place was a significant step in one's career, and each of the squires here now came from a good family. Naturally, there would be a reaction to the arrival of an unwelcome guest in a place that was home to a series of masters who, while not nobles, were still quite valuable. It had happened before in the garrison, so Vlad decided to endure it for now. I'm used to it. Scorn, disdain, and ignominy were always familiar to him. Of course, familiarity didn't mean it didn't hurt, but Vlad decided to let it go this time. So, silently, he picked up his spoon. Captain. He picked up the spit floating in the soup and spread it on the floor. Then, as if nothing happened, he picked up the spoon again and started eating the soup. I said then, now obey me. The dining hall squires chuckled at the planned harassment, but they all stopped laughing at the determined look Vlad had just directed at them. A strange silence fell. What the hell, this guy? None of the newcomers had behaved like this. Angry, scared, or just smiling. But this alley guy was acting beyond their expectations. I see. In the involuntary silence of the restaurant, Vlad thought of Jager's words. Be careful about what you do from now on. Everything is directly related to Mr. Joseph's reputation. Knowing Vlad's temperament, Jager had warned him to be careful about his behavior. They've given me something, so I'll have to endure it. Vlad knew he had been given a golden opportunity. So, if he could, he would stay quiet for the sake of Joseph's dignity. What should I do? He couldn't help but think of the ugliness that lurked from the streets. That's why, even though he was deliberately passing the soup, something spontaneously sprang up. Blue eyes that made Vlad recognizable even in the wildest streets. Those eyes burned. Arrogant bastard. When things didn't go as he wanted, the squire growled and approached Vlad. I'll see you later. I'm going to beat you up. What's your name? He had intended to intimidate him with his bravado, but the boy was reacting in a way he hadn't anticipated. What? Vlad slowly turned his head, his voice hoarse. What's your name? Confronted with the boy's burning blue eyes, the squire felt his surroundings darken for a moment. There was a look in those eyes that was even more intimidating than that of the knight he now served. I'm called Sovanin. Sovanin stammered, unable to speak. The impulse was there. Sovanin dotty. Vlad chewed his soup, silently repeating Sovanin's name. A dog about to bite doesn't bark. Those who wish to kill don't get angry. I remember that. He stared, silently. Finally, Vlad finished his meal and stood up with an empty plate. I'm looking forward to the ceremony. Sovanin heard Vlad's voice as he passed, realizing that something was wrong. Hey, who does this street rat think he is? He spat out the sharp words, intending to see his pride crumble to the end, but Vlad simply returned the plate to him and left the dining hall in silence. Even when Goethe persuaded him with a look and followed him out, an eerie silence fell in the dining hall. Captain, are you okay? I don't feel well. What are we going to do now? I asked the servants, and it seems that Sovanin is the leader among the vassals. He is the leader? Vlad asked, and Goethe vigorously shook his head. All right. Be careful, squire and servant. As they parted, Vlad gestured to Goethe with his hand, then headed in the direction he was going. I'm a bastard. Even in the restaurant, with dozens of people around, Vlad was as carefree as if he were eating at home. That's why I'm sure I've been hearing ghosts and such. Maybe it's a natural reaction. He had seen things too terrifying to be seen. So what is a small threat from his peers? That's why you have to play in big places. When Vlad's figure disappeared at the other end of the hallway, Goethe followed him. There would be no need to worry. He is not one to stop in a place like this. Upon separating from Goethe, Vlad headed to the training ground where Jager would be, following the established routine. Is everything all right? Yes. Then take your sword. After lunch, there was a brief sparring session with Jager. It was not uncommon for a knight to train his squire every day, unless the squire in charge was the son of a noble family, or their parents were generous with money. But I have a question. Tell me. Vlad snorted and turned to Jager. If I'm surrounded by a bunch of people, what do I do then? Run. If I can't run, how well armed is your opponent? Vlad asked, looking around the training ground at Jaeger's question. Wooden swords, perhaps, with some guys with small shields mixed in. Really? Jaeger's eyes narrowed, as if he had noticed something in Vlad's response. Well, your sword skills are certainly not suitable for combat among several people. If? Vlad's eyes narrowed at this unfamiliar assessment of his sword skills. Looking at him, Jaeger drew a line on the ground with his wooden sword and spoke quiet. You've learned without knowing what type of swordsmanship your master uses. The man teaching me. I don't even know who he is. After a moment of internal grumbling, Vlad replied. I don't know, he said, because honestly, if someone is going to teach me something, I'll have to be grateful, I suppose. Drawing a long line on the ground in the shape of a cross, Jaeger wielded his wooden sword, brushing away the sand that had scattered on it. Your master was probably a duelist. Your sword skill is specialized in individual combat, not in battles among several people. Oh! The voice exclaimed excitedly, having gained a clue about himself from an unexpected place. Ask him more. A duelist? Vlad seemed excited for some reason, and Jaeger, wondering if this boy liked this kind of thing, decided to explain a bit more. Not all knights are the same. There are house knights like me, and there are wandering knights who roam the land with nothing but a knight's title. Duelists are a type of wandering knight. Jaeger tilted his head toward Vlad. A duelist is a knight who fights as a proxy, usually in an honorable duel. Do you have more questions? So, are any of the duelists famous? Or someone who used to be famous but is now unheard of? Jaeger looked at Vlad's bright eyes and thought he should end it here. The boy's curiosity was unlimited, but his time today was limited. 1 lesson a day. Do you want me to teach you about famous duelists, or the basics of combat among several people? Oh, famous duelists. Multipersonal combat. His voice pleaded with him to reconsider the answer he had just given. But for Vlad, the immediate task at hand was important. All right, go ahead. Following Jaeger's gesture, Vlad positioned himself in the center of the cross. The foundation of combat among several people is the angles. Right now you are exposed in 4 directions, east, west, south, and north, meaning you have to defend against at least 4 attackers. What do I do then? Use the terrain. Jaeger grabbed Vlad by the shoulders and held him at the end of the cross. With your back to the wall, we have 3 angles left, so we have 1. That makes sense. But what if we fight where there are no blocks? You'll be fighting in a very difficult situation. Fight from the most favorable position possible. And if there really is no such place? Jaeger shrugged at Vlad's insistent question. Then you'll have to create an obstacle. With what? Vlad asked, and Jaeger smiled, satisfied. With the other person's body. Jaeger's smile had a certain weight. A human shield can be a good obstacle. They are heavy, bulky, and harden over time after death. Vlad nodded, and his eyes lit up at Jaeger's practical instruction. As I said, the basics are not to give an angle, and the second most important thing is timing. It's about not letting the opponent's attack in. Sigh. With that, Jaeger moved silently in the sideline. Eh? Vlad remained perplexed for a moment as he observed Jaeger's movements. It seemed like he was going to move to the right, but when he opened his eyes, he was standing to the left. It was an advanced technique to deceive the opponent with shoulders, eyes, and foot positioning. To create it, you have to anticipate your opponent's movements. Control your opponent with your movements. Vlad nodded as he listened to Jaeger's explanation and the voice in his head. Do you mean to anticipate your opponent's movements with your own? Yes. Glad you understood. I don't like explaining things twice. Vlad grasped the concept without further ado, thought Jaeger, considering him a bright young man. In reality, the voice of his soul expanded. For that, You must be in constant motion. Motion? All fencing begins with steps. Today, at your request, we'll learn the steps for combat involving several people. Jaeger chuckled as the boy's eyes lit up at the prospect. There was passion in the boy's eyes. But more than that, there was desperation. There was a beast in him, hungry to learn. Repeat after me. The training began at noon and continued until dusk approached. Promise. We had a reason to do it. There was a boy who also had two objectives. In the twilight, the boy was dancing. Come on, do it! If you're going to do that, run away. I won't say anything about it. I just learned it for the first time today. Isn't it natural that I can't keep up? Although the dance was painfully embarrassing to watch. Despite his bruises, Vlad laughed from the heart for the first time in a long time. It was tough, but Jaeger watched over him and Josef trusted him. These feelings lasted until that night. I hadn't felt this way since I cried on the garbage heap. Suddenly, Vlad saw the red sun slide below the horizon and thought about the people from the Schoarra. He missed them. What's all this mud in front of the shop? In the midst of the streets at dusk, a mercenary entered the city's only blacksmith. Yes? Let me ask you something. Most people who came to the old blacksmith were predetermined. Those who wanted truly luxurious things went to the well-known blacksmiths of Schoarra, and finally, those with little money, looking for something to get by, came here. The only exception, of course, was the blond boy who always looked at the sword. You don't seem like the type who would come to a place like this, right? Oh, of course, I haven't come to buy anything. But the mercenary in front of the old man seemed to have some skill. The weapons and armor he wore, and the items he had hidden in various places, indicated that he was an experienced mercenary. It's my first time on the streets of Schoarra, so it seems. Is this the only forge on the streets? It is. And do they make swords here too? Not anymore. At the response of the old blacksmith, the mercenary nodded, as if he had known it would be so. A small, dilapidated brazier. And above all, an old man with gray hair who seemed to have rotted away in an alley all his life. The old man seemed unnecessarily cold as the man's eyes scanned the shop. What the hell do you think you're doing asking me that? I want to make a sword. Why have you come here seeking a sword when you could have gone to any blacksmith and ordered one? The mercenary laughed at the old man's ironic comment. Because I want to make a special sword. What special sword? The old man stoked the brazier's fire without looking back at the man. I want to make a sword that can even ring those ghosts. Ghosts? The old man's eyebrows arched as he wondered what the man was talking about. If you're seeing a ghost, go to the church, not here. No, nothing like that. By the way, have you heard of Vlad from Schoarra? I heard he's from here. Vlad? The old man dropped the embers he was throwing into the brazier when the familiar name sprouted from the stranger. Why did he die? I see you know him, so he's from here, isn't he? The mercenary smiled, as if he finally understood. I gave him a blow, and he told me the sword was made in a forge in the streets of Schoarra. What? He's alive. What luck, thought the old man. But what the man said next was almost unbelievable. The boy cut the ghost. A ghost? Yes. It was a cursed woman, and the sword glowed and cut her in half. The mercenary who had entered the now ruined forge was one of the mercenaries who barely escaped alive from the slaughter. At the moment of his death, a white blade had shone. For the mercenary, the light that flashed through the dense fog was brighter than anything he had ever seen. It's impossible that that boy could have used aura, so I thought the sword was special, and that's why he cherished it so much. The mercenary had come to the streets of Schoarra with a good idea. So, a sword that can cut ghosts. My conclusion is that there must be a mysterious smith here who can forge it, and if you know of any, I'll make a good payment. Ha ha. At the words of the mercenary, the old blacksmith let out a sigh that said a lot. Kid, what have you done? What the hell have you been doing that you've turned a man like me into a blacksmith forging swords that cut ghosts? Haven't you heard? There's no such thing. Come on, go to... No one would know even if you asked. No one will know. No, they won't believe you. That the boy who fell with the garbage that night created a light that could pierce ghosts. That the sword he forged was imbued with that light. No one will ever know. A child born in a place where the sun never shines, and a sword forged in a ramshackle forge that created light. The man walked away. The old man stopped what he was doing and sat down, staring blankly at the shop's facade. The display was a mass of mud as people passed by, but the old man could see it. The sad footsteps of the boy who always looked at the stars. The boy who was always alert. Chapter 26. The stars watch the boy. 1. They must be in the midst of a duel. Feather, walking through the mansion, shook his head upon hearing the sounds from below. Squires, that's what I think. There, under the guidance of their instructor, the squires were gathered, engaging in duels with wooden swords. Feather had often seen knights and squires training like this in secret. Feather Vayezid, not only the head of the family, but also one of the prominent knights of the north. The fact that such a prestigious and, for some, aspirational figure could be seen anytime, anywhere, was a great motivation for the servants of this place. Let's watch for a while, yes. Moreover, those who excelled in training were rewarded for their efforts, so the knights and squires of House Vayezid always trained with a warrior's mindset. Everything was as Feather had anticipated. It's him. I heard he had blonde hair. It's also the first time I see him, so it must be him. Feather usually glanced at the training, but today he had his eye on a particular squire. He looks promising, a blonde squire who stood out even from afar. There he was, the boy brought by his second son, the one who always had sore fingers. Sir, over there. Ragmus the advisor whispered to Feather, who was focused on watching Vlad. It's Jaeger. I guess he's watching too. Where Ragmus pointed, there was Jaeger, the squint-eyed knight, looking at the blond boy with a serious expression on his face. As with everything, the first time is nerve-wracking. Knowing that Jaeger was the first of his class, Feather could only smile silently. Let's watch. The one Josef had brought, what mattered to Jaeger. He looks fierce. Now he was down there, fiercely wielding his sword against a squire a head taller than him. Clumsy, is he? It might not be visible to advisor Ragmus's eyes, but Feather had recognized Vlad's skill level with just one swing of his sword. But he has a spark. I'm sure he'll captivate. Certainly there's something in him that makes him stand out from the crowd. Fierce. Fast. And unwavering. That's cool. What do you mean? But even more than those things, like the talent he had since birth, Feather held in higher esteem another aspect of Vlad. The way he tries to use what he's learned, even if clumsily. Even in the midst of the fierce battle, the blond boy remained composed, moving back and forth, trying to anticipate his opponent's movements. Trying and challenging. The boy underneath was trying to improve. It's a mess. The movement, resembling someone's stumbling feet, was so clumsy that it made Feather laugh, but he liked how he tried to make it work. It was the kind of movement that made you cheer. Good. Good. The Grand Squire's wooden sword rose in the air. It was a final move, but it was all the doing of the blond boy. It's over. Shrewd of Feather's words, the blond boy was now sitting on top of his opponent, punching him in the face. He made him make a big move, and then quickly punched him in the stomach. The movement was clumsy, but the result was clear. Is it okay to hit him like that in training? Leave him be. If he's going to be a knight, he needs to have that determination. Feather moved from his halted steps and stared at the knight in the distance. The squint-eyed knight, looking at his squire from afar, smiled in silence. Vlad was always the first to move. He had to detect and move faster than anyone else to secure food for the day. Stop! Stop! The instructor's call didn't prevent Vlad from stopping his punches in a mock duel. That's enough. Once again, if you do that in front of me. So this time, I decided to make the first move. Sooner or later there would be a beating disguised as training. Vlad decided it was better to break the momentum than to be surrounded and beaten. It would have been suicidal to stand idly by as the threat approached. Answer me, you bastard. Okay. Vlad's unruly behavior left the man with no choice but to say yes, with a frightened look in his eyes. The one being beaten now was the one who had been laughing heartily with Savanin when he spat in the dining hall that day. In street language, he was Savanin's favorite pupil. Stop. What do you think you're doing? Sorry. Got a bit carried away. Vlad stepped back only after his instructor shouted at him, but the fallen one didn't get up easily. What a look! There was definitely life in Vlad's eyes as he grumbled to himself. It was something that shouldn't have come out in a duel, and it was also a raw feeling he had never encountered before. Even if he closed his eyes, he could still see those piercing eyes in front of him, and the fallen squire couldn't easily get up. Ow! I'm Kimi Dosei. I keep going, and he was being watched by everyone here, just like in the dining hall that day. Vlad, shaking off his seat, approached Sovan inside and spoke quietly. Tell him I'm sorry. Once I start this, I can't control myself. Damn madman. Vlad was smiling as he spoke, so at first glance it seemed like they were having a light-hearted joke, but it looked more like the words of a killer. And I apologize to you in advance. Sovanin looked at Vlad with a furrowed brow. Although his face was smiling, Vlad's eyes gleamed eerily. It won't end with just that. What? Sovanin was tense. There had never been a case like this. He wasn't a noble, but Sovanin, whose father ran a fairly large business, was known to bow down even before having the chance to intimidate them. But this bastard was, you can expect it, this damn guy. Sovanin thought sincerely as he looked at Vlad, who was smiling. Josef brought in a stray dog from the alley. I'll call you when I get bored of liver soup, and I want you to come and spit on him. The stray dog laughed in Sovanin's eyes. Sovanin swallowed hard at Vlad's smile. Stray dogs don't hesitate to bite people. Captain, are you okay? Did any of the other guys do anything to you? I'm doing fine these days, and I've been using the bathroom to avoid the snow. Doesn't sound like something good, right? Vlad could only shrug at Gota's comment. After all, I've been beating up the squires. Gota looked at Vlad and shook his head. I've hit 3 on the first day, and the others keep their distance. It's a survival rule that if you're going to fight, it's better to strike first. Truly from the streets, Gota thought as he looked at Vlad. Shortly after the incident in the dining hall, Vlad had shown an action speed that surprised Gota. Vlad had befriended Sovanin among the squires, had picked out those being disrespectful, and then, like a wolf to a lamb, had gone after them one by one and crushed them. In the restrooms, in the bathrooms, in the dim hallways of the mansion. Anyone left alone just had to face Vlad's piercing gaze. Jorge had said, if you beat him enough, he'll crawl. That's a crime. I'm a criminal by nature. I'm actually quite good at assaulting people, and I don't mind hitting people in the face. Oh, you did? Gota nodded, listening to Vlad's words. He had briefly mistaken Vlad for a normal guy, as he had been mingling with a group of guys his age. But Vlad wasn't older than 17, and he had gone through the toughest environment of mercenaries. You have to hit them until they feel like they're going to die. That's what they do. Before I knew it, they were inside the dining hall. There sat the squires, pretending not to see Vlad, and the servants, who had already been beaten and dared not look at him. Look at him. Look at him. It's nice not to be touched. Sausages for today's lunch. Happy to see meat, Vlad hummed and picked up his plate. And as he walked away, smiling, there was someone who watched him closely. One more. It was Vlad who had smiled and asked for more sausages at the table, but the maid in front of him was a middle-aged servant with strong bones from the Vayezid family. So the person behind you can't eat. He can't? No. Seeing the middle-aged maid refusing with a firm look, Vlad was forced to step down from the table. If it weren't for Josef, I would have collapsed. Despite his slim appearance, Vlad had a voracious appetite. It was like a natural instinct, engraved in him by the place where he was born. Vlad and Goethe sat at the table, disappointment on their faces after the negotiation failed. But it's better here. Better than when we were mercenaries. Don't you think, Captain? They picked up their utensils and were about to bring the food to their mouths. Oh, hi. Someone said awkwardly in Vlad's direction. What are you? Vlad slightly frowned, wondering if this time he was going to get into a fight, but the guy sitting in front of him didn't seem like the type to do that. Short stature, chubby cheeks, and eyes buried in the flesh and hard to see. I'm portly Canner. Sorry to think about it, but it seemed like you could roll him if you pushed him. All right, what can I do for you, portly? That's... Vlad slightly frowned. The way the man hesitated with the plate in front of him didn't look good, and by the way he fidgeted, it seemed like it would take him a while to pronounce the words. Sit or get lost, huh? Don't stand in front of me with your stomach in a knot. Those were harsh words, but Portly's face lit up as if he had taken Vlad's words as an invitation to sit. Thanks for telling me to sit. Vlad looked at Portly with a what the hell expression, but he smiled shyly and decided to focus on his lunch for the moment, as he didn't want to kick the guy out of his seat. I've been eating alone all the time. In fact, I've been eating alone in the bathroom. Right now you're eating in... From this dialogue, Vlad realized that the bully had been this guy before him. Good sausage, huh? Shut up and eat it. Still, there was no reason to worry. Eat this too. Watching Vlad disappointedly scream as he put in his mouth the only sausage he had, Portly carefully slid his own into Vlad's plate. What are you doing? Vlad longed for anything within his reach, except for vain pity and dubious favors. But even under Vlad's piercing gaze, Portly continued cautiously. It was like an employee dealing with a challenging customer. You don't think I'm... These sausages... My father is the distributor. What? Portly's behavior had been gruff since the bullying, but when he talked about his father, he sounded confident. The last I heard, he wanted more sausages. Yeah, he wanted. You know what? Sausage is a preservative, so it's as good a commodity as jerky, if not better, for mercenaries with money. And Vlad was starting to get annoyed with the unfocused dialogue. So my father sends me a bunch of things to eat. Portly laughed, saying that he had a lot of sausages and cured meats in his room from his father. It's too much for me to eat alone, so do you want me to share some with you? Vlad thought. I'll never be as good as Priest Andreas, but I've come this far, so I might make some connections. I can't help the ones I've already pretended to be, but if I get to know some people here, it might help me later in life. Yes, the son of a butcher from a family large enough to supply the Count's family must have some usefulness. Not necessarily for the sausages, Vlad thought. In front of Portly's room, Vlad and Goethe were left dumbfounded. Why is this here? To become a squire? You're not even a knight, just a squire? Yes? I'm not going to be a knight, and my father didn't expect much from me. He just wanted me to come here and make some connections." Portly smiled shyly, as if that hadn't worked out. But Vlad and Gota saw none of that in his eyes. The room was filled with sausages and cured meats. Vlad smirked ironically at the room, devoid of someone aspiring to be a squire. "This guy shouldn't be here. Do you want to eat with me tomorrow? Really? Are you going to do that? If so, there's no need to condemn them to ostracism." Vlad's eyes lit up as he looked at the sausages hanging like decorations. "Bring me the sausages instead." Portly's sausages weren't the kind of thing that would make you sick, in more than one sense. Chapter 27. The stars watched the boy. Thud thud, the knight with narrowed eyes, walked through the mansion's hallways, deep in thought. Servants hurriedly passed by, heads bowed, as they noticed the furrowed brow on his face. He wasn't one to create a relaxed atmosphere, but these days he was particularly intense. "I wish I could ask someone for help." Jaeger had been contemplative lately. In addition to his normal duties as Josef's escort, he had to handle Vlad's fencing and other intermediate training. Occasionally, Lady Oksana summoned him to report on Josef and Vlad's well-being. Of the original 5 knights serving Josef, Roderick had died in the last skirmish, and 2 others were injured while defending Josef. The only remaining knight was Borden, but he couldn't be trusted to train Vlad. Thus, Jaeger had to step up. Raising a boy is quite a task. Jaeger sighed to himself, thinking about Vlad. The new blonde boy hadn't been the easiest to deal with from the start, and he would need to be raised with great care. He was the kind of boy who needed attention, no matter how busy one might be. "Well, I guess I have to cultivate a seed," Jaeger thought as he walked down the hallway, easing his stiff neck. If he had known it would be like this, he would have cultivated at least 1 seed all these years. But Jaeger couldn't complain. It was his nature, and as far as occupations went, his lord, Josef, was the busiest. One had to fight to stay afloat. As busy as he was, Jaeger walked hurriedly, but there were voices calling out to him from afar. "Sir Jaeger, where are you going in such a hurry?" "Ah, Sir Gregory." Jaeger frowned, recognizing the man greeting him from the other end of the hallway. "Are you sure your dislike isn't showing on your face? Frankly, I'm a bit busy." "Well, I'm sure you have a lot on your plate if you're dealing with Sir Joseph's affairs." He was busy, and he wanted the conversation to end quickly, but the knight in front of him, Gregory, didn't seem willing to let him go so easily. "Is there something you want to say? At least you have good insight." "I am busy at the moment." Jaeger felt a queasy sensation seeing Gregory close to him, but he didn't treat him poorly. Gregory was one of the knights who remained neutral. All the knights of House Vayezid, while obeying Feather's orders first and foremost, were politically divided. Rutinger, the first son, the second son, Josef. Deciding who would be the next head of the family and who would follow was a significant matter. To a knight of Sir Jaeger's caliber, and Squire should have been given to educate, and indeed now it's a bit too late. I, Gregory, believe so. But the knight standing before him, Gregory, wasn't the one caught in the middle of choosing between the two. He was simply a free spirit, an eccentric even among the knights, and that's why he didn't choose anyone. "Take care of your squire. My portly is already grown, too grown, but he needs to lose some weight. What are you trying to say?" Gregory rubbed his hands together and opened his mouth, seeing Jaeger's eyes sharpen. "He mentioned Vlad, found him quite good. He was chosen by Sir Josef himself. He has character and a lot of energy. What's your point?" Gregory quickly interrupted Jaeger's irritation. "Intruding into a squire's affairs is not becoming of a knight. They don't match." "Indeed." Jaeger rubbed his chin and looked at Gregory, as if he finally understood what was being said. "I've heard that Vlad has been making friends with Portly these days. That kid doesn't have friends." Thinks he's better than others. Please tell him to spend more time with Portly. Even the most regal knights sometimes had to ask a favor from someone. Still, it's my cousin's nephew, and I can't let him stay here and be beaten. And I've tried asking favors from others, and they have nothing to do with it, free of charge. Gregory, thinking he had gotten through to Jaeger, smiled and offered his hand. If things go well, you can ask me for help later. But don't make it too dangerous or difficult of a request. What Gregory was asking Jaeger to do now wasn't something he shouldn't have been doing anyway. And he was one of the reasons he was so busy. I'll talk to him. Jaeger, who had been short of personnel for some time, shook Gregory's hand without much thought, and they parted slightly. But he doesn't really listen. Oh, that kid is really going places. Even Gregory was a bit surprised to hear that even a knight of Jaeger's skill and temperament had difficulties with squires. Oh, well, a knight who's going to be great must have a world of his own. He's just stubborn. The knights who had just shared their concerns with clasped hands went their separate ways. At least he'll pretend to listen, right? Jaeger thought to himself after Gregory, and he separated. If he doesn't listen, I'll make him listen. If he doesn't listen, I'll hit him. After all, he owed Joseph 7 years of loyalty. Vlad, who had just grabbed the reins and was about to mount, let out a grotesque scream and rolled on the ground. Phew. Young Doso. The horse that had thrown Vlad to the ground shook its head and began to paw the ground. Wow! Calm down. Calm down, boy. The stable boys assigned to this lesson tried to calm it down, but to their great surprise, the horse started bucking and staggering. Oh no! Vlad quickly moved away from the horse, which menacingly lifted its front hooves. It was a disaster, but it was better than being crushed by a hoof. Shh. As soon as Vlad was out of earshot, the horse began to calm down again, as it always did. But what the... Vlad's heart sank as he realized that the horse was normally calm, but when he took the reins it went crazy. Vlad, get down, instructor. One more chance. Oh no. The horse got scared. And besides, you said you've never ridden before. It's too dangerous now. Vlad cursed under his breath, frustrated, while the instructor refused to let him approach the horse. Darn it! You're supposed to be up there. Vlad felt pathetic in his current state. He knew nothing about the boys here, but he understood the value of every minute of his training. The classes the House of Vayezid provided to its squires were about advanced skills, things not easily taught elsewhere. And to be denied such a valuable opportunity, to be sent away, to be denied the chance to try, it was a bitter pill. Again and again, for days on end. Darn it! Not the horses, but most animals, and none of them listened to Vlad. A guy who can't ride a horse wants to be a knight. He should have learned riding a long time ago. There were some who taunted Vlad with comments. He turned his head to follow the snickers behind him, and there were some of the squires who normally hung around Savanain. They hadn't been approached because they were too far away. No. He was tempted to hit them, but he decided to restrain himself. It was true, as they said, that he didn't know how to handle his horse. Moreover, he could have gotten himself in trouble if he had rushed. He couldn't afford to mess it up with such a trivial matter when he was the only one watching his back. We'll have to get rid of him. Instead, I saw the opportunity to expose him and give him a good beating. The fist is something so mysterious that it can convey your intentions without words, and you don't even have to ask for it. Just like the vassals who now act dumb and refuse to look at him. But why not? Vlad ran a hand through his hair, roughly, and approached where the vassals were gathered and sat down forcefully. Sovanin, what's happening? As soon as he sat down, he saw Sovanin, stylishly riding over the obstacles. Vlad didn't want to watch, but he couldn't avoid eye contact with Sylviane, and his stomach churned. "Ha ha ha ha. I've been riding since I was a child, so of course I'm good at it." Vlad was a talented guy, and even among mercenaries, he was willing to take on the role of a captain. However, unlike him, the squires here were all prepared. The only thing they lacked was real-world experience, and once they had that, they could easily handle minor mercenaries. Except for a few, like Portly. "Are you okay, Vlad? Don't talk to me. I want to be alone." Portly approached to console Vlad, but his abrupt reaction made her shrink back, and she returned to her seat. "I'll definitely try again." Vlad's eyes burned as he looked at the horse that had thrown him, unaware that this gaze would only scare the horse even more. "The problem isn't the captain. What?" After the riding lesson, the squires dispersed to attend to their duties. "It's not your fault. You didn't even get to ride." "I did." Vlad followed the stable boys as they walked away with their horses, wondering if he could get away with it once again. "I'm not an expert in handling horses," he said, "but not many people can even get on a horse in the first place. You're not going to argue, right?" "No, I won't argue. I'll listen." Goethe lifted the bucket he was carrying. "The Vayezid horses are well trained. They don't get scared of people, but when the captain approaches them, they get scared and run away, which is strange, whether they are good or not." Other people also said it was unusual. Damned. As Vlad listened to Goethe's words, scenes flashed through his mind. "Because all animals hate me. It had always been like this. Dogs, cats, birds, peeps. Anything. They all got scared whenever Vlad approached them. He hated it so much that Zemina used to laugh at him, saying he was a human who must have done something bad in a past life. It's hard to refute that. As for starters, you would have to set a trap to catch a cat or something if you hadn't even touched it. Does it happen with..." Vlad wondered if horses avoided him too. It wasn't a matter of liking or not. It was something that had to be done. "But did you ride Lord Jaeger's horse?" Undoubtedly, Vlad had ridden Jaeger's horse the night he fled from the dead, although it had been ridden by Goethe. Lord Jaeger's horse must be very expensive. Vlad tilted his head once more at Goethe's comment that a good quality horse would not easily be intimidated. "I can't even dare say I can ride expensive horses. It makes no sense to lament what hasn't happened. Anyway, today I haven't ridden. Let's go. Aren't you going to ride?" "I'm heartbroken." Deciding it was better to prepare for his duel with Jaeger than to ride a horse that would never work, Vlad turned towards the training grounds. When he turned around to leave, a familiar voice called him. Hans? Vlad could have ignored it, but he decided to go to the source. Jorge had insisted in the past that he observed the unusual trends in his surroundings. Danger and threats were always lurking. Vlad walked along the mansion's gloomy perimeter, following the sound. Hark! Hark! And there it was, a scene he had already witnessed countless times when he lived in the alleys. If this pig had just left me alone lately. Isn't it nice to have a friend after all these years? Dirty pigs stick with dirty pigs anyway. They're meant to be together. There they were, Jaeger and his group, surrounding a sobbing Portly. They beat him up like that. Vlad clenched his teeth, seeing them strike the crying Portly, unable to speak. It's the same wherever you go. The good ones, the bad ones. In the end, they were just people living at the expense of the weaker ones. Vlad leaned against the mansion's wall and closed his eyes. Not Sherman. Yes, see. Asked there. Should I go or not? When he was in the alleys, the decision was simple. If they were beating Zemina, Javen, or someone from Jorge's family, Vlad would have intervened without thinking. It was an alley law that you had to act for those bound to you as brothers, whether by family ties or organization. But the man they were beating wasn't one of his brothers. They were just eating together. But I feel like crap. Normally, Vlad would have gone without thinking twice, but now he stood still, contemplating. Should he or shouldn't he? How much is another? And how much is me? And am I a person capable of defending others? I'm ambiguous. The boy had not yet realized that, as much as his world had expanded, it could hold more. Vlad's troubles deepened as he listened to Portly's pitiful cries. Chapter 28. The stars watched the boy, too. The size of the garment didn't seem to bother him, but Oksana frowned, as if it were a serious matter, and instructed her maids to do something about it. You'll have to stick your chest out. As she directed, the maids clung to Vlad and started adjusting him. Accustomed to women's touches, the feel of the maids as they adjusted his clothing was unfamiliar and uncomfortable. How does this feel? Vlad's mind couldn't stop wandering. The fabric felt very soft. It was an almost uncomfortably luxurious sensation for Vlad, who had spent his entire life in rough clothes. It shouldn't be too tight, right? At 17, you're still growing. Well, Josef was quite big by then, too. Winter had passed and spring was arriving. New times, new opportunities, and new clothing. And new people. Oksana rose from her seat as if she finally liked how Vlad's clothes looked on him. Dress for the season, she said, so you don't lose strength. Vlad held his breath as she approached and touched the fabric. He feared his exhale might carry a strange odor. I'll buy you more clothes this summer. For now, we'll have to deal with this outfit. I'm sorry. Until now, Vlad managed with the clothes he had worn since the outpost. They didn't smell bad, though the maids had diligently washed them, but they didn't fit well, were out of season, and above all, didn't belong to him. They belonged to the late Lyman. What the men Josef and Jaeger hadn't attended to, Oksana was taking care of now. Anyone wouldn't think you grew up in an alley from the way you look now. A handsome young noble. Oksana's words were true. Right now, Vlad was an imposing figure of nobility. Perhaps it was because he wasn't wearing something taken from others, but something he had earned by proving his worth. Apparently satisfied with her work, Oksana gave a slight pat and smiled. I'll throw you a mirror and dainty. Thank you, Lady Oksana. Struggling to reciprocate Oksana's smile, the boy looked down in disbelief. You saved my son's life, but I should be thanking you, replied Oksana, stroking Vlad's blonde hair. Such golden blonde color, a color that would be the envy of nobility, and so different from my son's. Vlad remained silent, unable to find the words to respond. I apologize for interrupting your training, but now you must leave. I'll fix the rest of your clothes and send them to your room. Thank you very much. Vlad took the bundle of clothes Oksana had given him and left the room. Take the ones I left there too. Those, said Oksana, pointing with her hand to a pile of clothes by the door as if she had just remembered. You're only a real man if you can be polite when others aren't looking. Vlad looked where Oksana was pointing, and the corners of his ears turned red. The objects Oksana had set aside were underwear. What the boy didn't know was that sometimes a mother's care went too far. Always were tinted red in the twilight. Vlad felt the warmth of the breeze, but a sense of unease arose deep in his chest. I can't get used to this. Since entering the Vayezid mansion, Vlad had tried to adapt to his new surroundings, but he consistently felt like he didn't belong here. He felt like he was fattening up, flesh clinging to his soul. Arriving in his room, Vlad released a sigh he had been holding deep within. Not yet. Looking at the narrow room, Vlad suddenly felt relieved. This is my home. For now. He placed the clothes he had brought on the bed and took off the ones Oksana had given him. Then, he put on the mercenary attire he had grown accustomed to. Vlad smiled, feeling the rough fabric pricking the back of his neck. I'm not ready for the fancy clothes Oksana gave me. So, this will do for tonight. Let's go. When he entered the room, he was Vlad of Schoarra. But when he left, he was Vlad from the alley. He needed that tonight. Twilight descended. Vlad walked through the increasingly dark hallway. The boy's steps were light as he entered the familiar. Night taught. At the end of the day, during the personal grooming hour in their rooms, someone knocked on Portly's door. Who is it? Portly peeked out and opened the door to a room larger than Vlad's but narrow enough for plenty of sausages. Vlad? Everything okay? Portly smiled at Vlad, who for some reason seemed to be in a good mood. He wasn't ready to call him a friend yet, but Vlad was the only one still treating him like a person. What's up? I need something from you. Something? Vlad glanced around Portly's room, and when he found what he was looking for, he raised a finger and pointed. Give me that? That? Where Vlad's fingertips pointed, there was a piece of high-quality ham. It was expensive, the kind of premium meat even Portly didn't waste. You want that? The whole thing? Yes. Vlad's unexpected late-night arrival to ask for ham left Portly feeling bewildered and bitter. It's okay. Maybe they would never be friends, but at least they could share a laugh. Yet, the street kid didn't seem to think of himself that way. He was just a piece of meat. Even for a hefty kid from an affluent family, giving away a 5-year-old ham was too much. Nonetheless, Portly kindly offered the piece of ham to. He didn't want to eat alone again tomorrow. The loneliness of being alone and the alienation of not belonging anywhere was still too much for a boy his age. There's a guy I know. Who says this? What? I thought I had taken what I wanted and would never look back. But a knight only takes what is rightfully his. Huh? This is my fair reward, so don't be too hard on me. Huh? Portly could only shake his head as he watched Vlad utter his unintelligible words. If some other bastard knocks on your door tonight, don't open it. Don't even follow him. What do you mean? Just remember that. Portly wanted to ask more about what Vlad had said, but the boy who wanted to be free everywhere was already walking down the dark hallway. Take care. Portly called out to Vlad as he walked through the candleless, pitch-dark corridor, but all he got back was a whisper. All right? Echoing Vlad's words. Today, the sky was clear. There were no clouds, and the wind was calm. Additionally, it was a full moon night, so the darkness didn't seem too intense. In the clarity of the night, someone was groaning. Stop. Lie down there. If you move an inch, I'll crack your skull open. The squire, who had fallen to the ground upon hearing the voice from above, decided to stay still for the moment. This guy was really going to crack his skull. Couture's men for one guy is too much. Not even street thugs do this. Shut up. In a small corner of the mansion, illuminated by the full moon, Sovanen growled at the blond boy who was backed against the wall. Let's see how far you go, damn it! Bastard. You're scaring me to death. Surrounded on all sides, Vlad could only muster a bored smile. Come. I came alone all the way here. You should do the same. All the squires in the vicinity swallowed hard, seeing Vlad's mocking palm. He was surrounded, yet they felt surrounded. It was one man against over a dozen, but the momentum strangely favored Vlad, who was alone. They all knew that if he attacked them one by one, even the strongest among them would be defenseless. Sovanen. But the sight of the other man now lying on the ground made them hesitate. They were in bad shape, and the position they were in made it difficult to attack all at once. It looked like a wall of corpses. See, bah. Sovanen let out a wild scream when things didn't go as he wanted, and started glowing. We outnumber him. More numbers. Better circumstances. And the vassals, who had grown up in better conditions, surrounded a dog that had come out of an alley, barking pitifully. Are we going to let that bastard keep causing a ruckus? No, don't let him. As much as Sovanen looked and shouted, none of the vassals were willing to step forward. The man in front of them was more powerful than Sovanen's fervor by his side. They didn't dare to compare. Blue eyes burned intensely in the shadows under the moon. That bastard. Those eyes had hunted the squires when they were alone and flashed sharp teeth. Still stunned by the horror, Sovanen's group couldn't move easily. Sovanen's wild charge and the squires stopping short created an ever-growing gap between them. Yes. It was like someone who had already lost the will to fight out of boredom. The gap between Sovanen charging forward and the squires stopping was widening. Only once more. Sovanen's lack of understanding of the situation only fueled his anger at Vlad's mockery. A wooden sword charged with power. One hit with it, and even he would be dead. But Sovanen's eyes widened as he rushed towards Vlad. Vlad had only needed one movement, and now his body was leaning to the left. It was like a rippling wave. I got him. The wooden sword that had missed its target struck the ground with fury. The kicked-up earth covered their view. Have you ever killed someone and dare to say that? A chilling voice whispered into Sovanen's ear. The voice, whispering in the darkness, mocked. That bastard. Bam! Cock! A flash of light. Sovanen recoiled sharply, unable to make any sound as a rough sensation pierced through his lungs, followed by a strong blow to the jaw. Hold on! The blow was barely blocked, but Vlad seemed to have anticipated it and kept attacking. A continuous flow of blows. But there was a sharpness to it that Vlad was born with. It was the kind of energy that could spread poison through a person's body with a single cut. Crazy. Sovanen felt caught in a great stream that he couldn't control. He hasn't even wielded a sword for long. Sovanen was deeply perplexed as he watched Vlad, who was not the same man he had dueled. That's right. You catch your opponent within the gap you create. In the slaughterhouse, Vlad had done little more than deliver a series of concentrated blows. But with Jaeger's training and the voice, Vlad had matured and now knew how to create his own flow in battle. It might not seem like much, but if you were aware, you'd know that Vlad had leveled up. Kaboom! A level that the boy swinging the wooden sword hadn't reached yet. That's not how you do it. Sovanen shouted as the attacks came from all sides. The tables need to turn. With that thought, he was about to plunge his wooden sword into Vlad. Huh? I thought I saw a flash of light from Vlad's wooden sword. With that thought, the world tilted. It was as if the ground was rushing toward him while he remained still. Why? Sovanen's sword was already beyond the squire's comprehension. The beauty of a fatal blow comes from the unexpected. And by unexpected, I mean something beyond unpredictability. Like now. Thump. With a loud hit, Sovanen's body fell like a kite from its string. Ugh! Sovanen struggled to recover from the fall. In the reflection of his eyes, all he saw was the moon floating in the night sky. Get ready. And out of the corner of his eye, covering the moon, was the face of someone. Sovanen thought Vlad was smiling, though it was hard to tell in the moonlit background. Winners are above, losers below. The winner has it all. The winners take everything. With each flash of the wooden sword, someone's blood splattered, along with a grotesque scream that couldn't withstand. The squires around Vlad staggered backward from the maddening slashes. I'll tell you this once. Don't make eye contact with me in the future. Vlad spat at Sovanin, writhing on the ground, whether from pain or fear. The dripping saliva coldly clung to Sovanin's cheeks. "Don't even think about touching Portly." It was humiliating, but Sovanin instinctively tried to avoid Vlad's gaze. Understood. Helpless, Sovanin could only nod as he faced an unknown fear for the first time in his life. It was the kind of fear that only someone who had truly killed a man could exude. That's it. Vlad raised his head and stretched his stiff neck. His revenge against Sovanin had just ended, and the price for the ham collected. They were small things, but they had to be done, and he wanted to do them. Who's next? Now that I've done what I had to do, I can run freely. Vlad lifted his head, his sweaty blonde hair gleaming in the light of the full moon. "Who are you?" Vlad's eyes glowed fiercely as he raised his blood-stained wooden sword. But there wasn't a single person who dared to answer his question. "If you're not coming, I'll go." Vlad disappeared into the shadows in the moonlight. Life is a struggle. A child born in a place where you can only eat by taking from others knows this well. That's why today he stumbles in the darkness, fighting a battle he'll never tire of. To survive, and for the other revenges he must take. "That's great." Someone nodded, listening to the cries of the squires echoing in the night sky. Their gaze remained fixed on Vlad, a satisfied smile on their face as they surveyed the battlefield splattered with blood. Like the stars in the night sky, the boy's wooden sword still glowed in the moonlight. Chapter 29. Invitation from Dirmar. 1. What's happening? The instructor, though not a knight, was a man experienced in many aspects. He had served House Vayezid as a knight for many years, having fought and survived numerous battles. Feather valued his experience so much that he entrusted him with the role of a tutor to train the squires, and that's why he had been training House Vayezid's squires for almost a decade. But even for a man who had been training squires for so long, today's events were nothing short of embarrassing. "Why is this all we have today?" the instructor asked with a bewildered voice as he looked at the squires gathered in the barracks. He was surprised that not even half of them were present. Had there been an accident? Food poisoning? Or a rebellion against me? Many thoughts crossed the instructor's mind. Why are you all standing like fools? Isn't there a single person who can answer me? Upon hearing the instructor's shout, all eyes naturally turned to one place. "Speak, Vlad." There stood a blond boy with a split lip and several ugly bruises. "It seems they are sick." "What?" The instructor raised an eyebrow at the insincere response Vlad had just given. "Something is bothering him, and it seems he won't come out for a while." The instructor couldn't help but be perplexed by Vlad's answer. Sick? They couldn't be. It couldn't be that not just one, but more than a dozen of the guys who were unruly just yesterday suddenly fell ill. Ishei. Sucks. Sensing that something was amiss in Vlad's response, the instructor turned again to the squires gathered. Nothing. Sovanin. Tiway. And not a single squire who used to be with him. The only vassals gathered here now were those who were not close to Sovanin, and those who had followed the knights in the last monster hunt. Have they fought? Sometimes, yes. When you have a group of boys with a lot of fire in their veins, it's normal for there to be some scuffles here and there, and once every few years, more or less, a scuffle large enough to call it a brawl. Are they all right? But this time was a bit different. The remaining men were not exactly troublesome, and they all looked too good to have been in a fight. Even after blinking his eyes and searching, the only one who seemed injured was Vlad, the newest squire. It can't be. For a moment, a thought crossed the instructor's mind. It was the only possibility that could fully explain what was happening. Did you do this by yourself? The instructor blurted out the conclusion that naturally came to his mind, but the response was simply disdainful. There aren't many people here today. Can we practice a bit more horseback riding? Sure. The instructor looked at Vlad, who naturally avoided his question, and realized. It's you. And more than a dozen, all by yourself. This has never happened before. In over a decade, the instructor had never seen a squire take on a group of more than 10 men by himself. This one is out of specifications. He swallowed saliva due to the tension he felt in his throat. Yes. Faced with the boy he knew he couldn't handle, he could only nod. Yes. A regular encounter among knights unfolded once. The knights faced each other across a wide red carpet, with Pether seated at the highest position. Unintentionally, Josef's supporters were facing Rudiger's, and those neutrals stood on the other side. We have rearranged the work schedule to accommodate Lutger's absence, and the knights who will soon be on a mission. An elderly knight stood just one step below Feather. His hair and beard were gray, but his voice was as clear and strong as ever. Indeed, the knights responded to each of the glances he directed. A man who, with Feather's permission, controlled all the knights of House Vayezid. Someone who deserved it. So, my lords, I hope you will reconfirm your duties. Anatalis, captain of the Order of Knights of House Vayezid. The meeting continued at its pace. The next item on the agenda is the distribution of sacred objects sent by the church. Anatalis used his keen senses to detect a shift in the atmosphere. I suppose it's a good thing, but he had no intention of betting on it. Jaeger's group, who for some reason seemed relaxed, and Rutiger's group, which appeared subtly severe. Anatalis had noticed the subtle war of words, but for once he decided to let it pass. For once, he thought, he could do something to boost the spirits of Josef's faction knights. Although Jaeger and Borden were the only two knights of Josef still standing. Finally, if anyone has any suggestions, speak up. Seeing the knights express through a brief silence that they had nothing more to say, Antalis inclined his head towards Feather, who was seated at the highest seat. I've said all that needed to be said. Well done. The meeting had concluded. Only the order to dissolve the chamber remained, unless something else happened. But instead of the order that should have followed, there was an eerie silence. Just in time for the knights to sense that something was amiss. At that moment, Jaeger realized Feather's gaze was upon him, with a faint smile of unknown meaning. Lord Jaeger! Someone tapped Jaeger on the shoulder as they made their way through the crowd of knights. What's happening? As if you don't know. Gregory smiled, his beard twisting around his face. The word has already spread. What rumors? Seeing Jaeger fiddling with his eye patch and feigning ignorance, Gregory smiled as if he couldn't help it. They say Lord Jaeger's squire had great power and defeated the squires all by himself. He did. Jaeger was acting with both knowledge and suspicion, but Gregory didn't feel particularly offended. Well, I guess it's worth making a fuss about for once. Meanwhile, the knights who had followed Josef had done little to puff up their chests. The man they served, Josef, was not a shining light like Rutiger, and with only 5 knights, it was challenging to achieve anything. The tide of power was shifting, and all they could do was endure to save their lives. But today, for the first time in a long while, they could stand firm. You brought a rabid dog that doesn't know whom not to bite. The knights clicked their tongues and walked past, but Jaeger could only gaze deeply, with just a slight expression of disdain. I have a good eye for people after all. I told you he would go far. I told him to share a meal or something. He's a knight and has good character. He's so kind that he represents others. You can go see him. Although he might be a bit challenging and defiant. Jaeger fiddled with his eye patch while listening to Gregory. Jaeger was a man who didn't show much joy, if any other emotions. But even if he didn't say it out loud, he knew he thought Vlad was fortunate. He alone had taken down 14 of them, a feat that would have made Joseph smile. You deserve it. After all, a knight of his caliber had worked so hard that it was only fair to be rewarded. With that thought, Jaeger headed towards Joseph's office. In Joseph's study, in a quiet corner of the mansion. Once there, Jaeger quietly announced his arrival. "Come in." With the room's owner giving permission, Jaeger grasped the door handle, turned it, and entered. "Are you well?" "I'm fine." There sat Joseph, with even darker eyes and a weary appearance, with a large box in the middle of the room. "My father has sent a gift for Vlad." Noticing Jaeger's scrutinizing gaze, Joseph revealed the identity of the box. "It's not peanuts again, is it?" "No." He has a strong memory of that. Having been struck once by Jaeger, Vlad didn't make the mistake again. Jaeger naturally eyed the box that Feather had sent with suspicion. Vlad was a man you couldn't catch off guard, in more ways than one. "I've checked. You can rest assured." Relieved by Joseph's words, Feather opened the box in the middle of his study. Oh. While Feather opened the box, Borden, who was by his side, couldn't help but let out a small exclamation. Armor. Inside was a meticulously crafted set of armor. A breastplate, pauldrons, wrist and knee guards, and even shoes. It was leather armor too finely made to be sent to a mere squire. Iron. But unlike Borden, who exclaimed in admiration, Jaeger merely looked at the armor with serious eyes. The sunlight shining on the black leather armor reflected in the gaze Feather directed at him. "Orc leather. It's not the best leather, but it'll do. That, too, is the hide of a gray orc, yes?" Jaeger carefully took out the grayish armor and examined it closely. Anyone who wielded a sword cared a lot about their gear. But Jaeger didn't inspect his armor out of mere curiosity. "It's been a while since I've seen this. I suppose you meant that." What Feather had sent was a suit of gray orc armor found only in the north. Therefore, armor made from gray orc hides was a sign of northern warriors. Jaeger looked at the gray armor with deep eyes. "Where do you think he spotted you? I don't know. Do you want to catch him and torture him?" "Ah," Borden exclaimed, finally catching up with their conversation. "So it was the armor of a gray orc." Borden lowered his palm as if he had realized something, and approached the armor Jaeger was holding. "It's been a long time since I've seen it. I used to see it often when I was a squad leader, because the squires we have now are only worse than back then. Only now were knights coming from all corners of the continent due to the reputation of House Vayezid, but for generations before, they had risen to power through their own homegrown knights. Anatales, the current leader of the knights, was one who had started from scratch. The knights of that time were known to northerners as the golden generation of House Vayezid. It's an old story now. He has earned my father's approval within a month of coming here, so I would say he has already proven worth the investment." "Yes," Jaeger replied, carefully placing the armor back in the box. "I don't think any of the squires can match him. At least not right now. I've heard that story. The word has already spread." Joseph averted his gaze and looked at Jaeger. Their gazes met, and they spontaneously smiled. "Our judgment was not wrong." "Good. Wind." Joseph opened the last drawer of his desk and pulled out a letter. "We've suffered a great loss, but we can't let that stop us." Joseph opened the letter's envelope and handed it to Jaeger. "What's this?" "The next step." Reading the letter, Jaeger nodded at Joseph's words. "That's fine. Lately, it's been piling up on me." Upon hearing Jaeger's words, Joseph turned to look at Borden. "Get ready. Where are you going?" While the blond boy from Vayezid Mansion was proving his worth, the dark-eyed youth was also struggling to get back on his feet. And with that, a letter. It was an invitation, but also a step toward an opportunity for Joseph. "Let's go to Dearmar." The swollen clouds in the blue sky drifted southward. Chapter 30. Invitation from Dearmar. 2. A white mansion surrounded by a forest. Behind the old mansion, a dark hill rose in the distance. A single tree and many tombstones. The spring breeze gently brushed through the woman's hair, but she remained motionless. Sitting next to a small tombstone, she pulled her knees close and silently gazed at the mansion. The place where she was born and raised. The place she was supposed to keep living, and the place that was supposed to be hers. The woman stared at it. Tears were forming in her eyes, and her vision was becoming blurry. But she didn't stop looking at the mansion. Her tears didn't flow down. She simply concealed her presence in silence. With the grief that should have been shed, the time to weep has ended. It comes for everyone. Oh, my heart has been beating out of control lately, Goethe said, unnecessarily chewing on jerky next to Vlad, who turned his head from side to side to warm up. Isn't it an illness? I don't know. I just feel something off. I can't focus strangely, like a spring breeze. Maybe because it's been a while since I went out. Insincere questions, insincere answers. But it didn't matter. They were just talking because they wanted to move their mouths anyway. How much longer? The coachman says we have 3 more days. Aren't you the coachman? I'm the coachman's assistant. Although they traveled by carriage, it was a tediously long journey for a lad in the prime of life. Here we go. We're leaving. Captain. Oh. Vlad got up from his seat, making a noise that only an elderly person could make. But can't I have a piece of that ham, or whatever? No, this one's mine, Goethe whispered to Vlad, but he simply walked away without looking back. That's why you should have taken a bite when it wasn't mine. Upon Vlad's response, Goethe let out the bitterness from his chest along with the jerky he was chewing. The wind was warm, and the weather was sunny. The group was traveling south along the spring. City of Dearmar Dark, the only city under the control of Baron Heinel's domain. Its location was so far north of the center that even to Sturma, the home of House Vayezid, it could be reached in a week by cart in good weather. It's famous for its lemons. Isn't lemon a fruit that grows in the south? Yes, that's why they're in high demand. Balancing on the northernmost climate capable of producing lemons, the city's main business was lemon production, and secondary products made from them were well known. They harvest lemons when others aren't selling them, and sell them when there's no market. They don't produce many lemons due to the climate, but they time it very well. Oh, that's how they sell them. That's how you can increase the value of the same item. Vlad's eyes brightened, and he nodded at Joseph's explanation. Being in the company of the talkative Joseph was a challenge at times, but the knowledge and observations he shared were a great source of nourishment for Vlad. It's a great city for us northerners who haven't tasted the fruit. Plus, it's one of the gateways to the center of everything. Joseph observed Vlad's fingertips while cutting the ham. That's how important it is for northerners. Vlad seemed to see something red flicker in Joseph's black eyes. That's enough. It's harder than you think because I have a knife. Boom. Joseph clicked his tongue and turned away at Vlad's explanation. So that's why Lord Jaeger is moving? That's right. At that moment, the group was headed to Dearmar, the city of Baron Heinel. They had received an invitation from Alicia Heinel, the legitimate heir of the family. A crisis is an opportunity, especially when it's not yours. But her invitation, though seemingly in the form of an invitation, was actually a plea for help. The world of nobility is so complicated. It's complicated when you look at it complicated, and simple when you look at it simple. Jaeger grunted, grabbing the slice of ham that was finally offered to him. In the end, it's just a fight for the land of Dearmar, and among families who share blood. It's an old tradition of nobility to feud with those who have blood ties." As he said this, there was a bitterness on Joseph's face that was hard to hide. "Let me say, child you, that answered boy, John." Seeing that look, Vlad simply focused on cutting the next slice of ham. Each had a burden to bear alone. The same was true for Alicia, who had invited Joseph to her territory. Currently, she was in the midst of a succession dispute. Like any fight, the Heinel family's succession dispute was turning into an endless, chaotic battle. "But it's rare," Joseph said, "because it's a family matter." Alicia's uncle, Indra Heinel, claimed that his niece was not his brother's blood daughter, but the result of an extramarital affair. It was unknown if she was really born out of wedlock, but what was certain was that if Alicia disappeared, he would be the next Baron Heinel. Alicia, the only daughter of the former Baron Heinel, but with a weak foundation due to being a woman. The only way for her to resolve the looming troubles was to prove her innocence in an honorable duel organized by the church. But even this was only the direction Andra wanted her to take. "I'll take this opportunity to settle my debts with House Heinel. It's an idea my father agreed with." "I see." Vlad looked at Jaeger through the carriage window. A knight of such distinction that Alicia Heinel had specifically invited him to entrust him with her honor. That's great. Fame and skill weren't necessarily proportional. A knight who traveled a lot would have more opportunities to make a name, but a knight like Jaeger, who focused on the internal workings of the family, would have fewer opportunities. "What are you looking at? Being rude." Jaeger's judgment twisted again at the suspicious look his squire sent him. "Why do you think only horses hate me? Is it only horses that hate you? Well, knights can ride horses. There probably aren't squires who can't ride horses. Even Goethe, who drives the carriage in front, can ride a horse. I might be able to ride an expensive horse, maybe. I'm the one who should ride the expensive horse. I'm more valuable than you." Vlad could only bow his head in silence, as Jaeger wrinkled his face as if that was an excuse. It wasn't just that he didn't dare to look. "I don't understand. My heart is racing as if I ran a marathon. It's a feeling I've been having a lot lately. Is it because of all the scolding?" With Joseph talking non-stop in front of me and Jaeger next to me, it was reason enough to think about it. Mental pressure is the root of all evils. "Hit! Hit! Hit!" Vlad breathed slow and deep, trying to calm his heart. But this time it wasn't going to be easy. "Hey!" And it wasn't just Vlad's heartbeats that made strange noises. The ground is shaking. Not only Vlad, but Joseph also began to stiffen as he felt the trembling vibrations. It wasn't the kind of vibration you feel when you move. Everything around them was shaking. "Stop!" Outside, Jaeger also felt something unusual and stopped, quickly looking around. "The trees are shaking." Vlad looked out the window and realized that the surrounding trees were trembling. The suddenness of the situation makes everyone hold their breath. Dee-dee-dee-dee-dee-dee. With a loud roar, the ground began to shake. "Earthquake! Everyone get off the horses!" The horses, sensitive to the strong pounding starting at their feet, began to buck wildly. "Damn!" Vlad quickly surrounded Joseph with his arms and kicked open the carriage door as the ground trembled and the horses ran wild. Vlad felt a great panic at this unprecedented situation, but acted on instinct and helped Joseph out of the carriage. "Aha! Aye!" He surrounded him with his arms and let him fall to the ground. But the protected Joseph remained calm, as if nothing had happened. "Your concern is admirable," he said, "but don't be too scared." "What? Is it an earthquake?" "No, it's not. It's probably D. Before Joseph could finish his sentence, the ground tremors reached their peak. It rumbled so strongly that even if you stood still, you could see the earth rising from the ground. "It's over." Phew. It had only been a few minutes, but the gin had run out, and Vlad rolled to the side, away from Joseph. It had only been a few minutes, but the gin had run out, and Vlad rolled to the side, away from Joseph. I've never felt an earthquake before. This is not an earthquake. What? Vlad sounded incredulous as he watched Joseph get up, shaking off the dust as if it wasn't a big deal. Look. Vlad turned his head in the direction Joseph was pointing. Huh? He could see the ground moving on the plain in the distance. It looked like a mole digging in the ground, but it was moving at a very far distance, so even if it was a mole, it must be very large. It's a giant worm. It's a remnant of the fallen dragon. They are native to the west, but at this time of year, they head to the center of the country in search of food. A remnant worm from a fallen dragon. Vlad looked at him as if he didn't know what that was, and Joseph realized he owed him an explanation. Because the boy, massive possibilities but lacking in everything, was a vessel that could never be filled. It comes from dragons. It's like an earthquake, except humans can't control it. Dragon. Technically the remains of a fallen dragon. With these last words, Joseph walks away, leaving the group bustling, checking their equipment. I didn't see you. The boy stood still and watched something moving on the ground, advancing. He couldn't help but watch, although naturally, his eyes watered from the dust that hadn't settled yet. Incredible. For the first time in his life. Something you would never see if you were stuck in an alley. Vlad's heartbeat slowed as he moved away. The boy's world was expanding. Chapter 31. The Tree of Memories, 1, waiting inside. I'm ready. Joseph and the knights follow them inside. You can wait here. Okay. But Vlad, the squire, couldn't enter with them. The door to the room closed with the flutter of Joseph's cloak. This wasn't a place where Vlad was allowed yet. As always, only small things were allowed for the boy. This is boring. He didn't know how long they would talk in there, but Vlad was forced to wait here, unable to use his time as he pleased. That was the sadness of being chained somewhere. Let's take a look. For a moment, the boy was about to revel in a melancholic sentiment, but he shook his head and instead revealed his curiosity about the new place. He might be bound, but at least he could explore the territory. Maybe 10 steps? Whenever Vlad entered a new, unfamiliar place, he looked around, precisely because of his habit of seeking an exit, a behavior born of the instincts of someone from the streets who had to look out for themselves whenever and wherever they could. It's smaller than the Vayezid mansion, he said. He had noticed it as soon as he entered, but the Dirmar mansion was small, and it also seemed old. Maybe it was a mistake to compare it to the mansion of a powerful count, but even in Vlad's judgment, who had lived on the streets, it wasn't a very large mansion. It was the kind of place that could quickly become a nice abandoned house if neglected, although the cleanliness of the place made it not seem so much. I guess not. But Vlad could see it. Dust accumulating in the corners of the hallway. Small cracks extending out of sight, indicating that it had been a tumultuous time. After getting a rough idea of the radius he could move in thanks to the servant Ch who was waiting for him, Vlad began to stroll through the space he had been given, familiarizing himself with the place. The hallways were narrow and winding, perfect for getting lost. There were wallpapers of different colors everywhere, and it seemed like they had been removed recently. An old maid limps by carrying a bucket, suggesting they have just fired the previous occupants. I guess they don't have money. It was through these things that Vlad, who had to look closely, could guess the situation here. The territory, famous for its lemons, was having financial problems. Are they losing money? I don't know what's going on because they won't tell me, but the fact that he has traveled here in person suggests he's trying to get something for nothing. something he can report to his father, Peter Vayezid, and build his record on. But at least from what Vlad could see, it was unlikely that shiny gold coins would appear. I'll manage, he thought. After all, he was just a squire. You're in the same boat, but with different roles, so you don't have to worry about it. Not that he deserved to worry. After a while, he looked around to alleviate his boredom. Clang, clang, clang. The sword sheathed at his waist made a brief sword sound, calling to Vlad. Turning his head momentarily to see if anyone had seen him, Vlad saw that there was no one else but the servant, and he grasped the hilt of the sword with a natural gesture. The moment Vlad wielded the unadorned sword, he heard a voice that could only be heard by wielding the sword. It seems like I remember being here. Oh. Vlad let out a small sigh involuntarily. Thank you very much for coming all this way, Sir Josef Vayezid. The call of blood is above all, and when it's a legitimate crisis of kinship, you must respond. A woman, sitting at the highest point of the place. A young woman with light blue hair sat in a seat only a noble could occupy, looking at Joseph. She was young and beautiful, but it couldn't be missed that the clothes she wore seemed heavy, and the seat she was in seemed uncomfortable. Please convey my greetings to Lady Oksana, of course. Between the two, that's what Alicia and Joseph were, even if they were more than eighth cousins by maternal blood. It was a distant, if not far-off relationship, but as long as what they wanted and what they could give were in harmony, it was actually just a matter of treaties. My father, Count Vayezid, has already given his permission. All that remains is for you to decide. Alicia closed her eyes for a moment, as Joseph got straight to the point as soon as the brief courtesies were over. Her eyelashes seemed heavier today. Responsibility, fear, and an unknown future. While Alicia slowly shivered under its weight, the old knight next to her came closer. I've already decided. Looking at the old knight who had offered his sword, even when everyone else had turned their backs, Alicia made up her mind. I am the mistress of this place. I must find my place. It will be as the Count wishes, of course. At Alicia's words, Joseph nodded and smiled. This is the first step of what he has planned. Assuming victory in the duel is mine. But the light-haired woman was an imposing person. In this situation, where everything was a promise, she had not yet cashed in. You don't have to worry. To Alicia's faltering statement, Joseph merely responded with an easy smile. Because the sword of House Vayezid has always promised victory. At Joseph's words, the squint-eyed knight silently sheathed his sword. Looking at the old knight guarding the woman, it was only one eye, but the aura within had the kind of momentum that could crush hundreds of eyes. The knight promised his victory with fervor. A knight to protect and a knight to take. A woman to give and a young man to promise. In the mansion's largest hall, the gazes of 4 men intertwined. Shouldn't accept it so easily. She seemed shaky, but she still had her composure as a baroness. I agree. As Joseph walked through the hallway, he reflected on his encounter with Alicia. Judging by her desperate plea for help, he initially thought she was cornered, but she clung to a shred of initiative until the end. It meant she didn't give up. Nevertheless, our behavior won't change, Joseph said, looking at Borden, who followed him without saying a word. Do what you've planned and get ready. Yes, Lord Joseph. Everyone has a purpose. That's why Joseph carried Borden, a sword that cost less than half a coin. When Jaeger opened the door to the room reserved for Joseph, he saw Vlad waiting there alone. They've come. Yes, you must be bored. Joseph sat on a chair in the room, letting out a sigh from the depths of his being. I'm tired. He had been traveling for over a week without a moment's rest. It had been a great strain on his frail body, and now he needed rest. Vlad. Yes, Lord Joseph. But he had come all the way from Sturma to Dirma, just to take advantage. Now that the conversation had the effect of confirming their original intentions, it was time to attend to the smaller gains. You will move freely from now on. Alone, yes? You can take that guy named Goethe with you. Joseph indicated that Vlad should move with all the freedom they allowed him and see everything he could. Of course, on the day of the duel, you'll assist Jaeger. With pleasure. Joseph reflected, watching the boy scratch his head to see if he understood his order. The boy wore the armor his father had given him over the clothes his mother had given him. Seeing the boy who didn't hesitate to do what the masters of the House Vayezid expected of him, Joseph opened his mouth. The less you move, the better. There are not only nobles I must know here, but everyone is watching me. This was the city of House Hainal, but if one judged simply by stature, there was no one here who could match Joseph, the Count of House Vayezid. On the contrary, everyone here, even Alicia, would be expecting a face-to-face encounter with Joseph. Not only was it impractical, but it was also troublesome for the frail Joseph. Think about why I brought you here. You can't even ride a horse yet. There was a good reason why Joseph had brought Vlad from training when he still had so much to learn. An honorable duel is a spectacle worth watching, unless you're going to see it. Besides, the honor duel in Dirma is a team event, not a single-round duel. Normally, an honor duel pitted two swordsmen chosen by their respective representatives, but occasionally, as in this case, it was a team event. A trial that took place within a family, without concrete evidence, only suspicions. And since it was a duel with everything at stake, both Hainals decided to adopt the same approach to deal with this complicated situation. Knights from such diverse backgrounds are here in Dirma right now. Come to see them and feel what they feel. Understood. It goes without saying that seeing it once is more memorable than telling it 10 times. Anyway, he was a child Joseph was going to raise properly, so he had better broaden Vlad's world with a variety of experiences if he could, thought Joseph. You'll have to warm up in the afternoon, so don't let yourself be foolishly hit. I'm not that stupid. If Joseph was the carrot, Jaeger was the whip. Even when saying something meant as a warning, he always had a thorn embedded. No, you've already lost your trust in me. Vlad lowered his head, appearing completely defeated by the blow just dealt, but Jaeger, who observed him, was astonished. You bow so much that there's nothing more to say. Jaeger knew that the person in front of him, though acting scared, was actually relaxed. Jaeger's strength would have brought any other squire to tears, but Vlad could only assimilate and understand it. False threats couldn't have any effect on this boy. Very well. You'll inform me every night, and if there's any unusual trend, you'll let me know without delay. Understood, Lord Joseph. With Vlad's course of action now established, Joseph told him to return to his room and rest, as it was late. Vlad left the room, leaving Jaeger watching him. Walking through the unfamiliar hallways towards the servants' quarters, Vlad stopped for a moment. The bright moonlight shone through a window between the corridors. The light revealed a dark hill, accessible only through the mansion. I remember those trees. On that hill stood a tree with a very thin branch. The voice, not even knowing who it was, said it remembered that tree, standing in the moonlight. It was spring in full bloom, but the evenings were still cold. Yet, for some reason, Vlad felt warmth, looking at the tree standing there on the hill. The branches, swayed by the breeze, seemed to greet him. It's been a while since I had a place to pray. The boy made a pact with the moon as a witness. Give me a sword. I give you a memory. You have taken, and now it's your turn to give. Chapter 32. The Tree of Memories. 2. All that remains are memories. Perhaps that's why we're so obsessed with leaving traces. If you look at the marks left behind, like scars you'll remember that day. But the boy couldn't form a single memory of his mother's name. So, keep forgetting it. I wish my mother had done something like that. An isolated hill, accessible only through the mansion. At the foot of the tree where voices were said to be remembered, the Heinel family's graves are buried. It seemed an unlikely place, but the boy had to come, because it was a contract. Looking at the rows of white tombstones, the boy thought of his mother. The woman who had protected him, alone in the danger of the alleys, had succumbed. It was a predestined fate, the beginning of another tragedy. Perhaps the saddest tragedy in the world is the reality of passing poison to your children. The boy with blue eyes grew up eating a poison that his mother's tears couldn't wash away. It must be difficult. The nearest white tombstone. It looked like the newest of all the tombstones here, and it was covered in leaves that had been scattered on the ground. For some reason, the boy raised the palm of his hand and passed it over the tombstone. With each stroke of the palm, the tombstone seemed to reveal itself and disclose a forgotten name. It's common courtesy to greet the landowners. I didn't say anything. Feeling unnecessarily cold, Vlad excused himself for what he had just done, but the voice understood. We all have those moments when we suddenly feel like doing something out of place. So, I'll pray. Well, you're not going to get any knights to look at you. Well, thanks. Vlad unsheathed his sword, as he had done with the praying Roman, and pointed it directly at the trees on the hill. A gentle spring breeze tousled the boy's blonde hair. The white tombstones returned the gaze to the boy's prayer, but Vlad remained silent. Although he was aware of any prying eyes, Vlad stumbled over the words he had learned from the young priest. It was a prayer for someone he remembered when seeing this place. Vlad's kindly voice looked at the tree of his memory. There were things floating in the air. I think the tree was smaller then. That was when. I feel like I came with someone. Who it was, I don't remember. The voice made it seem like he was now trapped in a dense fog. He struggled to find the edge of the memory that seemed to be just around the corner. Don't stay. Can I borrow your body for a moment? Just a moment. And instead of regaining his own memories, he could feel the voice looking at him through a faint mist. There was something in front of him. So, Vlad relaxed his whole body, as he usually did, closed his right eye, and opened the left one. Soon his vision began to blur, and he entered the sensation of looking at himself. Not his own world, but the world seen through someone else's eyes. What is that? It seems to recognize me. There was something visible through him. A secluded hill, trees surrounding the tombstones. An easy benefit. And there was something enormous wrapped around the tree. It was a pure white giant snake, radiating bright light. A spirit. Looking at the snake, as big as a tree, Vlad could only try to maintain composure. His lips were dry. Lately, I've been seeing too many strange things. Vlad swallowed silently, with his heart beating differently than when he saw the giant worm. Elementals were not allowed in his world. He was seeing one now, through the world of voices. Perhaps Josef's intention to show Vlad the wide world was better now. I think it's looking at me. It's looking at me inside you. A white snake coiled around a tree observing Vlad. It was as huge as the tree it was rooted in, which diminished its realism. But Vlad felt no pressure as he watched the snake exuding its enormous presence. Perhaps that was what the white snake intended. Is it coming down? She don't think it's going to bite. Slowly, it descended from the tree, brushing against the tombstones. Sis. The snake approached Vlad slowly. But even though Vlad was looking at something unknown and enormous, he didn't feel threatened at all. It won't harm me, the bright eyes of the serpent assured him. The round pupils of the serpent were like those of a head of the family welcoming a visitor. The white serpent approached. Their eyes met. The tree embracing the gravestones shook its branches. The hills were filled with warmth, like a spring breeze. It was a wonderful world. Who are you? But then, I heard a voice behind me. Hey! The sound of someone calling made Vlad stop and open his right eye. Disappear. And just like that, he was back in his own world. Hey! The white serpent that had just filled his vision dispersed like smoke. With just a blink, the world of voices vanished without a trace. Back in his own world, Vlad felt like he had been dreaming. Who are you? This is a place where no one from House Vayezid should be. Vlad looked back, rubbing his left eye, which still refused to focus. At the edge of his barely focused vision was a young woman. She had aquamarine hair. A woman of such beauty that even Vlad, who had seen beautiful courtesans all his life, let out a small sigh of admiration. If you don't answer, I'll call for people. Oh, I am. Vlad was still trying to figure out what to say next. His mind hadn't fully recovered. Normally, he would have spouted excuses like liquid gold, but he had just seen something he couldn't comprehend and needed time to sort out his thoughts. Oh. And the look naturally cast Vlad in the role of a boy unfamiliar with the customs of the world. A pretty hair color, a friendly face, and seemingly innocent. Though involuntary, behavior made the aquamarine-haired woman lower her guard a bit. I'm sorry, Vlad thought. Certainly it would be rude to do it now, standing next to the graves of nobles. So if this woman said something wrong, she could get Josef in trouble. If she asked him why he did it, he wouldn't have a good answer. Can I help you? Yes? Aren't you a servant here, taking care of the grave? Then Vlad decided to try to silence her by doing her a small favor. Alicia's eyes widened at Vlad's words. It was a shock. It was the first time in her life. How dare you? As an honorary member of the noble family, and now as the head of the family, what Vlad was doing now would border on disrespect. But the clever Vlad had a good reason for his behavior. Or rather, he was so perceptive that he got it wrong. Alicia was now wearing the simple clothes of a servant. In each hand she carried a bucket and tools to clean the gravestones. Indeed, as Vlad had said, she was here to take care of her parents' graves. It was one of the only moments when Alicia, who had no one to turn to, could find solace. As such, her attire couldn't be more deceptive. Actually, I cleaned it a bit earlier. The leaves were piling up. You cleaned? Upon hearing from Vlad that he had cleaned the gravestone of her parents a bit, Alicia couldn't help but let her anger fade for a moment. Why would someone who had no relationship with her parents clean their gravestone? I felt it was common courtesy to greet the landowners. Ah. Alicia nodded involuntarily as she listened to Vlad's words. The aura that the boy exuded was quite noble, and the presence of the identification card he carried added credibility. Moreover, for some reason the hills felt very warm today. Alicia had confused that comforting feeling with that emanating from the boy. Let me help you. Hey? Alicia grabbed her own bucket and looked at Vlad in confusion as he climbed onto the gravestone. The blond boy was pulling out weeds and polishing the gravestone skillfully, as if he had worked there many times. Alicia couldn't help but chuckle at his exaggerated gestures, as if trying to show that he was working hard. So do me a favor. Can you keep quiet about today? I'll get a beating if Lord Jaeger finds out about what happened today. I saw you polishing. Vlad frowned as he saw Alicia turn her head. Nice things aren't always easy. Vlad was used to living with glamorous courtesans and seeing Madame Marcella famous daily, so Alicia's presence didn't impress him. He just hoped that Josef and Jaeger never found out about today's events, so he diligently cleaned the gravestones. The methods used in the alleys were no longer effective, at least not in broad daylight. I won't tell. Thank you very much. Unlike Vlad, who was squirming inside, Alicia looked at him with a very fresh feeling. The way he didn't show her any favoritism. Even the traumatic incident a moment ago when he had mistaken her for a servant. This man, Vlad, was a kind of human that Alicia had never seen before. Watching the back of the strange boy while silently cleaning the gravestone of her parents, Alicia's expression softened. On the hill where she had come to find solace, Alicia could release the anxiety she had been accumulating for so long. The blond boy's hair shone faintly in the evening sun. It was a wonderful color. As he and Alicia descended the hill in the twilight, Vlad suddenly felt as if someone were calling him and turned around. But there was nothing there but immaculately polished tombstones, and a tree that seemed to have always been there. If Vlad had looked at it through the world of voices instead of his own, he would have seen a different landscape. Just because you can't see it doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Just like memories that aren't seen continue to exist in the heart. A white snake coiled around a tree, and sparkling fireflies illuminating the dark slope stealthily approached the snake. In someone else's world, tonight, small stars shone on the dark hills, not in the nighttime sky. Chapter 33. Honorable Duel. 1. Vlad walked close to the wall, running his hand along it. He closed his eyes and felt the rough tremors beneath his fingertips. Then he sharpened his hearing as if trying to catch something. Keen hearing. Vlad was searching for something, utilizing that sense of hearing Jorge had acknowledged. A sound, the noise of someone moving swiftly. Where the knights were, and how they were warming up. There they are. Just as Alicia Heinel had gathered 3 knights to defend her honor, Andre, who had accused her of infidelity, had used his connections to gather them. A prelude to a duel of honor, using connections and influence. And there, on the other side of the wall, out of his reach, were the men who would decide everything. Take this! Vlad leaped upward, grabbing the edge of the wall with his hands. 3 meters were seemingly an insurmountable height, but for Vlad, walls did not exist. Carefully, and so that no one could hear him, with that feeling he had when he stole from others. Vlad jumped over the wall with the swiftness of a thieving cat, strolling through the garden with an indifferent expression. If anyone looked, it seemed like he had been here all along. Clang, clang there. Vlad followed the sound of clashing weapons. Josef had instructed Vlad to see the faces of the knights present here. Although Vlad was the first to hear the request, he had no intention of disobeying Josef's orders. In truth, he wanted to see them. Vlad could count on one hand the number of knights he had seen in his life. Jorge, Knight of the Whores. Godin, Knight of the Blue Moon. Jaeger, One-Eyed. Sir Borden is also a knight. Vlad, who in more than one sense was related to the knights, was eager to catch a glimpse of the world he admired. It was a childhood habit to follow shiny things. Vlad decided not to get too close, not trusting to deceive the senses of the knights. He merely used his natural sight to observe them from a distance. It would be enough to see and sense something. As Josef had said, in front of him, 2 knights crossed swords. Not violently, but with gestures sufficient to at least warm up their bodies. They were busy preparing for the duel tomorrow. Greatsword. The first knight Vlad saw was a huge man, wielding a greatsword almost as large as himself. He had dark skin, though not as much as Othar, and seemed to be at least mixed race. Even from a distance, the momentum of the greatsword was palpable. Sword and shield, and a knight against him. The knight with dark skin, wielding his sword with all the strength he could muster, stood firm in defense, constantly stripping the greatsword and advancing. Even to Vlad's inexperienced eye, the knight seemed to have the advantage in the shield game. It doesn't look easy to break through, does it? Vlad jumped at the sound of someone's voice next to him. Who? Shh. No. Someone quickly put a hand over Vlad's mouth. With no time to protest, Vlad was swiftly gagged and looked with wide eyes at his captor. Are you going to come all the way here to get caught? It was a man with a roguish mustache. He had a friendly smile on his face, but Vlad was breaking out in a cold sweat. What speed! He couldn't escape the hand that had just closed his mouth. He had been subdued in an instant. It seems you have a pretty good idea of what you're looking for, but let's watch in silence, said the mustached man with a playful glint in his eyes. Squire of Lord Jaeger, who are you? The man didn't answer Vlad's question, only pulled a small dried fruit from his chest and handed it to him. Let's eat and watch. A good show needs food. Vlad had no choice but to accept the dried fruits the man offered. He didn't know what else to do. There was no way to escape from this man. Looking at the man who had so cleverly blocked all escape routes, Vlad realized that there would be no easy way out. At least not without his permission. I barely sense any malice from him, which means he has no ill intentions. Don't be alarmed. Oh, the voice was of a quality hard to discern, so Vlad decided to wait and see. Take something expensive. Money is what you make of it. The mustached man from Kaiser handed Vlad another piece of dried fruit, satisfied that he had the audacity to speak to him, despite being dominated. You're as strong as I've heard. Do you mean Sir Colin? Vlad hadn't seen him in person, but Josef had told him the brief details. For something called a mud boar. If it catches you, your bones will break. I agree. Vlad decided to punch him, since he couldn't escape anyway. If he was going to do something about it, he might as well have done it himself. I think the knight he's dealing with is the strongest man. Ah, Pablo, the mustached man answered, munching on dried fruit. A knight from Arnstein, a promising family from the center of the country, not my favorite type of knight. Why? The man smiled at Vlad, who suddenly felt more at ease. Because he's boring. He's defensive. Ah. The Arnstein family was known for their knights forming a close formation, creating a wall, and Pablo the knight certainly had that trait. I'll give him credit for the shield game. He can stop anything in his way. Hence, whoever this guy is, he sure has a big mouth. Maybe he's lucky. And the other guy? Is there one more? Internally, Vlad hoped to find out about the other through him. Before he knew it, the mustached man was gone. He disappeared just as he arrived. Damn! And then he vanished like the wind, leaving no trace behind. Sensing danger, Vlad managed to quickly step aside, though not as swiftly as the man who had disappeared without a trace. Retracing his steps, Vlad leapt over a high wall and successfully returned to the designated area for Alicia. Why are there so many monsters in the world? Barely making it back, Vlad leaned against the wall and sighed. It was a sigh of relief for not being caught, but also a sigh of frustration facing the enormous wall ahead once again. He was a knight, wasn't he? Indeed, he was a knight, not a mage. Most likely he was a knight, because if he wasn't, it's an inexplicable skill. Is that what it takes to be a knight? Lord Borden is a knight. No, no. Vlad, somehow drained of strength, simply rested the back of his head against the wall instead of responding to the absurdity of the voice. Not all knights are the same. It wasn't disrespecting Borden, but the boy had a clear goal. The Moonlight Knight. When he was a frog in a well, fresh out of Schoarra, it was a goal he would surely surpass. But from the moment he stepped into the light, Vlad was aware of his place. Knowing where he stood, Vlad kicked futilely as he contemplated a goal he barely dared to pronounce. The sweetness of the nuts still lingering in his mouth was unnecessary. At noon the next day. Although small in size, the central hall of the Heinel mansion rivaled that of any other noble house. People gathered in masses. Knights with swords, squires with knights and priests, and two Heinels, Alicia Heinel and Andre Heinel. Once they had been uncle and niece, but now a great and irreparable chasm lay between them. A soft yet fierce momentum was forming among the groups, split exactly in half around the two Heinels. A duel of honor, but with everything at stake. It was the momentum of warriors in dueling. It's impressive. Yes. Even Vlad, who was accustomed to witnessing Jaeger's power, felt a tingling nervousness he had never felt before, and his eyes became fierce against his will. Look at this. A duel of true knights is not something you see every day. Yes. And, in moments, Jaeger would duel on behalf of Josef and Alicia, but there was only a glimpse of calmness in the lone eye he had left. I don't know what happened yesterday, but don't forget you're still a kid. A brat starts by walking, not running. The world is big, and you are small. Vlad, who had seen, felt, and experienced the untouchable, grew impatient. He's talented but not yet polished. With lofty aspirations and the road ahead, Jaeger's words touched a sensitive chord deep within him. I see. Nothing in this world is easy. After saying what Vlad needed to hear right now, even if briefly, Jaeger adjusted his eye patch one last time and stood up. Go, okay. Vlad, having fulfilled all his duties as a squire, positioned himself behind Jaeger and waited. Alicia Heinel, please enter. The vestibule door began to open, accompanied by the voice of an elderly man who couldn't be identified as a servant or butler. Come to think of it, I've never seen her before. He was with Josef, a high noble, but Vlad was just a squire. He hadn't even met Feather, the head of the Vayezid family he served, so it was no wonder he hadn't seen Alicia Heinel, the owner of Dirmar. They say she's young and beautiful, and moreover a woman and baroness. Everything about her was enough to arouse Vlad's curiosity, who was already of age. Everyone, get ready. A woman dressed in ornate robes entered the hall, escorted by Duncan, the elderly knight who would this time engage in the duel of honor with Jaeger. The figures on Andre's side of the hall simply didn't bow, but those standing for her were expected to, as she was the land's law. Vlad was about to bow too. Yes. Their gazes met. With her aquamarine hair. The woman with aquamarine hair accompanied Duncan. Her expression, stern and cold, seemed too unfamiliar to be the same person he had seen that day. Now there's an additional charge for insulting a noble. Alicia Heinel's gaze paused for a moment as it swept over Vlad, who remained stiff, not daring to lower his head. Those large eyes fixed on the figure of the blond boy for a moment, then passed by him, seemingly indifferent. She headed towards the only chair in the hall, towards the lord's seat, where only one person could sit, at the highest point of the place. Vlad looked perplexed, and at Andre's fierce gaze. Basking in the attention of everyone present, the woman with aquamarine hair took her place where she was supposed to be. Now that all parts of the duel have arrived, let's proceed. Starting with the words of the priest, who had been specially invited by the center for this duel. The gods behold this place, and today's rising sun is proof of it. The doors of the hall closed. The duel with everything at stake was about to begin. An honorable yet brutal duel. Chapter 34. Honorable Duel 2. Noble blood is of a blue hue. Their blood carries the responsibility and duty that ordinary crimson blood may not be able to fulfill. However, Alicia is not ready to turn her blood blue. Oh, those eyes on her, and Andre's fierce gaze staring back at her. It's hard to breathe. As determined as she was, for Alicia, a young woman not yet in her 20s, it was challenging to withstand the intense pressure emanating from Andre. So she averted her gaze to avoid his stare in the most casual way possible. And there, when she turned, waiting for her, were the blue eyes she had seen that day. A blond boy looking bewildered, as if he didn't know what was happening. When the boy appeared, Alicia forced herself to focus. Her pounding heart calmed, her dizzying vision returned, and her ceaseless sweat stopped. The comfort she had felt on the hill with her father and mother was now in the blue eyes of the boy she looked at. In them, she could finally breathe. Vlad cleared his throat as he looked at the knight standing next to Jaeger. "He's on our side." It was the mysterious man who had spied on the knights from the other faction yesterday, just like Vlad himself. Joubert, a knight sent by House Vayezid. Vlad stiffened as he observed Joubert's playful gaze. "Somehow, you recognize me." Someone who had subdued him, pretended to be close to him without his permission, and then vanished in the end. This woman, Alicia, has undoubtedly ensured she is clever. She has a good chance of winning. "I suppose so." Vlad couldn't respond aloud in the presence of so many people, but he too thought it was most likely that Alicia would be the winner of this duel. He couldn't get a good look at the knights standing beside Andre, but Colin and Pablo were no match for Jaeger and Joubert, no matter how high they were ranked. Joubert, the knight sent by the Vayezid family, was so advanced that his voice and aura couldn't be easily read. Given the rules of the best-of-3 duel, the outcome was predictable, even if it meant losing a man. "Stop! Stop! I surrender!" Upon Alicia's urgent plea, the priest intervened. "Hold! The duel is over. Not yet. I can still go on. Lord Duncan, your lord has waved his hand." He admits defeat. Silence lingered as a fierce yet melancholic duel concluded. Duncan, the old knight. He had defended House Heinel for many years, and though over 60, he remained in good form. However, the passage of time was inevitable, and despite his best efforts, the world would only accept the results. "It's been a good fight, master. Am I still your master?" Duncan gritted his teeth as the young knight extended his hand toward him. Shard, a knight of House Heinal, who had pledged his sword to Endre. "I don't need." Raised to be the future of House Heinal, he had reverted to a blade that stabbed his lord. Duncan's misjudgment and venomous turn to Alicia were indescribable. Staggering from the wound, Duncan brushed away the hand with what remained of his pride and bowed his head to Alicia, guilt unabashedly etched across his face. "Very. I'll die, child." Though her expression remained unwavering, there were deep ripples in Alicia's eyes. An old knight apologizing for his disastrous appearance. It was the last pillar of strength Alicia had. Duncan's blood brought tears to Alicia's eyes. "The winner of this duel is Lord Andre's knight Sir Chard." The priest's declaration was met with a loud cheer from those siding with Endre. Just as Andre had risked everything to win House Heinal, they too risked much for him. Winner takes all, loser loses everything. Having taken the first step towards victory under the world's universal laws, they certainly deserve the applause. "Next knights, step forward." Vlad swallowed nervously as the priest called for the next duelists. A 3-round duel, 2 winners. Perhaps most crucial was the one securing the second place. They would decide the duel's outcome if the first player won, or in the unlikely event of a loss, pass the duel to the third player, in a desperate attempt to win. The second knight from Alicia's side, please step forward. And the knight with the significant task was none other than Jaeger from House Vayezid. Jaeger with a single eye. Though not a knight with a luxurious title, Duncan and Joubert were unanimous in their decision to place him in the second position. The weight of the name Vayezid was enough to warrant that level of trust. Jaeger, Colin. For a knight, their lord's orders came first, their honor second. In the eyes of many, a duel of honor was an all-out clash between their lord's orders and their own honor. Therefore, the first encounter naturally led to a confrontation. The two knights stared at each other across the blood-splattered floor. "Where did you lose one of your eyes?" "I was hungry, so I ate it. Ouch!" Colin was a head taller than Jaeger, but Jaeger wasn't intimidated. Rather, he seemed to ignore him as if he were a nuisance. "I guess you lost it then. You'll never be the same." "Yes. I'll take even your last eye. Please remember, this is an honorable duel." Colin's growl was uncharacteristic, but the priest stepped back for the duel to commence. Though an honorable duel with rules, it was still a sword fight, and sometimes things could get out of control. For the gods of this day's sun, Ka. At the priest's signal, Colin shouted and charged at Jaeger. It was an incredible speed from such a huge man, and it was a powerful strike from such a massive man. Indeed, with a single swing of his sword, the man known as the Earth Boar of the Middle Lands had proven himself to be a force to be reckoned with. Jaeger, the direct recipient of the momentum, could only stand still with an expressionless face. Bang! Colin's sword shattered the floor of the hall with a tremendous roar. Fragments of the floor flew in all directions. "Ooh, he's as powerful as I heard." Alicia felt her chest tighten as Colin's blow resonated in the hall, and Vlad searched for the nuts Joubert had given him yesterday. This was just the beginning. But the knights on Andre's side had noticed a strange turn in the combat's momentum. It didn't take long for Colin himself to feel that something was amiss. "Ole, you bastard!" Only now, facing Jaeger's face, did Colin realize he had been foolish. Unlike him, who was out of breath, Jaeger's face remained serene and untouched. Colin opened his eyes, horrified. Jaeger's body was moving strangely. It wasn't fast or slow, but it held many possibilities. Right or left. Dodge backward or take a step forward. It couldn't be discerned. Ah! Colin opened his eyes and swung his sword relentlessly, trying to ignore Jaeger's movements as they dazzled him. It wasn't a refined move, but it was his best option. When there was no clear alternative, one had to do their best. And Colin wasn't the only one watching Jaeger's movements with narrowed eyes. Watch carefully. What he's trying to show you is about to be revealed. Last night, Jaeger had warned his nervous squire with a sharp blow. Think about walking before thinking about running. At the same time, he demonstrated one of his tricks, passing on a lesson to a wobbling Vlad. You can't use a technique like this if you don't have the proper foundations. Ka! Colin yelled, continuously striking the massive sword. The thick lines of blood on his shoulders and forearms showed how much power the sword contained. Tang! The blade bounced off with a dull sound. Tongue! 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 Colin's attacks were relentless, but Jaeger blocked them without missing a beat. No, he was cutting them. That's it. A gap. With each swing of Jaeger's sword, Colin's momentum subtly wavered. It was a gap that could only be created by a forced misalignment of the blow. Counterattack. Counterattack, got it. The art of launching a counterattack through a gap created by a blocked attack. It was an advanced technique that involved reading the opponent's number of moves and responding accordingly, an unorthodox approach to the counterattack. It was a challenging technique to execute, but it promised to be deadly if successful. Yes, I read a little eye. Vlad stood there with wide-open eyes, watching the new trick Jaeger was demonstrating. Tears welled up in his strained eyes, but the boy, hungry for everything, devoured what he was seeing. He didn't even breathe. He was lucky to have found Jaeger. He was a wild and twisted man, but a man who knew what he was doing. Today's lesson is called Counterattack. The test subject was the Earth Boar. I apologize for any confusion. It seems there was a misunderstanding. Let me provide you with the translation. Done. Jaeger adjusted his eye patch and looked at the priest. The winner of the duel is Lord Jaeger the Knight, representing Lady Alicia. Jaeger's victory was clearly declared, but the people on Alicia's side remained silent without cheering. The silence filled the duel arena. Jaeger's strange aura left Andre's men drained of energy, and Alicia's speechless. Now, and Cho. But the one even quieter than them was Colin, who was now kneeling with an expressionless face. Today he had run into a wall, and he felt it. It was massive, insurmountable. Well done. Good job. Vlad could only be grateful that Jaeger had deliberately set the scene for him, even though he didn't show it. Thank you, Lord Jaeger. I was just following your orders, Lord Joseph. Duncan turned to Jaeger, triumphant, and sincerely thanked him. Seeing him wrapped in reddish bandages was still lamentable, but Jaeger was as courteous as he could be. Next duelists, please step forward. Duncan lost. Jaeger won. With the vanguard and mid-game battles finished, all that remained was the grand battle. My turn. At the priest's call, stroking his well-groomed moustache, Joubert entered the duel arena. This duel would be enough. Win this, and Alicia would be the legitimate Baroness of Hainal, recognized in the name of God. Alicia's anxious looks, Duncan's, and those following them, merged behind Joubert. But Joubert himself remained undisturbed, with an inscrutable smile on his face. The two knights crossed the silence that Jaeger had created and entered the duel arena. I am Pablo of Arnstein. It's not the first time that we meet. Pablo of Arnstein, Joubert of Shazad. Joubert smiled ironically at his inability to make a joke. He turned his head to look at Alicia and bowed. It was a proper and well-learned greeting. But Joseph, sitting among the audience, observing the duel, knew something was wrong with the greeting Joubert had just given him. It wasn't a greeting he would use in this situation. I'll say it again. A duel ends when a representative expresses the intention to surrender, and when the duel cannot be hastened. The priest diligently explained the duel rules, but Joubert could only remain silent. I will withdraw. If you suffer a serious injury, what did you say? The priest didn't immediately understand the words that came out of Joubert's mouth. He heard them with his ears, but he didn't understand them with his mind. These were words that should not and could not have come out now. I will withdraw. Like an actor on a stage, Joubert looked around with exaggerated gestures and shouted. I, Joubert, the representative sent by the Shazad family, withdraw from this duel. Joubert's words seemed quite innocuous, but for those who had to hear them, they were a thunderous declaration. A terrible silence gripped the hall. This. Duncan, finally coming to his senses, raised his wounded hands in a sign of disbelief. Alicia, the one in the duel, stood up with trembling lips. Her pale white skin was turning a pale blue. Everyone was in a panic, not understanding what had just happened. Clap, clap, clap. The sound of someone's applause echoed in the silent hall. Attention! Andre Heinal. So, the duel is over. The man, the second in line for the Heinal house, finally showed the fangs he had been hiding. Not like this! The man shouted loudly in the face of everyone's silence. He was the accuser, the usurper. He was also a man who had 4 hands before entering the duel arena. Curse! Realizing he had been dragged into an unpleasant situation, Joseph quickly gestured to Borden. Now recognize me before the gods. Priest! Joubert waved to Alicia with an exaggerated gesture. It was a farewell. That I am the only legitimate Heinal. This duel was rigged from the beginning. By those who do not know honor. Chapter 35. Honorable Duel. 3. Alicia Heinal. Daughter of an ancient lord, endowed with an unprecedented legitimacy with Andre, born from a concubine. Her blood also connected her to the Shahzad, a family from the center of the country. The Shahzad blood, tracing back to Alicia's maternal grandmother, signified an unbreakable bond of trust between the two families. But the concept of politics as practiced by the nobility was something beyond humanity, because her blood was blue. Declare it! Shahzad decided that the immediate gain was more important than blood in the distance. Andre had promised, because he had said he would give things that no prudent vassal would dare to promise. Shahzad accepted the response and handed the dishonorable knight to Alicia. Alicia was deceived, and Vayezid was mocked. The contest was not honorable. It's not over yet. And in the midst of this dishonorable battlefield, where everyone fell silent, there was one who rose quietly. Joseph of House Vayezid. A young man who unintentionally became the representative of the North in this duel, stained by the houses of the center. He stood up heavily. I request a brief postponement so that we can discuss this situation among ourselves. His voice was not very loud, but enough to cut through the silent hall. Understanding the anger in Joseph's words, the priest could only wipe the sweat from his forehead, helpless. So be it. Thank you, priest. Joseph's eyes, burning with a dark gleam, sought someone. A man down there, looking determined. Andre Heinal. The knight on Alicia's side has withdrawn, Lord Joseph, and although I understand your feelings, this duel has ended. Are you sure this is an honorable duel? The embers have cooled, but they retain something warm inside. Now, it was Joseph's voice. I don't intend to just accept the result you've decided. Joseph's determined declaration must have struck a nerve. That this moment marks the beginning of a clash between the center and the north that has so far gone unnoticed. How can I convince you? With victory close, Andre shouted triumphantly, but the momentum faded. Because he saw something burning in the eyes of the dark-shadowed man. Vayezid. The words echoed in Andre's head as he saw Joseph's jet-black eyes staring at him. The North must pay, whether with honor or dishonor. Speed up the duel, Joseph thought. The best had become impossible, but the worst had to be avoided. I won't allow Alicia's honor to be tainted by this dishonest act. Honor that you can't even prove. It was a disgrace that couldn't be described with the word dishonor. Therefore, Joseph chose to end the duel here and now, one way or another. A clumsy stop would be fatal, and an unfinished duel would cripple Alicia irreparably. At this point, only absolute defeat could have a negative outcome. Only then could we plan for the future. Is there anyone else who wishes to represent Lord Joubert? If so, I will accept their request. Joseph turned his head upon hearing the priest's words to look at Alicia, but she just clutched her heaving chest with a pale face. barely holding on. Alicia had just been dealt a blow. If it ended like this, she couldn't even prove her honor. Someone, Joseph thought as he looked at the stunned Alicia. Thank goodness. I didn't write this, but I gladly accept it. I have a replacement. A duel is something honorable. Therefore, only those who had proven themselves worthy, or whom an honorable person had entrusted with the honor, could set foot on an honorable battlefield. Who is it? How is it? I speak on behalf of the honorable. Who then will wield the sword for me? Joseph stood still, running a hand over his face, and looked at his squire, Vlad. He was nodding. Vayezid would put a new duelist in place of Jubair of House Vayezid, who has decided to withdraw. People couldn't help but be perplexed at Joseph's words. Who would he send in this situation? I, Joseph of House Vayezid, am an honorable warrior who nominates to defend Lady Alicia's honor. Joseph stopped at the highest point instead of Alicia. His finger pointed at someone. Vlad of Schoarra. With stunned silence. Everyone present turned their heads to follow Joseph's pointing finger. A figure that no one had paid attention to, that no one had even thought about. The only man who could, therefore, enter the battlefield honorably. Vlad of Schoarra, squire to the knight Jaeger. The blond boy that Joseph had at his fingertips just blinked, not knowing what to do. The boy was standing at the first and foremost point where the center and the north met. Vlad confirmed his identity, causing Andra to erupt in protest about the perceived injustice. He's not a knight. He doesn't deserve this. Honorable duels are not exclusive to knights. Anyone able to wield a sword can partake. The opponent is a knight. Facing a squire against a knight is a dishonor to Arnstein. Joseph stomped, cutting off Andra's words, then spat out words burning with rage. Did you do this thinking of Vayezid's honor? The master tilted his head, the usurper drooling greedily. You mock Vayezid with such shallow waters? Only Joseph, from the prestigious Vayezid family of the north, could stand tall and proud. His blood was the most honorable. I vouch for his honor. And he was more than qualified to vouch for anyone's honor. I'll replace him. Please accept. Joseph was not wrong. If he vouched for him, even a mere squire could challenge to a duel. Agreed? Andre glanced at the knights behind him for a moment, then nodded as if it didn't matter. If this is what you must do, I understand. What could a simple squire do? Even if the lad were a knight and not a squire, Pablo de Arnstein wasn't one to be trifled with. We accept your offer, Lord Joseph. Then let the duel commence. It was already an uneven playing field, but Joseph had just tilted it. It was a small twist, executed by a young lad named Vlad, but it would suffice. He wasn't seeking victory in the first place. I just need to buy time. Joseph had come to Dirmar to secure something safe. A man named Joseph of Vayezid was always prepared for the worst. He could only hope the lad would hold out. Calm down, Vlad. Vlad tried to stay calm amid the sudden situation, but it wasn't easy. Now, must I duel? Yes. And with a knight? Yes. Breathe and calm down. Jaeger was adjusting Vlad's armor, making it as secure as possible. People couldn't take their eyes off Vlad. A knight performing squire duties was an unusual sight. I won't die, right? At worst, I'll intervene. And what's the worst that could happen? Vlad steadied his sword as he watched Jaeger adjusting the straps on his armor without answering. He had always done so, but in the end, it seemed he could only rely on himself. Vlad, Lord Joseph, who had descended from the throne, forced himself to control his agitated breathing and embraced Vlad. Oh, Lord Joseph, You don't need to do all this. Give me 10 minutes. What? To others, it seemed like he was encouraging his squire to face the harsh battlefield, but there was a secret dialogue between them. I had a plan from the beginning. I've already given orders to Vordan. 10 minutes. Will that be enough? Vlad knew. Josef wasn't a man who acted impulsively in a fit of anger. It's better if you resist. Upon Josef's reply, Vlad turned his head and looked around. There was no trace of the knight, old, fat, and always denigrated. Understand, I owe you something. To whom? Instead of answering Josef's question, Vlad fixed his eyes on the woman sitting alone at the highest point. He locked his gaze with her watery eyes, blinking incessantly. I'll do my best to endure for 10 minutes if I can. Be careful. It was an out-of-context response, but knowing that Vlad often spoke to himself, Josef simply nodded. This is too heavy for him. He has reasons to be nervous. Vlad tilted his head toward the aquamarine-haired woman with teary eyes. He regretted confusing her for a maid, regretted intruding into her parents' tomb, and thank you for not saying it. So, I'll do the best I can. Representatives from both sides approach. What matters to a knight is his lord's command first, his own honor next. Vlad accepted the burden of following Josef's orders and defending Alicia's honor. With shaky steps, the lad carrying a bright, though borrowed, honor entered the battlefield. All present watched him, allies, enemies, and even those unrelated. The world observed the boy. I am Vlad of Schoarra. Vlad of Schoarra. A name written in the world by a faithful priest, with God's permission. The boy gave his name to the world by his own will. Today, the boy deserved to shine. Because, for the first time in his life, he wielded the sword for someone other than himself. Chapter 36. Honorable Duel 4. Hey, Junior. Don't stare at them too much, Burley told Vlad, his voice as weak as ever. Those people over there get offended when we look at them. The boy knew it too. That Burley's words were true. It's just a road, but we don't deserve it. Deserve what? Leaning against the wall, carving a piece of wood with his dagger, Burley lifted a lip and smiled. It was a laugh that contained a small amount of anger and an uncontrollable sense of pity. It's never enough, anything. We don't have enough of anything. Burley chuckled at Vlad's response. Well, you're trivial, unqualified. You've been like this since birth, and you know it. The boy didn't ask this time. He just turned his head to look at the gleaming buildings on the other side of the street. There were sparks and laughter, and those were things not allowed for those in the streets. The boy was always hungry for it. When Vlad tilted his head in a greeting, he heard something reaching his ears. You're not qualified. Pablo, the knight from Arnstein.K. A knight known for his shield skills through his shield. You're not worthy to hear my name, Pablo declared, tossing his shield. I'll do my best. This is not an honorable duel from the moment you, unworthy bastard, stepped forward. A battle between squires and knights. It's something others would mock. And he was the one involved in the absurdity. You can ignore what the priest said. Fight him with everything you have. You can try to kill him. Josef trampled on Pablo's honor to save Alicia's and his own chances. And it was Vlad who had to bear the brunt of his anger. Vlad looked up silently, a chill in the air that even a priest wouldn't dare to sanction. And he asked, What am I lacking? What? Pablo was momentarily surprised by Vlad's confident attitude. Far from being intimidated by this battle between knights and squires, the boy's blue eyes were ablaze. A man holding something honorable, noble, and bright in his hands. I want to ask him, what makes me different from you? Why is it that all the good, beautiful, and bright things are always hoarded for bastards like you? I hate it. Now, both of you return to your places, and, despite the priest's restraint, the two remained locked in eye contact, not moving an inch. A dialogue through the eyes. For that to be possible, they would have to have at least the same zeal. But the boy was getting there. He might come from a place without means, but he wasn't going to end up with nothing. You said it yourself first, you can do anything. Vayezid has degraded. This guy is crazy. He's an arrogant who doesn't know who he is, and doesn't know who he's talking to. I'll cut it off at the root. If he ever grows, he'll only harm the honor of the knights. So it's better to trample on him here. Please, go back to your respective places. Please. The two walked to the end of the battlefield, responding to the plea from the priest, who was having a very difficult day, and had unwittingly uttered a plea. A faithful lad, he's got the basics. There he was, holding his sword and muttering quietly, and they thought Vlad was praying. This was a good enough situation to seek God's favor. But, as always, the boy didn't address God. If your goal is to endure, I can't help you. If you rely on me, you'll collapse in 10 seconds, let alone 10 minutes. Vlad had a secret weapon, his inner voice, but right now he couldn't use it. After 10 minutes you must abstain, not force yourself. Because last time you had to risk your life, but not this time. I'm not asking for help anyway. The help of the voice was wonderful, but it wasn't his. Vlad knew that to shine fully, he had to have something that was his alone. Can I do it? Only time will tell. Vlad was nervous, but so was his voice. The boy promised a lot, but he didn't have time to refine it. He trained as best he could, but he had no experience. And now, before the boy matured, he had to face a knight. Are you ready, Vlad de Schoarra? He was a true knight, one who knew how to handle the aura. The time to drag him into a ready position had ended. All that was left was the clash of swords. Yes. Satisfied that both sides were ready, the priest stepped back and raised his hands. This day, under the sun, is granted by the gods. People looked at the duel field with excitement when the signal was given for the duel to begin. Suddenly, there was no trace of the boy standing where he should have been. A duelist swordsman, specializing in close combat. It suited the boy's temperament, always liking to take the initiative. A linear sweeping motion. An assertive movement that says you won't let anything stand in your way. Therefore, there was no hesitation in Vlad's sword as it struck like lightning. There was only intention. Bam! The boy took the initiative as planned. Whether given or taken, Vlad's intention succeeded. It was a swift thrust that would have gone unnoticed by a normal person, but Pablo effortlessly stopped Vlad's sword. Always think about the next move. Unless you want to attack once and die. The attack was blocked, but Vlad didn't lose momentum. As if he had been waiting for it, just as he had learned from Jaeger, a succession of attacks began to fall on Pablo. The constant clash of swords echoed in the hall at precise intervals. It was the signal that the duel was progressing, following the current of the boy leading the attack. Although it was Pablo who had yielded the initiative, there was no panic on his face. He observed calmly. Naturally. It was just a glance, but Pablo believed he glimpsed why Josef had sent this brat as his opponent. Aim for the left where the shield was raised, because convention is something terrible. Vlad nodded, following the voice's advice and striking at Pablo's weakness. It was an attack that could have been easily blocked, but Pablo could feel something sparking on Vlad's sword. The boy's sword was like a voracious wolf, like a wolf that has smelled blood. It relentlessly gnawed at his weakness, hunger, and an innate cruelty. It was hidden in the boy's sword. I should probably stop now. Pablo had yielded the initiative with his sudden attack, but he knew he had to stop now. The boy's momentum was intense. What the hell? That kid doesn't even tire! Vlad's swift and abrupt movements had the same inherent extravagance as the boy's blonde hair, and people were mesmerized. Vlad was carried away by the boy's momentum. Bang! Kang! Ka-ang! Sparks flew as swords clashed. Bing! Watching Vlad retreat, Pablo remained still, waiting for his chance. Capitalizing on Vlad's momentum, but not his maturity yet. He braced himself and struck, with a rock-solid force that could crush a small storm. I'll need to torture now. Vlad, who had been relentlessly attacking Pablo, instinctively raised his sword to the sudden weight coming down on him. Quang! No! And with that, he was knocked to the ground. The force of the blow was such that his body bounced as soon as it touched the ground. Out! Vlad blocked with his sword, but the sharp sensation of being hit on the back of the neck with a stone kept him alert. A blocked blow, but not repel. Vlad absorbed all the force of the blow, but with his trained senses he quickly halted and retreated to close the gap. Phew! His body reacted, but not his mind. It was the result of practicing with Jaeger. Wake up, huh? Jaeger's training swords had been intimidating enough, but Pablo clearly possessed a different kind of strength. I think I got hit with a stone. He had only blocked an attack, yet his entire body pulsed. The blow wasn't strong, but it was impactful. And Vlad naturally shrank. Out of tricks already? Pablo in front of him was gaining momentum. After being in a duel that was not only dishonorable, but also a spectacle, Pablo didn't want to linger. Ace coming. Even without a shield, Pablo's momentum was like a mountain. Where? He's trying to dominate the gap. You have to move wherever. Pablo, who had created a solid defense with just his sword, began slowly approaching Vlad with his usual mountainous strides. It would have been an honor for Vlad to show such sincerity, but at this point, it was just a clumsy step forward. You have to dodge somehow. That's easier said than done. The voice's sword skill, defined by close combat and single-strike kills, was unusable in this situation. Footwork. For now, he needed the undulating movements of his other master, Jaeger. Bold trial. The boy mentally replayed Jaeger's movements, preparing for Pablo's attack. Bang! Out! But even if you're prepared, there are things you can't stop. Vlad, who had just grabbed a sword, lacked the experience and skill to break down the enormous wall that was Pablo. Bang! Quang! Vlad slowly staggered backward as the sound of sword clashing against sword was incredible. The threatening sound and the precarious retreat that followed left Alicia breathless. It was a punishment too harsh to endure for the determined but defeated boy. Wake up! The voice kept waking him up, but the shock was so great that Vlad had almost lost consciousness. If this had been a duel, he could have said he had proven his worth by lasting so long. But the boy hadn't come here to learn anything. He was here to prove something. No! Vlad shouted, barely clinging to his fading consciousness, as he somehow managed to drive his artless sword into the approaching blade. It was a final effort. Quang! But the weak-willed sword didn't give any chance to the boy. Cheat! The collision sent Vlad to the edge of the dueling arena. Crunch! Crimson blood spurted from Vlad's mouth. He had long lost grip of the sword, and the drops of saliva running down his lips mingled with the blood on the ground. Excellent. Pablo had been angered by Josef's belittling of his honor moments before, but now that Vlad and he had crossed swords, he felt differently. He was a good kid, a brat with potential, although it was still too early for a formal duel. Come back later. Pablo held his sword high, ready for the final blow. Vlad watched Pablo strike with trembling and dizzy eyes. Well done. No voices were heard, no words from Jaeger, who had prepared Vlad, or Josef, who had given orders to the boy. The boy had done his part. Now he could rest. Everyone in the hall applauded the defeated but determined boy. Tongue. Pablo's sword descended towards the boy, with a dull sound. When no one understood what was happening in front of them. Now, Zaughter-in-law. Colin sat up, startled by the sound of a nightmare. It's him. Joubert, who had been eating nuts while watching the impulsive attack of the boy, couldn't hide his surprise. Hey! Until Pablo saw Colin's silently shouting face, he didn't realize why his sword had bounced back. Even for an experienced knight, it was too much to comprehend at once. Why, only you kids. Hearing Vlad's muted voice, Pablo sheathed his sword and turned to look at the boy in front of him. Stunned with half-closed eyes as if he had lost his mind. It was as if he were dreaming somewhere in his memory. The unqualified boy has always yearned to shine. He wanted ability. He wanted opportunities. He dreamed of being qualified. To reach for brilliance. And the boy has now shown that he is the one who deserves to shine. Vlad of Schoarra breaking Pablo's sword, Knight of Arnstein. He had recreated the path of the sword shown to him by his master. I also want to be there. The boy's eagerness was gradually creating his own world through opportunity, teaching, and crisis. It was about to bloom, a colorful flower that no one had seen before. The boy's sword was weeping. Chapter 37, Honorable Duel. 5. Vlad of Schoarra. A white snake entwined on a tree, alone on a deserted hill. Invisible in the child's world, it listened silently with closed eyes. Drip. The white snake, shining with radiant light, slowly stretched while listening to the sounds coming from the mansion. Drip. Although it was clearly an unfamiliar sound, in that sound were the traces of someone he had imagined for a long time. Then the snake lifted its head, pleased by the sound, as high as the sky. Then it opened its mouth wide and emitted a sound that no one would hear. That lonely sound, though it started from the ground, was only heard by the sky. Shoot! It was raining. They were responses to the snake's voice. Satisfied, feeling the raindrops. As the landscape stretched similarly to when it perched on a tree in the past. The small clouds summoned by the snake gathered, covering today's sun. The rain descending from the clouds surrounding the sun was a warm spring rain. It was rain just for the child. Everyone was silent. Tongue. They didn't even exhale a sigh, merely contemplating the spectacle before them. Ha! Crimson drops of blood sprayed out. They dripped from the tight grip of the boy. A plain sword, held tightly as if it would never let go. A crimson glow flowed through it. The boy's will manifested through it. What the hell? Everyone was dumbfounded by what they were witnessing. The blond boy's movement cutting the knight's sword over the squire. Boom, boom, boom. And perhaps an illusion, but there was the sound of a sword crying. This wasn't the sound of a voice in the boy's soul. The sound came from the unadorned sword the boy wielded, manifested with the dreams of an old man, and the tears of a child, but resonating through the determination of the boy. The boy's sword was crying, "I didn't teach you that." Jaeger, observing the scene, unconsciously touched the bandage, showing his surprise. Vlad was nervous. While he longed to progress, he couldn't help but see the footprints of the strong blocking his path. The boy wanted to run fast because he longed to see the end, even though he couldn't advance yet. He shouldn't have. A strong leap was only possible from solid ground. So, he showed this spectacle as a temporary measure to calm Vlad's impatience. "I taught you the basics and you're already doing this." Before I knew it, I was stealing and using what was his. I was learning and using things I hadn't been taught. This shouldn't have happened. This shouldn't have happened. A bewildered teacher, an amazed crowd, a worried woman. Even Joseph, who chose a certain defeat for the sake of the expected outcome. In the valid silence of each reason, within the hall, only the sound of swords clashing could be heard. Clang! The boy's sword, thin as a thread, though losing its sharpness, was full of firm determination. I will advance. Towards those bright things I was not allowed. Me. How? Dusty. Pablo remained silent as he watched the boy take one step after another towards him. It could have ended at any moment, but it didn't. The wobbling the boy showed now was still mixed with intention. Clang, clang, clang. And the sword was crying. Pablo watched the boy's sword, listening to its cries clearer because it was closer. It can't be. He couldn't be sure, but it was a premonition. He didn't expect it to awaken in this place, but sometimes young seeds take root where they shouldn't. And if what you think is correct, come at me. Pablo must fulfill his duty as a knight, because he had sworn to do so. Determined, Pablo swung his sword against Vlad with all his might. It wasn't a blow intended to subdue the boy. It was to face him. The boy's world had just bloomed. From the moment he heard the sword's cry, the idea of a duel had long vanished from Pablo's mind. What he was about to do was a knight's duty and an honor. Stop! The boy's sword screamed with each downward blow the knight gave. Sparks dripped from it with each counterattack the boy made. What is that? Is the sword glowing? As the crowd watched in awe, a faint glow emanated from the boy's sword. A shining sword. Knowing what it meant, the knights began to rise slowly from their seats. Vlad's teacher, Jaeger, Duncan, the old bloodied knight, Colin, who had just tasted defeat. I guess he's not the typical. And even Juba, who started all this mess. Everyone, friends and foes alike. Because they were all knights. Valuable. The dragging of chairs as the knights pushed them, mixed with the clash of sword against sword. The boy's sword was glowing. It was about to acquire its own color. All young and tender things in this world deserve to bloom. Possibility is something beautiful, and those who can express it in their own world are precious. That's why you must protect the moment, because that's what it means to be a knight. Shield! Give me my shield! Pablo shouted urgently, finally seeing the light emanating from the boy. Heeding Pablo's urgent cry, his squire grabbed the shield and tossed it into the dueling arena. Come at me! Pablo de Arnstein, Torte Arndt. Clang! His sword and shield collided with a loud noise. A vibrant yellow glow began to envelop his body, starting from his closed left eye. I am Pablo de Arnstein. Pablo's cry echoed in the hall, for everyone present to hear. He looked at the boy and told him he didn't deserve it. This battlefield is not honorable, and this is not a duel. That's why he didn't want to give his name. Tell me your name, lad. But now, With his shield raised, he shouted his name loudly. Towards a boy who was as worthy as him, but had become honorable enough. I am. In his fading mind, Vlad walked through a fading memory. Through dark alleys, beyond a forge with a shining star in front. Through his own home, now shattered, to a place once filled with shining things. A path. A difference. Along it, light and darkness separated. Separate opportunity from chance. Where you are born, you choose your life. I walked that path. A child entered a place he had never been before. Towards the bright place. A boy born where he didn't deserve to be, but walks toward where it shines. He has proven his worth. So he shouts, I am Vlad of Schoarra. With a small cry from the boy, the sword began to wrap in light. While the sword-bearing worlds watched, a new flower bloomed. Rain fell from the sky for the boy. Although the young seed was rooted in poisonous and filthy mud, it never stopped looking up, never stopped reaching for the stars. That's why it can grow towards the light here and now. Come, Vlad of Schoarra. An intense glow began to fill the hall, created by the collision of the newly blossomed world with the solid world. With that light, a single flower finally bloomed. The roots of the flower that the boy had created were an intense white. The stem of the flower he had created was a flexible green, and the color of the petals of the boy's flower is the blue of the waning moon. The blue moonlight filtered through the aura Pablo had created. The boy who borrowed honor made the moon rise today. Vlad of Schoarra. A new world blossomed today. Thank you. Thank you, Pablo said, embracing the boy with his arms. Toward the boy whose eyes, although white, had not released his sword in the end. Red blood ran down the tip of the boy's sword as he clung to it to save his life. A tribute to the boy who had just awakened to the world. Those who knew. Those who did not know had just begun to talk about the suddenly shining sword of the boy. That's aura, Andre shouted, his eyes fixed on the boy in front of him, jumping to the center of the hall. Using aura in a duel is not allowed. Vlad of Schoarra is disqualified. Profit-driven men see a beautiful flower before them and think about the fruit it will bear when it has withered. Andre's appearance suited someone worthy of the law. At Andre's shout, a few people who were finally realizing nodded. Aura, it's aura. Was a squire able to use aura? A squire of Vayezid, yes. Now that I think about it, the color of the armor he wears is iron. By the time they realized the identity of the glow coming from the boy's sword, there was a small murmur of voices discussing what they had just seen. A man descended quietly. Although he did not say a word, everyone present paid attention to him. He had a strong presence, and he deserved it. Josef of House Vayezid. A man of noble blood stood before the knight who brought his squire. Thank you. He bowed deeply in gratitude. I appreciate you fulfilling your duty as a knight for my squire. It was only my duty. Handing Vlad over to Jaeger, who followed him, Pablo bowed in unison with Joseph. Priest, approximate. After thanking Pablo for doing his best to break Vlad's shell, Joseph turned his head and spoke quietly to the priest. Was it aura? It was, yes. At the priest's answer, Joseph nodded stiffly. Disqualified, then. Since the rules of this duel prohibited the use of aura or avoiding killing. But then let me ask you one more thing, Joseph asked, looking with cold eyes at the drooling usurper sitting in front of him. What is the higher concept? The rules of the sacred duel, or the discipline of the sword master? Oh, yes. The priest sighed. touching his forehead as if he knew what was coming from Joseph's question. Swordmaster. An honorable title that only one can hold, recognized for centuries. And with that honorable title came a discipline that only one man in the history of mankind has carried. It was a code that all knights must follow. It is not for me to decide. Here and now, the priest presiding over the duel raised his hands in surrender. The discipline of a swordmaster is an honor and a duty, and it also implies royalty. It is an area that I, as a follower of the divine will, dare not decide. Is that so? Joseph smiled at the priest's answer. So it was. Andre Heinal. Andre, who had a subtle look as if things were about to get weird, responded to Joseph's call. What's going on? Joseph thought as he looked at Andre, who looked at him with a perplexed expression. I asked you to give me time, and you created an opportunity. I asked you to choose the lesser of two evils, and you brought me the second best. So I will take advantage of this opportunity you have given me. The duel is suspended. Before Joseph's answer, cracks began to form on Andre's face like dry mud. Suspended. A word that was not disqualification nor defeat, much less abstention. Joseph was now saying that he would postpone the outcome of the duel. Well, what the hell? Discipline and rules, said the man with the dark eyes with a smile as dark as the shadows. No one here can say what takes precedence, and I believe I must report what happened to the capital, where the Holy See and the royal family reside. Pablo raised his shield of his own will to fulfill his duty as a knight. From the moment he raised his shield, what was happening here was not an honorable duel. The discipline of the swordmaster. Pablo vowed to follow that discipline to become a knight, and today he helped awaken a new world as someone had intended long ago. Honor or duty? No one here can answer that. The nobles who can answer that question are not here but in the imperial capital of Brigantes. Until a clear decision is made there, I propose that the result of today be suspended. Andre stood with his mouth open, incredulous. I don't care what words come out of that mouth from now on, because Joseph had no intention of listening to anything that came out of his mouth. Because this was an opportunity that no one was paying attention to, and he had not foreseen. All that is young and tender in this world deserves to bloom. Possibility is a beautiful thing, and those who can express it in their own world are precious. All those who bear the swords of honor, swear in my name that you will fulfill your duty as swordmaster and the founding king. I, Frozen, declare this as my first code. Chapter 38. Give and Take. 1. I opened my eyes to an unfamiliar ceiling. I'm going to die. In reality, it was the same ceiling as yesterday, but the colorful drawings embedded in the ceiling only made it seem more unfamiliar. For a street kid, the aesthetics of the aristocracy remained hard to understand. Vlad tried to raise his hand towards the teapot beside him, but his bones began to ache as if he had taken a severe beating. He hadn't suffered any serious injuries, but the throbbing pain was an accurate description of how Vlad felt at that moment. It had to be this way. He had shattered the shell that surrounded him with all his might. Gota, what's wrong, Captain? Is there any discomfort? Whom do you want me to call? Gota, who had been dozing in the chair next to the bed, started to ask exaggeratedly upon Vlad's call. Hey. Vlad's response to Gota, who could see through him, was somewhat in jest, but now it was just a jest. He knew very well why Gota was there. Give me some water. All right, huh? Vlad thought as he watched Gota leave the room, claiming there was no water in the teapot. Still, it's worth having him around. His intentions were transparent, his purpose clear, And if he couldn't be trusted, at least he could be kept alert. In life, there were many people who smiled at you up front, but hid a sharp blade behind their backs. It's better to have someone like Goethe by your side than be stabbed by one of them unprepared. And he's good at being a former mercenary and still doing his job as a stable boy for House Vayezid meant that at least Goethe wasn't as incompetent as to go starving somewhere. As much as he hated to admit it, he had received some help here and there, so he was willing to let Goethe pick up any crumbs that fell his way. He could understand Goethe's desire to cling to him. Click. Bye. Taking a moment to gather his thoughts, the door opened, and Goethe came in. Pour me some water. Vlad, still gazing at that unfamiliar ceiling, motioned for Goethe to pour him water. It was the least he could do if he wanted to call himself a captain. Two. Vlad turned his head upon hearing Goethe pouring water into a cup, and the sound of wind being sucked in replaced the cry. Did you rest well? The person beside him was pouring water without saying a word. I'm glad to see you seem to have regained your strength. The man serving him water with an unusually generous smile on his face was Josef, the man to whom he had sworn loyalty. Vlad realized he had committed a great insolence and hastily bowed, exclaiming, I'm sorry. It was a mistake. It's okay. Make yourself at home. Hurriedly taking the water glass from Josef's hand, Vlad gulped it down, helpless, whether his body hurt or not. The remaining water dripped onto the blanket. Does something hurt in particular? Nothing. Still, the chill in the air seemed to have sobered him up, and Vlad responded with the courtesy he had learned from the countless beatings Jaeger had given him. All right. Josef sat in the chair where Goethe had been sitting moments ago and looked at Vlad. Thank you. To be honest, I didn't think you would go that far. Thinking about the duel Vlad had shown that day, Josef spoke candidly to his squire. Thank you. Acknowledging the sincerity in Josef's words, Vlad involuntarily clenched his fists, trying to revive the feeling of that day. There were memories, faint but present. They were like dried flowers that had lost their scent, but they were the kind of memories that made his heart race just thinking about them. But the duel is... If he had been an ordinary noble and squire, he wouldn't have been able to ask such a question. But Vlad knew he had gone too far. He was one of the few sailors aboard Josef's great ship, and he knew he was one of the ones expected. Vlad of Swords was the one Josef allowed. So, the duel. I should tell you about it. Since he had awakened here, Vlad had been curious about the outcome of the duel. What had become of the woman with watery hair who had cried so pitifully? Had Josef achieved what he wanted, asking him to endure for 10 minutes? Vlad had many questions, but he had no one to ask until now because Goethe, who stayed by his side, was nothing more than a stable boy, and the only people coming in and out were the maids tending to his wounds. Since you were part of the duel, you deserve to hear the details of the outcome. And now, before Vlad's eyes, was the man who had everything about the duel in his hands. Josef nodded to Vlad's question and opened his mouth. The duel has been suspended. If it's suspended, then it means it was postponed without producing results. Josef told Vlad that the rules of the sacred duel and the discipline of the Swordmaster had become quite complicated. Vlad nodded, listening to Josef's words. The discipline of the Swordmaster. Although he couldn't tell him the true outcome of the duel, the voice had explained to him what the discipline of the Swordmaster was. To become a knight, you must swear an oath to the discipline of the Swordmaster. Vlad, if things go well for you, there will come a day when you have to make that oath. As the basic steps to becoming a knight flowed from Josef's lips, Vlad felt a tingling in the depths of his chest. Knight, always had yearned for that word, one that made him feel special just by pronouncing it. And now the boy has taken a step on the path to becoming a knight. It was a moment when dreams turned into goals. I hope you're taking care of yourself because I don't want you staying here for too long. Right now I'm going. You can't do that, said Joseph, standing up. I'm a man who knows how to save what he can. Joseph looked at Vlad and smiled. There will be a reward for this, so rest easy. An explanation of the consequences, a sincere word, and the promise to give him his reward. Having come and said only what needed to be said, Joseph left quietly through the door. That is saying, shall. Vlad stood still, reflecting on Joseph's words, and turned his head to look at the hilt of the sword he kept by the bed. The red glow of the setting sun streamed through the window and clung to the blade. A reward. Joseph's words about giving what was due for what had been done were not always true, especially in the streets where the boy lived. Rewards didn't always come with hard work, and sometimes they didn't bring rewards at all. So he was lucky to meet a guy named Joseph, Vlad thought, reaching for the sword he had carried with him since he had escaped from Schoarra. A sword that an inexperienced old blacksmith had forged with all his might. The only thing he could always count on, regardless of effort or outcome. I did well then, didn't I? Vlad's question made the sword weep. This time, it wasn't a sword without anything, but a voice in its soul. An empty corridor, tinted with the crimson of the sunset. A man walks down a corridor that no one else seems to walk. A knight who did not know honor. Schoarra, of House Vayezid, was about to leave after completing all his duties for House Vayezid. It was a mission that would have been a failure if he had failed. But his lord would understand if he found out the current situation. He couldn't blame the sea for the waves, nor the sky for the wind. The events of that day were beyond Schoarra's control. It was a kind of disaster. The more I think about it, the more ridiculous it seems. Schoarra licked his lips as he remembered the absurdity of the duels. As he walked down the corridor, lost in thought, a sword suddenly emerged from the shadows at the end of the hallway. You really don't have to do this. I'm only doing it because I want to. From the dark shadows emerged a man with narrowed eyes. Jaeger, Knight of Vayezid. He had waited in the darkness for the dishonorable night, anger concealed in his left eye, covered by an eye patch. How long have you been waiting? Don't you have anything better to do? I'm leaving today. Isn't it a waste of your vacation? Even with the cold blade of the sword against his throat, Schoarra refused to abandon the smile on his face. He seemed like a man who would smile until his last breath. If you have time off, you should always catch up. But if his twisted personality was any indication, Jaeger was not an easy man to please. The two knights faced each other with fake smiles and cold expressions. I know you regret it, but I couldn't help it. I guess I can't help it either. A single drop of crimson blood began to drip from the tip of Jaeger's sword as he held it against Schoarra's throat. The drop soaked the red carpet on the hallway floor. Are you going to kill me? Schoarra's question, still undisturbed by the blood flowing from his neck, was met with silence from Jaeger. It's a shame. We share the same profession. You should be able to understand. Even as he spoke, Schoarra's fingers were intertwined, gently moving away from the tip of Jaeger's sword. A faint light glowed at the tip of his fingers. What can I say if my lord tells me to bark? I'll bark. For a knight, the orders of their lord come first, their honor second. Therefore, for a knight without honor, there is only one thing that matters: the orders of their lord. You're not a dog that bites only when your master tells you to bite. They call us knights, but that's not what we are. Jaeger did not respond to the man who stood defiant before him. Bam! Instead, he threw a furious punch. Crimson blood sprayed from Schoarra's face. My lord is a good man, so a little bite is fine. Ah, you bastard! Schoarra laughed, spitting something fishy from his battered mouth. Is this enough? One more. Before Joubert could finish his question, Jaeger's sharp knee thrust into Joubert's abdomen. Kuluk kuluk. Since we're in the same line of work, you'll understand this, right? Coca. Indeed. This should be appropriate. Jaeger frowned as he looked at Joubert, who remained relaxed despite being struck. On that day on the dueling field, the honorable knight had deceived Alicia and mocked Joseph. The mockery of his lord's honor was too much for Jaeger, but the decision to kill the knight before him was not an easy one. Not for him, not even for Joseph. Their relationship was already strained, but here they were mere guests. Moreover, killing a knight from either of the two houses would be equivalent to a declaration of war. Although his relationship with Shahzad was broken, it was beyond Joseph's power to decide whether to act accordingly. Only one person could decide that. Feather Vayezid, head of the Vayezid family. I hope to see you next time. Well, I guess we'll meet sooner or later. The two knights, aware of the circumstances, exchanged a weak exchange of what they had to give and what they had to take. Isn't this the time of year when the empire crumbles, and people don't come together because they wish? Even Jaeger bit his tongue as he watched Joubert, who smiled as if the blow hadn't affected him. Until next time. Watching Joubert walk away, running his hands through his hair, Jaeger sheathed his sword in silence. Perhaps Joubert was right. The moment was coming. A time when the sword was more necessary than ever. Chapter 39. Give and take. 2. A sigh and a gaze. Have all the guests left? Alicia barely managed to swallow another sigh as she looked at the trees through the window. The tree had always been a solace for her, a reminder of her father. Everyone has left, except the people from House Vayezid. I feel so bad that I didn't even have a chance to warn them before they left. The honorable duel had ended. It might not have started honorably, but it concluded with a new blossoming, so it's safe to say it was an honorable duel. Did André escape too? No. He sought protection from the church through the priest. André asserted his rights, claiming that the duel had not yet concluded, and asked for protection. As the church deemed the request justified, Alicia couldn't take retaliatory action until André was outside of Dirmar. I feel my heart crumpling. Alicia had to release André, as well as the knights who had tried to push her into her downfall. It felt like a wound to her pride, to her very soul, but it couldn't be avoided. In these tumultuous times, a cause was both a spear and a shield. And besides, Alicia still didn't fully control Dirmar. Everything needed time to unfold. Until next time, Lady Alicia. These past few days it feels like hot anger is running through me instead of warm blood, Lord Duncan. And so, as if swallowing bitter poison, she had to let them go. Because she had to show her face as the rightful lord. Because those who rule must assume responsibilities and duties, along with privileges. How are the lemons? Not very well. Alicia was a resolute person, though lately she had been shaken by great trials. Even though she had just reclaimed her position, she strove to attend to Dirmar's internal affairs, though she burned inside. They are producing less. Alicia looked out the window once again, furrowing her brow. A tree said to have been planted in her great-grandfather's time. The tree was a symbol of the Heinel family, and in her father's time it had blossomed every spring. Though it had grown and flourished, she wondered if it was dying instead of blooming now. Perhaps that was why. As time passed, the climate around Dirmar became increasingly colder, and lemons produced less and less. Dirmar's reputation as a lemon-producing region had tarnished. Would we prefer to cultivate more barley? Why don't we look? A little longer? Changing the industrial structure that supported a territory's economy wasn't an easy decision. It was also a decision that would prove very challenging for the Heinels, whose internal struggles were draining their strength. Afterward, it felt like she had cleared one mountain, only to find another waiting for her. Alicia finally sighed heavily with frustration. Huh? For a moment, a bright golden glint formed in her eyes. It was the figure of someone running back and forth outside the window. Lord Duncan, yes. Lady Alicia Tulan, Alicia said with a smile, looking out the window. Aren't all knights supposed to know how to ride a horse? You can't be a knight if you don't know how to ride a horse. It's as important a virtue as the sword. A sound that she couldn't tell if it was a sorrowful sigh or a subdued exclamation escaped from Alicia's delicate lips. I guess God doesn't give everything after all. I can feel Lord Jaeger's distress. For a moment, Alicia looked out the window, temporarily forgetting her many concerns, and smiled for the first time in a long while. The sight of the boy circling like in a rodeo in the mansion gardens in the distance reassured her. He clung for dear life, but then he was thrown off the horse. I thought you said you needed an expensive horse? I definitely rode one last time. An exhausted horse, a boy rolling on the ground, and a stable boy by his side, not knowing what to do. They all watched in horror as the knight toyed with his eye patch. Didn't you say you needed an expensive horse? Maybe it should be a more expensive one. The frustration contained in Vlad's insolent response exploded, and Jaeger wasted no time in striking his squire. Cock. Always think before you speak. Vlad rolled to the ground once again under Jaeger's blow, but he quickly regained his balance with a fall now as familiar as breathing. I'm pretty sure I rode it last time, though Goethe was driving. Yes, if it's true, Sir Jaeger, he definitely got on it. Watching the two chattering like parrots, as if innocent of any mischief, Jaeger gripped his throbbing temple, lost in thought. This is serious. He had thought he would be able to teach him how to ride, but that wasn't the problem. As the boy said, it really was the horse. Or, to be more precise, the horses looked at Vlad and retreated, as if they were afraid of something. Even his own horse showed signs of it. That's enough for today. Tomorrow? Don't do it tomorrow. Faced with Jaeger's response, Vlad looked at him displeased. What? Whether by nature or because of his upbringing, the competitive and exaggerated boy wanted to learn riding somehow, defeated or not. Because, frankly, he was getting nowhere. Can you use an aura, but you can't ride a horse? What a ridiculous thing. So, when will I learn to ride a horse? We're postponing it for now. That's a word I've heard a lot since I'm here. Is that a complaint? A bit. Jaeger sighed to himself at the squire's refusal to be intimidated in his presence. How difficult to deal with, he thought. Let's go back to Sturma and think about it. It's enough for today. The boy and the stable boy could only stand there bitterly, as Jaeger said his piece and walked away with determined steps. It seems the horses don't like you. Vlad's stomach turned as he saw the situation deteriorating. And what if this doesn't work? Why don't you try riding a cow, or something they're more boring than horses? This idiot. Vlad's blue eyes widened at Goethe's ridiculous suggestion. So, is that all you have to say? Vlad growled at Goethe, who had the audacity to suggest he ride a cow. You never stop barking, do you? Think a little before you speak. I feel like I've heard that before. Goethe quickly averted his gaze as the vile creature unleashed its wrath on Jaeger. I'll endure this as long as it takes. I'm betting big on you. I can't help but endure. Captain, I'll go then. I'll take this distinguished knight to the stables. Out of here, both of you. Out of my sight. He, finally showing signs of separating from Vlad, Jaeger's horse began to neigh, showing its teeth in joy. Yow. Despite being his master's words, Vlad couldn't help but feel flattered by the spectacle. "Goodbye, then. Take care." Behind him, whether Vlad gritted his teeth or not, Jaeger's horse and Vayezid's stable companion walked away with very cheerful steps. "Damn it, what the hell could be the problem?" exclaimed Vlad, kicking the ground in frustration as he watched their backs. He had asked for favors from Jaeger and received nothing in return. I wonder if it's a matter of low energy. Animals are more sensitive to these things than humans. In response to the voice, Vlad sheathed his sword. "So what should I do? You have to learn to control your energy. It's part of dealing with the mental world, and eventually you'll need to be able to use aura freely to control energy impulses." The voice replied, leaving Vlad speechless. Although Vlad had flourished in the dueling arena that day, it was too difficult to use aura again. He could barely materialize it correctly, and when he did, it was only weakly. In other words, it would take a lot of mastery and training to use it in combat. Think of Jaeger's words about not running before you can walk. Not everything must be done in haste. All right. Vlad turned his gaze into the distance, remembering the words of his two masters that both swordsmanship and aura must ultimately master the basics. "I guess I should take one last look, since there's nothing I can do here anymore." The boy not only learned from Jaeger and the voice, but absorbed everything like a sponge. Josef Vayezid. The young man, whose noble blood guaranteed him the qualities of a leader, was also a great teacher for Vlad. Always thinking for the worst and wanting the best, his behavior was enlightening for Vlad. Joseph's attitude, valuing opportunities and possibilities, definitely broadened the boy's horizons. "Let's save the best for last." Agreed. As he had learned from Joseph, Vlad decided to make the most of his last free time and head back towards the hill's trees. He couldn't see it from the boy's world, but he could feel the warmth enveloping the hill. "No, we won't meet Lady Alicia again, right? I thought there was a window from her office to this place. Let's go." Vlad walked, heading towards the hill to avoid an awkward encounter with Alicia. He was aware of his obviously rude behavior, but there was nothing he could do about it now. It might be his last chance. "After all, I've done all this for you." And even if they caught him, Vlad was the kind of man who could afford to stretch a little. If it hadn't been for the boy, Alicia might be lying cold right now, so maybe he could get away with it. Vlad, who had been told he could see this place from his office, knelt before the tree once again, as if praying. It was already a familiar position. "You seem to be an old friend, so speak nicely." The snake recognized me. I was honestly surprised. Said the voice, though hearing Vlad sincerely didn't believe he could evoke the memory. The aura of the white snake was definitely familiar, but not in a strong way. But there must have been a connection. But there was only one thing he could do now. The voice fell silent, unfolding its world through the boy's open left eye. The colorful bloom of the boy's world faded, and a white pulsating world began to float in consciousness. It was the same color as the roots of the boy's world. And finally, the moment came when the white world was completely in the boy's eyes. The boy and the voice both looked horrified at the spectacle before them. A tree on a hill, seen through the world of voices. There was nothing there. For it had descended from the tree and was right in front of them. The distance was such that they could feel its breath. "You're his friend, right?" "I hope so." As if it had been waiting for them to arrive, the snake slid down from the tree and began to coil around where Vlad was. He couldn't say it exactly because he couldn't speak, but it seemed to be wrapping around Vlad's body with a sense of excitement. "This is a greeting, isn't it?" I think it should be." The invisible but surely present snake wrapped tightly around the boy and moved its tail. If Vlad gave it the slightest push, it would be reduced to a formless pulp. But still. The boy and the voice might be surprised, but they didn't feel threatened, because everything in the snake touching them was warm. There was an emotional connection that couldn't be communicated with words. Tail. The snake, which had managed to coil around the boy, peeked its head out and slithered away. It seemed to be dancing, but despite the movement of its large body, it felt completely weightless. Is this? Don't try to understand spirits. They are just another form of the world. Humans have always tried to interpret everything in the world on their own terms, but it's impossible for a mortal's thin soul to understand everything around it. Perhaps that's why humans trust in gods. Honestly, even the boy invoked the name of God, at least for now. Hiss! Something began to rise from the hillside in time with the movements of the dancing snake. Despite the clarity of the day, the blue lights rising looked like nighttime fireflies. They flew towards the snake. Is this? Even the voice, which had always remained calm, was panicking at the current situation. Hiss! The snake began to retreat, as if it had done its job. I didn't rise. At the same time, the boy's black-gray armor began to glow with the color of blue fireflies. Vlad stood gaping, looking at his shining armor. A blessing, said the voice, and Vlad, suddenly back in his own world, looked forward. He saw a snake. It was looking at him. It was visible in his own world. Hiss! Smiled, seeing the boy's armor glow. It attracted the boy and blessed his voice with its own warmth. Yours come, Miss Current. Vlad didn't know why, but his armor seemed to smell like fresh lemons. Chapter 40. Give and take. 3. All the unwanted guests have departed, and now the only guests remaining in the mansion are Josef's people. The true guests are only the Vayezids from the north, and Alicia has organized a farewell ceremony for them on the day of their departure. In essence, she would have offered them a grand banquet, but the Heinels were only just now repairing the rift. Josef, who knew the circumstances, dropped a hint in advance, and Alicia was able to organize it without pressure. Vlad of Schoarra, Vayezid's squire, please come forward, Lady Alicia. At Duncan's call, the still bandaged boy took a step forward, looking a bit nervous. Because Josef or Jaeger, he hadn't heard anything from either of them. Get on your knees. Not to the left. That's it. On your knees. Vlad glanced at Duncan and knelt down carelessly as a sign of agreement. Alicia smiled at the still innocent look on the boy's face. A part of her wanted to tease him a bit more, but she had to fulfill her duty. Thank you very much, sir. Vlad of Schoarra. I wouldn't be where I am today if it weren't for you. There was a small murmur in the room at the small ceremony that only Alicia and Duncan had discussed. You defended my honor and brought light to a duel plagued with deceit, and no amount of gratitude will ever be enough, so please. The price of borrowing from Jaeger had already been generously paid, but Alicia wished to repay the boy herself. It was dramatic, and she was grateful. From her dress, Alicia pulled out a folded handkerchief. A handkerchief of purple fabric embroidered with golden thread. By its appearance, it was evident that it was made of the finest silk, as it reflected the light impeccably. I wish to entrust you with my name, to a man who was not a knight, but was more honorable than a knight. Vlad of Schoarra. Heinal's vassals watched in astonishment as Alicia handed the boy a handkerchief with her name, but Josef, who had been listening, nodded silently. Because he realized what Alicia intended by giving Vlad the handkerchief. As expected, she is a smart woman. She wants to demonstrate her connection with Vayezid and Heinel by having a prospect named Vlad. It's the best way to show gratitude and take advantage at the same time. Of course. Josef had every right to be unhappy with the ceremony that was organized without his knowledge, but at least it wasn't a loss, so he let it unfold. If he had known what would happen a little later, he would have intervened. Vlad thought as he watched Alicia trying to hand him her handkerchief. If a noble gives you something, you must accept it. That is common courtesy. Jaeger's words echoed in Vlad's head. I can't mess it up again. How he had been punished for not accepting the peanuts Rudiger had offered him upon arriving at the Vayezid mansion. So it would undoubtedly be disrespectful to her not to accept the handkerchief now. He might be beaten by Jaeger again. Thank you, Lady Alicia d'Autante. So, he took it. With both hands, politely, with the best manners he knew. It came out so naturally that no one stopped him. Alicia couldn't hide her surprise as she watched Vlad take the handkerchief with both hands. Wow. Oh, Susans. Vlad was puzzled, looking at the aquamarine-haired woman who blushed more and more. Well, that's not right. Next to him, the face of the elderly knight Duncan contorted, and he began to stutter. I see. I hadn't realized. Even Josef sighed, realizing his mistake. The boy who had grown up on the streets had little knowledge of the noble world. Is it okay? Uncertain of what to do with a simple handkerchief, Vlad just rolled his eyes. A handkerchief with Lady Alicia's name. There were two ways a lady could hand over a handkerchief as a symbol of her favor. By tying it to the tip of her sword, and by passing it from hand to hand. Vlad had just received his name through the latter method. Leaving Dirmar and returning to Sturma. Seated in the carriage, Josef couldn't suppress the boisterous laughter from earlier. It's been a while since I felt so amazed. Of course, it's all my fault. I apologize. Vlad, now aware of the situation, hadn't been able to lift his head since he got on the carriage. It was a mistake for which he had no words. What's with you and the peanuts the other day, and why do you make such a fuss every time you're given something? Jaeger, on his horse next to the carriage, growled at Vlad as if he had been waiting for this. I didn't know. Why did you grab it with both hands when you were on your knees? Because aristocrats shouldn't move? Ha! Jaeger rubbed his temples and grunted forcefully from his horse. He couldn't blame him for not knowing in the first place. He did what he was told, so there was nothing to say about it. It just burned inside him. Only now did Jaeger realize that it takes pain and patience to cultivate something properly. Just look at me first when you receive something from nobles in the future. Understand? Vlad could only nod at Jaeger's insistence. Receiving a handkerchief with a lady's name meant two things. One was honor. The other was love. The swordsman who received honor extended his sheath, and the lady handed it to him with a handkerchief hanging from it. It was a gesture so simple that a mother could give it to her son. Hand to hand, however, was different. It was just a sign of support for a loved one. People in this territory won't have to worry about making a living for a while. Josef rubbed his tingling temples from the longest laughter he had let out in a long time. In any case, congratulations on your promotion to the rank of quasi-knight. Knight, Vlad repeated, sensing the weight in Josef's voice when he said the word. Yes, since you are a knight honored by the noble Lady Alicia, you will be treated as a knight, at least where your name is known. A knight? A knight. Vlad's blue eyes lit up, as if for the first time in his life. Well, she just became a baroness, so I guess her name is only recognizable in Dirmar. Well, that's why it's called a quasi-knight, not a knight. The emotions that threatened to overwhelm him quickly cooled. It won't be that easy. Vlad had met so many great knights in his life that even if they named him a knight now, he wouldn't take it seriously. He knew he was still far from being in their league. It's... Vlad toyed with the handkerchief Alicia had given him, nostalgically. It was soft and pleasant to the touch. It was a mistake when you received it, but now that you know what it means, you must never lose that handkerchief. What if I lose it? In response to Vlad's innocent question, Josef shrugged. Just have to live with it. You made it possible by grabbing it with both hands. It's better not to lose it. Upon hearing Josef's response, Vlad buried the handkerchief Alicia had given him deep in his chest. It was the first time in his life that he received something that had to be handled with care, and it started to feel unnecessarily heavy inside. Well, it's been a crazy way to end, but I guess I won't need it now that you've done your job. Josef pulled out a piece of paper and waved it in front of Vlad's face. It was a piece of paper with rough handwriting. Once again, I appreciate your work. You've saved me a lot of trouble. What's that? Vlad asked, and Josef handed him the now useless piece of paper. It explains the essence of the case and tells us what position the boy held. It's like a lesson for Vlad, but also a reward, just in case you lose a duel. Ah. Taking the paper from Josef's hand, Vlad remembered the day's events. Josef had asked him to hold on for 10 minutes. He said he had something in mind. Vlad groped to read what was written on the paper now that he had learned to read, thanks to heaven. Nevertheless, congratulations on learning to read. Thank you. Vlad returned the compliment to Josef and looked down at the signature line at the bottom of the loan certificate. Alicia. The borrower was Alicia Heinal. The amount is 10,000 gold. Vlad's eyes widened at the staggering sum, and he looked at Josef. His lord sitting in front of him was smiling from ear to ear. It was a way to secure her soldiers in case she lost a duel. Although she didn't actually borrow them, grasping the paper from Vlad, Josef continued. Alicia was supposed to surrender if she lost all her status. If Alicia had lost to Andre, she would have died. Andre wouldn't have wanted to leave even a little of a legacy. That's why Josef had made a point to secure her enlistment in the first place, and the power to enforce it. Is there any reason to bring Lady Alicia? I thought you knew that if you lost the duel, you would lose your right to the throne, the boy asked, feeling a strange sensation that saying her name would make him unnecessarily affectionate. That's true, Josef said, putting the paper back between his arms. But a cause is like an ember hidden in ashes, something that can flare up with the right wind. Even if Andre had become the new Baron of House Heinal, Josef would have felt great pressure if Alicia were in the hands of Vayezid. A cause is a cause. It was an arrow that could fly at any moment. I see. The boy, who understood a bit of the world of nobles, was impressed. Now he understood why nobles lived by the order of the law. So I guess I'll end up dueling with Lord Pablo again after all? Really? From what Vlad had just learned, Andre was still alive, so the embers of succession were still alive. If so, someday he might face Pablo de Arnstein. With that thought in mind, Vlad turned to Josef, but the response he received was somewhat of a tepid half-question. While Vlad was perplexed by Josef's response, Jaeger suddenly appeared at the window. Lord Josef. Unidentified people are approaching. What color are they dressed in? They are dressed in black and have blue scarves on their forearms. Upon Jaeger's report, Josef nodded and commanded, Good. Send a signal. Yes. Upon hearing Josef's order, Jaeger signaled Borden with a gesture. Peevish. The old, chubby knight took out his whistle and blew it as hard as he could. It was a thin, piercing sound that only a trained ear would recognize. Or at least Vlad, with his sharp sense of hearing. There's a response, yes, and you ended up using it for something else. Vlad, unable to join the conversation, looked at the two alternately, astonished. In the distance, men in black began to gallop towards them on horseback. The men headed towards them in the blink of an eye, as if they were watching the road. "Lord Joseph, we've been a bit delayed trying to settle scores. Good work." One of them, who seemed to be the captain, approached the carriage without any inhibition and handed Joseph a black bag. Is that it?" "Yes. The word has already spread in the territory." "Well, at least be kind to me later." While the stranger chatted nonchalantly with Joseph, Vlad realized he had an ally, but couldn't hide his nervousness. Vlad is finally in his own world. So for a boy with new sensations he had never felt before, the man in front of him had enough momentum to make him feel danger. The scars on his face, the scent of danger in the air. My instincts told me, "You couldn't play with the man in black." "Do you want to come with me? I think we should head back a bit earlier." "It's a shame. Thanks for your efforts. I was just fulfilling my duty as the Sword of Vayezid." At a signal from the scar-faced man, the men in black began to move in disciplined movements. They looked like an army in their precision. But seems like they were eager for a duel. What? While Vlad was worried about the men who had entered and exited so abruptly, Joseph opened the bag given to him by the man in black and gave a subtle smile. "I guess I'll have to come up with an excuse other than a duel to see your lady again." Vlad felt the chill in Joseph's jest. It was a sensation he was used to feeling in the alleyways. Cautiously, Vlad opened the bag Joseph had handed him. A familiar smell accompanied by moisture. I suppose so. Inside the black bag that the boy opened was the world of nobility. The world of cold, brutal, and also a world relentless. Andrei, the man who mocked Vayezid, his head was there. With wide open eyes. Chapter 41. A vacation that doesn't feel like a vacation. One Sturma, the capital of Count Vayezid. There, in a vast mansion, a white-haired man and an elderly man with a long white beard were having a conversation. "They say a group of pilgrims is passing through our city of Sturma. Shall we welcome them?" Ragmus the counselor shook his head in response to Feather's question. "I don't think they'd want that. They say they're going to literally sneak by and trace the dragon's trail." "Very classic." Feather nodded, listening to Ragmus's words. The voices of gods that want for nothing. It had been a long time since he'd seen faithful pilgrims. "I hope you don't mind if I take care of it, without them knowing." "I knew you would say that. You get what you deserve." Ragmus, who knew Peter's disposition and character well, nodded and said he would handle it. "And my second son, and Vlad. And here were the other worthies. Fortunately, they were within themselves, so no one would complain if they took care of them. I heard they did a good job." "Yes." There were words in the report that made even an old man's heart skip a beat. Feather nodded, listening to Ragmus's words. The first discipline of the Swordmaster. Feather genuinely smiled at the nostalgic words he hadn't heard in so long. It must have been a rare sight to see in a time when knights were so scarce. It must have been nice to be there. Though he didn't say it, Feather agreed with Ragmus. Knights were precious, and they were also a strategic weapon that required a lot of resources and investment. That's why most houses had provided elite training for knights from the start, selecting those of proven noble blood or exceptional talent. Stones are carefully controlled. Young knights and young squires whose behavior never reaches extremes, that require the discipline of a swordmaster. Some of the older knights grumbled about the situation, but times change. But day in Dirmar, there was a ray of light that defied time. For some, it was a welcome light. There must be people who like it. I'm reminded of Vayezid's golden generation. At this rate, the old ones will come with treats in hand for the newcomer. Feather put down the papers he was holding and sank into his chair. Still, they belong to my son, and I'll need his permission. I'm sure Lord Joseph would be delighted for you to do so. That's a problem. Feather couldn't help but frown even as he smiled, heaving and thinking he would give up at any moment. But then he felt around in the mud and brought something shiny. I have a lot on my mind. Thinking of his second son, who wouldn't hesitate to roll in the mud to win, Feather was lost in thought. Both are very good sons. Too good to be true. In the end, I had to choose one. Why do you keep blinking your left eye? Is there a stone in it? Back in Sturma, during my first training session with Jaeger Duct. There, Vlad had grand dreams and wanted to focus on confirming his achievements. I'm sure I told you not to try doing something you can't. And that's exactly what his master had told him not to do. The boy had just ignored the rule Jaeger had set. Stop! Vlad rolled heavily as he looked at the suddenly looming sky. Jaeger's strike was as fierce as ever, but lacked any consideration. Get up! Out! The blow hurt so much that Vlad didn't easily come to his senses, but when he saw Jaeger's eyes on him, he straightened up hastily. Jaeger had always looked at the boy with something fiery, whether it be anger, passion, or anticipation. After having a duel with a knight in Dearmar, do you think you're something now? Now there was a cold disappointment in his eyes. I may tell. If you don't expect it, you won't be disappointed in the first place. So for the boy, it was the first time in his life that an adult expressed the emotion of disappointment, and it stabbed deep into the boy's heart. The disdain, insults, mockery of his insignificance were so familiar that they didn't even hurt. But now, Jaeger's disappointment pierced deep into the boy's heart. It was the tip of a hot needle piercing the frozen heart of the boy. Vlad was defenseless, feeling the coldness emanating from the warmth. You should leave. Yes, sir. Knowing Jaeger well enough to know that once a decision was made, it wasn't easy to reverse it, Vlad had no choice but to lower his head and leave. His training for the day was over. It was due to the boy's clumsy attempts to manifest aura. The boy's impatience did not prevail. Choi told you to focus on the basics. While the voice spoke, Vlad sheathed his sword somberly and without emotion. She would have been angry too. Jaeger had been very sensitive with the boy since Vlad awakened aura. He seemed so precarious. Of course, the things the boy had built were bright and grand, but the level he was at was like sand on a beach. Unusual things that could be swept away at any moment by a big wave. Jaeger didn't want the boy to be like that. I just wanted to manifest it again. It was just a manifestation of a possibility. It's better to move on. And the voice was also concerned about the boy's state. Do all knights use aura? It wasn't the case. So, are knights who can't use aura inferior beings? That wasn't the case either. Being able to wield a sword with aura is just a manifestation of the potential to rise above other knights. You could only truly say you used aura if you could make it your own and use it skillfully in combat. Don't forget that you've just learned with the sword, great things can only blossom from a solid foundation. But the voice was understanding. A boy in the prime of life has a shining sword in hand, and of course, he wants to wield it. Anyone would. I think again about Jaeger's words. He wouldn't have been angry with you if you didn't deserve it. Okay. So, you can only hope he understands what you're saying. That the boy who has just blossomed will be able to resist the many temptations that will come his way and keep his head held high towards the sky. A bitter feeling rose in his stomach, but Vlad pressed his lips without flinching. Anyway, Today's training had been a failure. And crap, thought. Forget it for now. The boy who had lived in a block of frustration was a man trying not to be defeated by false emotions. The world, everywhere, does not extend a kind hand to those who fall once. On the contrary, it is this world that puts you on your knees. The boy who had lived at the bottom was very aware of this harsh aspect of the world. I'm going to have lunch. Vlad ruffled his blonde hair and headed to the dining room. The squire entered the dining hall with unsteady steps, carrying a sword and the shirt the countess had gifted him. After nearly a month on the mission, Vlad's reaction was one of incomprehensible silence and a slight nod. Some quick-witted squires had already heard about Vlad's work in Dearmar through their own families. So everyone present knew with certainty who had become the most valuable and accomplished squire. It no longer mattered whether the family was good or bad, whether the status was high or low. The street fights of the children had ended, with the appearance of a single person with a different world at his feet. From now on, the true leader of this place was a blond boy, a newly rolled stone. Hey, did you get beaten up while I was away? No one hit me. Portly greeted Vlad with a stack of sausages higher than the food on the table. I've missed this so much. These meats. Eat. Wait. Vlad grabbed the sausages with his hands, not bothering with the fork. The salty sauce washed away his depressive feelings, and Vlad looked incredibly satisfied. That's it. When he was in Dearmar, he had eaten salads with lemon sauce and healthy bread. Obviously, they had been specially prepared by Alicia for her distinguished guests, and Joseph had been very pleased to eat them. But Vlad hadn't liked them. They weren't tasteless, but they were frankly bland. Nothing tastes like meat for a growing child. After all, flavors are salty and sweet. That's right. That's the truth. Vlad took a big bite of the sausage, listening to Portly's sincere agreement, and then looked around. How? Everyone was staring at him. Does everyone know? More or less? Portly scratched his head with a subtle smile. He hoped that what he was about to do wouldn't seem like a superficial favor, expecting something in return. Yes. Vlad sucked the sauce off his fingers, lost in thought. The squire's attitude made him feel like he was sitting in a place where he shouldn't be. Still, he had no intention of leaving. What are you going to do on this holiday anyway? Holiday? Vlad had nowhere to go. There were places he missed, but it would take a lot of determination to go back there. After a moment of thoughtful silence, Portly continued. Would you like to come to my house then? My father would like to formally invite you. To your house? Some squires who are far from home went to a friend's house instead of traveling in a group. The idea was to create connections. The truth is, I've never invited a friend before, so I've never been to. You have no background. Vlad nodded, thinking about Portly's situation. He had been pressured to make contact somehow, and all he had received were bitter news. So the interest of the head of the Canner family in the blond boy, now in the public eye, was greater. Not only from the family head's perspective, but also from the father's perspective, who was desperate to see the boy named Vlad. We certainly know how to treat guests in our house. Vlad began to seriously consider Portly's offer. The mission to Dearmar had been tense. Now he wanted to eat freshly roasted meat, not sausages. Did you say you were looking for a horse, eh? And Portly knew what Vlad wanted besides meat. Like I said, my family is involved in livestock farming. We may not be the best family in the north at it, but at least we can get horses better than some around here. Oh, that's it. It's hard to say no to this. Really? Yes? I heard there are better horses than the one Mr. Jaeger has. I can ask and try to get you one. Joseph can surely get him one, but it doesn't hurt to be prepared. It's better to find the right one in person than to have it handed to you. Phew! Vlad smacked Portly on the back of the head with a flourish. All right. Are you sure? I'll make sure to have the holidays. Vlad just laughed, whether Portly was embarrassed or not. It was a reserved greeting for those close in the alleys. The boy was reminded of something he hadn't thought about in a long time. Chapter 42. A vacation that doesn't feel like a vacation. 2. A moonlit night. An empty field with no one around. There was a boy there, alone, sweating. Come on! The boy was striving more than any of the squires here. Ha, ha! A single drop of sweat on the boy's chin caught the moonlight, but the boy hurried to wipe it away with his hand before it fell to the ground. Effort was something marvelous, beautiful, and radiant, but he didn't want it to show. He didn't want others to see himself giving it his all and spinning like a broken record. That might make him appear weak. The aisle, from the small clearing in the back street to the training ground, now taken over by the squires. The boy, unwilling to show his weakness to others, sought a place where no one else was and wielded his sword as he had always done. Stretch your waist a little more. It's too stiff. Stretch. Following the advice of the voice, which he could still interpret a bit differently than before, Vlad corrected his posture. The voice and Jaeger had told the boy there was no quick turnaround. Mastery could only be trusted through repetition and years of experience. Whoa! What a blessing to be able to prepare with all our might for the possibilities of tomorrow. Compared to his life on the streets where he couldn't see anything, this was paradise. Vlad was acutely aware that this was his golden opportunity. That's enough for today. Already? You've completed your training for the day. The voice understood the boy's frustration, so it could only do its best to let the boy burn slowly, so that he wouldn't burn too fast and consume himself. The final cooldown is the most important part, but if you end up injuring yourself, all your efforts will be in vain. All right. Vlad followed the advice of the voice and relaxed his muscles while assuming the final position that Jaeger had indicated. He was disappointed not to have been able to train with Jaeger yesterday due to circumstances beyond his control, but he wasn't going to let that stop him. It was always the prepared ones who seized the opportunity. Let's go inside. Drenched in sweat, the boy entered the mansion, challenging the increasingly cold night air. But the boy wasn't the only one awake tonight. A knight with narrow eyes also observed the deserted clearing, although he was too far away to hear the boy's words. Raising people is the hardest thing. Some things only need love to thrive, but others need a biting reprimand. It's the only way to keep them on the right path. Only after seeing the boy enter did the knight with narrow eyes leave. It was a night of many troubles for the two men, each uncomfortable in their place. Good. Josef replied from within his well-lit office. Thank you. It was a somewhat blasphemous thought, but Vlad felt pity for the shadow in Josef's eyes that didn't fade, no matter how much light illuminated them. In fact, he had seen it for a few days, shortly after returning from Dearmar. I was thinking of giving you some time off. Besides, you already have a place to go, so why not? Although Vlad had obtained Josef's permission, he could only look at him incredulously. The knight with narrowed eyes had not responded to his constant attempts at eye contact. Josef was aware of the uncomfortable atmosphere between them, but he said nothing. Even as the person with the higher position, there were certain relationships that needed to be respected. A knight should never let go of his sword, even on vacation. It was the knight with narrowed eyes who broke the delicate silence first. Though his gaze was subtly averted, Jaeger was clearly addressing the boy. We'll see when you come back. Training was something you knew if you missed it for a day, and others knew if you missed it for a week. Jaeger knew he didn't have to tell Vlad this, but he couldn't think of anything else to say at that moment. He had no experience in raising people, not even seeds. I see. Vlad responded loudly, turning towards Jaeger, who was finally addressing him. Although you better not expect too much from the horse. Your problem is difficult to solve, even for House Canor. However, Vlad's hopes were dashed again by Josef's following words. I want you to get an approximate idea of how much the horses reject you, and if there's a minor one, find out where it's from. Josef was well aware of Vlad's inability to ride, and he knew it wasn't the boy's fault. It was a very special case, but sometimes, like in Vlad's case, horses refused to be ridden by people like him. Someone who smelled too much of blood or had a special curse, or a knight with too much fervor. Although knights who have too much fervor in the first place tend to control it themselves. For now, in the boy's case, it's best to keep all possibilities open. Like Alicia's work, you never know where it might lead. You can go now. I'll see you in a week. Okay. No need for a gift when you come back. Yes. Vlad left the office with a concerned look upon hearing Josef's ambiguous words about whether he should bring a gift or not. It's the Canor family. Looking at the door through which Vlad had left, Josef raised an eyebrow. I hope they don't know each other, since both are so conspicuous. Learning Vlad's destination, Josef pursed his lips, thinking about the what if that could happen there. Well, if it's urgent, they'll take care of it. You won't keep an eye on him? Jaeger asked, but Josef simply buried his head in the papers as if there was nothing to think about. If he wants something, he'll come for it. I don't like doing things behind his back. Jaeger could only nod at Josef's response. Maybe Josef was right. They knew each other better than anyone in the world. What I had in mind came at a very good time. In Oksana's parlor, where even the sunlight had an orange tint, Vlad stiffened once again. Maids bustled around him, trying on clothes for him. As always when he visited, Vlad knew it was best to keep his distance for now. Even upon leaving Josef's office, Vlad was immediately stopped by a maid, as if she had been waiting for him. She had introduced herself as a maid of Countess Oksana, so he hadn't even had the decency to protest. Instead, he had been immobile, and when he woke up, he looked like this. The color suits you very well. I thought I would match it with your leather armor, but it looks better than I thought. Thank you. Oksana smiled satisfactorily as she looked at the black cloak that covered the boy's shoulders. Vlad observed Oksana's smile and cautiously touched the cloak. The cloak, made of warm wool, was warm enough to use as a sleeping bag when camping. Oksana made sure the cloak was not only beautiful, but also practical. It has plenty of space, so it fits everything, so it's worth it. Oksana clapped lightly as she watched the color combination, which was working much better than she expected. The boy's precious blonde hair was an excellent way to complete the outfit. Are you going on vacation with House Canor? Yes. How she knew, she asked him, even though obviously Josef had just granted him permission. The boy, who still hadn't realized the power of a countess in charge of everything in the mansion, could only think that he would have to behave a bit more upright in the future. Whenever you're invited to someone's home, she said, you have to look much more handsome. It's good manners, and that way you won't offend their parents. The boy had no parents to disrespect. So you can't behave badly. I wouldn't. Oksana was saying not to worry. Even though she wasn't the boy's mother, she would take responsibility. The support she was giving Vlad was already beyond mere patronage. Thank you for your work in Dirmar. I was just doing what I had to do. No, it's about that. Oksana probably wasn't doing this just because she liked the boy named Vlad. She also did it because the boy in front of her was a great help to her son. If she could do this for a simple squire, how terrible must it be for her son, Josef, who shared her blood? Then we'll have to look for a tutor for him after these holidays, because he'll only make such a mistake once, won't he? I'm sorry. If Vlad had known that Oksana had staggered for a moment in shock after hearing what had happened with Alicia, although she was now smiling kindly, he would have knelt in apology. The title of knight you aspire to is a semi-noble position, and you have to learn to behave accordingly. I see. Anyone who saw someone so young with so much potential but so little knowledge couldn't help but want to help. And Oksana's heart was reaching the boy through various ways. All right, you can go now. Thank you, Lady Oksana. Vlad, who had been let out shortly after entering the parlor, left it with stiff steps. And when you leave, make sure to take the things I left by your side. Hearing Oksana's words, Vlad turned his head to the basket she had left on the side. These are lemons. They are the ones Josef brought this time, Oksana replied, smiling at the boy, who looked perplexed at the lemons. It's not good manners to go to someone's house empty-handed. Thank you for your kind consideration. Vlad had seen a lot of people trying to take something from him, but he wasn't immune to people trying to give him something. So all he could do was thank her and leave with both hands full of fruit. Afterward, Vlad let out a small sigh as he left Oksana's room. He always received more than he expected. He walked slowly down the hallway, looking at his reflection in the window. Fine clothes, a nice cloak, and a fruit basket in each hand. It didn't suit him. Chapter 43. A vacation that doesn't feel like a vacation. A middle-aged knight, helplessly leaning against a wall, coughing up blood. As he collapsed slowly, only a lamentable trail of black blood remained behind him. The sweat dripping down his face weighed down the corners of his eyes, but the knight tried to stay awake. It was all over, but he was the one forced to witness the end. Jab, 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 the man heard the sound of someone walking towards him. Blurry vision, buzzing in his ears, and distant shouts. Mixed with these things was the sound of approaching footsteps, silent yet unsettling. Have you been here? You made it here after all. Now a mansion dyed red with blood. The knight whose duty was to protect it looked at the man who had traversed the hallway. What one sees in the last moments of their life it can only be death. My lord's honor comes first. Cough. When you say your honor is second, I don't think you mean you just follow orders. My lord's honor is second. The blue glow of moonlight entered through the hallway window. The man standing silently beside it only listened to the last words of the slowly collapsing knight. The knights of Count Gaydar were not like this. That's why they all died. A sword shining in the moonlight entered my increasingly faint vision. It was a beautiful light, out of place here. That light, too, will eventually die. With those words, the moonlit blue knight raised his sword high. The backlight of the moonlight made it impossible to see his expression, but you could almost tell. Godin, deliver this to Count Gaydar. Winners above, losers below. I'll be waiting for you in hell. Fukdat. All according to the decision of the victor. Red blood dripped down the white hallway. I will. A mansion somewhere that had been filled with screams moments before. Now it was silent, bathed in the blue light of the moon. Everywhere, the moonlight shone. The screams were painted red. A boy rested his face on the carriage windowsill, looking outside with a disgruntled expression. When will we arrive? We're almost there. You said we were almost there a while ago. Vlad was annoyed. He knew his home was in Sturma, and he would reach it in half a day, no matter how long it took. But instead of half a day, Vlad had to leave Sturma and travel for one more day. This was a punishment for Vlad, who was already tired of traveling by carriage. At this time of year, our whole family goes to the summer house. The meadow grass is sprouting. If we were going to the countryside, you should have told me from the beginning. I'm sorry, but what's done is done. So what can you do? Portly's family had now moved to a villa outside the city, not within Sturma. There, they would enjoy it much more, explained Portly. But Vlad was only annoyed that 2 days of his precious vacation had been spent traveling. Oh, I hope you like the scenery. I wanted to show you this. But that feeling didn't last long. Indeed, Portly was right. And after just one hill, Vlad's eyes were filled with a completely different sight. Meadows as far as the eye could see. Even Vlad, who had his face glued to the windowsill, was stunned by the coolness of the scene. Vlad couldn't help but marvel at the scene before him. It was the transition from spring to summer. Everything was green, and the grass poked its head in response to the warmer weather. With few trees, the meadows stretched to the horizon, and Vlad felt like he was in the middle of an ocean of a green field. The meadows here extend to the front of Varna. Normally, monsters appear from time to time, but this winter is cool after Lord Joseph's monster slaughter, so we shouldn't have to worry about that. Really? Yes. You know, what you said you did. Oh, that. Every action has an intention. I realized that my first encounter with Joseph that winter day last year was to make sure the meadow would be safe to use. So I have something to do with the landscape. Vlad felt a vague pride, as if he had participated in creating this lush meadow. I want to shout, I understand. I want to do that sometimes too. A world of intense green that makes me want to slam the door and run out. Feeling like he knew what it must be for the horses frolicking in the distance, Vlad stuck his face out of the carriage and opened his mouth wide to breathe in the rushing air. Yes, I understand. The boy's scream echoed strongly in the middle of the meadow. After a lifetime of darkness and confinement, all Vlad wanted was to unleash himself with a constant flood of fresh emotions. As a buoy in a green sea, the country house announces its presence with various colors. In front of it, someone greets a carriage. He's my family's butler. Oh, a butler. I thought he was a relative because he greeted me so amicably, but he's a butler. Do you have such a big house that you need a butler? We have a total of 2 butlers in the family. Really? The Canner house may not be a noble family, but it holds its share of influence in Sturma. I befriended Portly with that in mind, but the wealth of the Canner house was beyond the imagination of a street-raised child. Long time no see, butler. It has indeed been a while, young master. Puppies, regardless of their size, were always eager to be embraced by their masters. And right now, Portly was a perfect example. Somehow, the old butler's legs trembled as he held the chubby puppy. And my father, Portly, the younger son of Cano, was apparently very dear to the house, judging by the way he spoke with the butler. But no one else besides the butler had come out to greet the guest, even though Vlad, who had been eagerly awaiting their arrival, was right in front of him. Well, expressing his embarrassment with a bitter smile, the butler asked Vlad to forgive him. My lord is busy receiving our unexpected guests. So why don't you take a look at our family home first? You have an unexpected guest. Seeing the butler's puzzled expression, Vlad responded with indifference. Whatever. It was almost rude to ask him to wait, as another guest had arrived. But Vlad didn't mind. Thank you for your consideration. Seeing Vlad, the wrinkles on the old butler's face widened. Well done. A generous heart will return a favor someday. I didn't mean that, Vlad replied quietly as he heard the voice. When had they treated him well? Even now, though he had faded into the background, it would be a dream compared to what it had been. And if you expect to be treated well for what you did in Dirmar, you're going to be slow-witted and stiff in whatever you do. So the boy decided to be as bold as possible in everything he did. I'd rather see the horses first. I have high hopes. Of course, the Lord himself will introduce you to the really expensive ones, but it wouldn't hurt to have a preview of the rest. Instead, I'll have to find and eat the ones that allow me. Make concessions, but never lose. That had been the boy's life until then. Tump, thump, thump. Oh. Cuss. Cows, horses, and sheep. And dogs. All the animals in the meadow had seen Vlad, and they were scared. Fleeing. This can't be serious. Portly and Vlad had seen it coming. But the old butler, who had never seen anything like it, was beyond belief. Have you ever been to church? Yes, my identity is endorsed by Father Andreas. Oh, my apologies. The deacon, who had asked if you were cursed or something, could only bow his head at the name that came out of Vlad's mouth. As the butler of the Canna family, whose lineage had been dedicated to farming and livestock for generations, he was an expert with animals. But he swore he had never seen horses and sheep flee from someone like they were doing now. I can't even ride a cow. Whether the old butler next to him seemed surprised or not, Vlad could only stare blankly at the empty enclosure. Goethe had jokingly suggested that maybe he should try riding a cow, but even that seemed impossible now. Vlad felt dejected. I don't even. Portly, watching the scene, felt sorry for him and reassured Vlad. Go see all the ones on our ranch. There might be one for you. I'll show you all the guys here. I'll show you each one of them, fighting, riding, working, killing, whatever. But I'm sure there's at least one that will follow me, right? Of course, but promises don't always come true. Still, there were a couple of people tracking the ranch just in case, but they were too busy trying to avoid Vlad. Meanwhile, the beloved butler had a hard time. Still, I never thought it would be this bad. Vlad had been prepared for this to happen, but now that it was happening in front of him, he was going crazy. It felt as if the handful of hope he had left was being crushed. It doesn't matter if he can use aura. He can't even ride a horse. I'll be walking, eating dirt, while everyone else is going on cool rides and stuff. I still have some good horses that my father brought me, but he would need to get the Lord's permission to bring them back. Vlad returned to the cabin with a heavy heart, his hopes fading away. The day's sun, sinking on the horizon, only dyed the slumped shoulders of the young man in red. Ta-dak, chick. Upon entering the restaurant, Vlad was left dumbfounded. Meats relentlessly roasting over braziers, tended to by servants. The warmth of the room heated Vlad's heart and lifted his spirits. I'm glad to be here. Although he had complained about the distance from the carriage, Vlad sincerely thought the same as he beheld the scene now. It had been worth it. Welcome, and I apologize for not being able to greet our honorable guest in person. Vlad stood stiff as a board in front of the rotating meat, rolling his eyes. Orson Kano, the head of the Kana house and Portly's father, patted the boy's back with a thick hand, seemingly amused by Vlad's carefree reaction. Nice to meet you, Vlad, squire of House Vayezid. I know. Rumors about you are already spreading all over Sturma. Orson Kano smirked as he watched Vlad bow, a gesture he had learned from Countess Oksana. It had been a long time since the boy invoked the discipline of the Swordmaster. The people of Sturma, upon learning that the boy was in their city, spoke of Vlad with a certain pride. The birth of a new star was always welcomed. Looks like Portly has made a friend. Orson Connor's stomach growled, even though he hadn't eaten, as he looked at the lanky boy before him. He had been concerned about Portly adapting to life in Vayezid's mansion. But the sight of the boy in front of him made his worries fade away. He looked so clean, trustworthy, and above all like he wants to be given a lot of dry food. Sit down, he said, for it's been a long time since I heard a swordmaster talk about discipline. Vlad observed Orson's behavior, trying to deduce his disposition from his alley habits. There was sincerity in his gaze and behavior, and an air of dignity in his broad smile. He had the air of a hospitable man, and judging by his eagerness to attend to guests, he seemed quite outgoing. In other words, he seemed like the right kind of person to do business with. "I'm very happy to own this house, as today we have very distinguished guests." While Vlad listened to Orson's words, he remembered that he wasn't the only guest here today. "Do you have guests from other places?" Vlad was unfamiliar with the norms of noble or wealthy families, so he could only assume that the owner of this place would know. Besides, everyone here is from Vayezid, so that's an advantage. Vayezid? Vlad scratched his head upon hearing that the other guests were also from Vayezid. Hi. It was then that Vlad realized the identity of the other guests and followed Orson to his seat. Out, I can't even. Their strength. Men with a strong aura, too, with a refined sense of momentum. Vlad might have held his head high when he knew nothing about them. But now that he had glimpsed the world, the strength they exuded was overwhelming. And then there was the man sitting in the midst of them, looking at him as if he owned the place. The man with familiar dark hair smiled at Vlad. "Long time no see. How have you been?" The man resembled his master, but instead of dark tones of sadness, he wore a confident smile. "I didn't know I would be in a place like this, Lord Rudiger. Rudiger Vayezid, the eldest son of House Vayezid." He was smiling at Vlad. "I don't know if you're allowed to eat with me today, but these are too good to pass up." Before Rudiger could finish his sentence, the knight sitting beside him began to grow furious. And rightly so. The brat who had rejected his lord's favor was sitting in front of them. "Shh. Heinen," Rudiger grimaced, pointing his thumb at the whole roasted pig that kept turning endlessly behind him. Looking at him, Vlad thought, "So why insist on eating peanuts? For a man with such fierce momentum, I'll be fine today." But Vlad didn't lower his head, even though he shivered. He just looked ahead, decisively gripping the fork in front of him. "I was looking forward to it too. Really." Rudiger smiled slyly as he saw the boy staring at him with fierce blue eyes. Chapter 44. Moonless Night. 1. A convent in the stillness of the morning. The sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating the gray stone floor of the refectory. "There's a squire who made a name for himself in House Vayezid. I heard he was able to use aura in Derma. Although the convent was made of gloomy gray stone, the atmosphere wasn't as heavy as it could have been with the chattering of young girls who had not yet become nuns. Moreover, the rumors circulating at that time in the convent were enough to lighten the mood. But have you heard that the squire is incredibly handsome? Blonde hair, blue eyes? Maybe he's from a noble family." There was a lot of talk about someone who sparked the rosy imagination of the young girls. Blonde. The red-haired girl, crouching and brushing the floor, heard the nostalgic word from the girls beside her. He must be a knight since he managed to use aura at such a young age. Maybe someday he'll be a knight representing the North. He surely will be. Samina strained to listen, just in case, but at this point he had lost interest in the fanciful tale. Blonde hair, blue eyes, and a boy dreaming of becoming a knight. There were indeed words that sounded like Vlad, but the combination of all of them made it much less probable. It was impossible for the boy who had barely left the alley to be already so accomplished. "I hope he's still alive and well," thought Dadi. Zamina smiled for a moment, thinking of the blonde boy. Something fell next to the girl. "Hey, redhead." One of the girls who had been chatting for a while approached Zamina and dropped the brush she had in her hand. "Do everything else. We've done enough for you, haven't we?" "Yeah, sure. You don't even pay your share and eat for free. You should be working your whole life to pay us back for what we gave you that day." You should be thanking us for giving you a chance." The girls laughed as if they had just punched her in the face. But Zemina didn't react. She stayed silent and did her work. "You're right." The girls were right. It was true that she had no one to sponsor her, so she could live comfortably here. And it was true that she didn't know what would have happened if the convent hadn't taken her in that day. At least it wouldn't have been as good as it was. "Well, anyway, you're going to be here for the rest of your life. There's nothing to do, and no one will take you out. So you better get used to things here in advance, right?" She was right, too. Zemina had nowhere to go if she ever left here. The boy wasn't the only one whose home had been destroyed. The girl who had survived in the alleys as well as anyone wasn't one to take this kind of harassment and intimidation lightly, but she decided to endure it for now. Here we go. Do it before lunch. If she acted as usual, they would kick her out of the convent. They couldn't stand up to Madame Marcella, who had sacrificed herself for them that night. "I'm glad you learned your lesson." Zemina, who had also done her share of household chores in the storeroom, was alone squatting in the dining room, scrubbing the floor as if she didn't care. But no matter how much she scrubbed, she couldn't erase the memory of that day. It was the image of the woman who had slipped between the walls of the convent and was dragged by her hair into the darkness. She shouldn't have let her go like that. Ah. Then the girl pushed the brush harder. She wanted to push away the memories she couldn't erase. The girl gritted her teeth and swallowed the tears in her eyes. The girl's unruly red hair clumsily trembled over her shoulders. "Are you sure you've really used aura?" It was a cheerful but not very pleasant voice for the listener, especially if one constantly beat themselves up over it. "Are you tired?" Vlad barely held on to the swaying of the mongoose. Beside him was a woman, riding a horse and talking non-stop. "Why can't you ride a horse if you've used aura? Doesn't that change things too much?" "Well, that's just how life works." Vlad turned his head to look at the woman talking to him. Black hair, black eyes, and black ears that moved. "What are you looking at?" A pair of white fangs showed between her stretched lips. Too sharp to be human fangs. Vlad didn't like those fangs. Beside him, Rudiger's knights laughed heartily as they listened to the banter. Perhaps he had been marked by them after the peanut incident. "Let's go. So be patient. It wasn't your intention, but you brought it on yourself." The boy had endured this teasing his whole life. "I'm here for a vacation that never happened." But he couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Now, Vlad and Portly were following Rudiger. Vlad had said he was on vacation, and Rudiger had suggested they go hawking together. "If you don't come with me this time, I'll send 2 boxes of peanuts to Josef." It wasn't even a threat, but Vlad had no choice but to agree, given his previous history. He looked up to see the head of the Canna house, the man who had given him so much meat, looking at him with eager eyes. For him, it was a golden opportunity to forge ties between Portly and Rudiger. "Are Sue always so talkative? Is that racism?" A normal person would have calmly told her to be quiet, but she wasn't that kind of person. Next to Feather, the head of the Vayezid family, was Ragmus, the mage and advisor. And beside Rudiger, there she was. With her black ears perked up, she was a mage. "Don't pay too much attention to her, Dorothea. She's just messing around. Every time she looks at me, she gives me that chewed-up shit look. They all do when you intimidate them like that." The way Rudiger responded to her, she with a flick of her black tail, was exactly the opposite of how Vlad treated her. From Vlad's perspective, it was far from flattering. "Cat, bitch." Vlad could only furrow his brow at the cat, acting and looking exactly like the cat he hated. "That should be enough. I think we can see everything around us." "Sure, we can." Having apparently reached their destination, Rudiger looked around, surveying his surroundings. Vlad looked around. He hadn't even taken the hawk out of its cage. There it is. I see. Rudiger and his knights, who had been probing as if searching for something, finally found what they were looking for. And he raised his finger and pointed. Vlad casually looked in the direction they were pointing. There were people walking across the meadow, albeit in the distance. People dressed entirely in white, from head to toe. They were pilgrims. You're lucky to see a group of pilgrims. Yes, this must be destiny too. I think they're around here. While listening to the chatter between Rudiger and the knights, Vlad realized that this hawking outing had another purpose. Raise the banner, he says. Show them our intentions and make them feel safe. Understood, Lord Rudiger. As soon as Rudiger made the gesture, as if they had been waiting for it, one of the knights beside him pulled out a flag and hung it from the hawk's perch. It seemed as natural as if the mast had been brought for that purpose. Let's take our time and find our prey. Even though they were talking about hunting, no one here was prepared for it. They simply walked along the dark ridge, as if protecting the pilgrims below. The pilgrims below must have seen Rudiger's banner and started moving too, with one of their own hanging from a post. A glyph hung high on a post. It was the same emblem as Vlad's identification card. When the group began to move slowly, Vlad quickly jumped off the post and moved away from Dorothea's immediate vicinity. If you can't fight against him, it's better to avoid him. Ugh. I'm dizzy. Are you okay, Vlad? His heart was pounding in his chest, probably because he had traveled in a swaying dalgouzi that wasn't even a carriage. Do you think you're going to vomit? Honestly, no. Vlad, who still didn't feel well, did what the voice told him, ripped a blade of grass nearby and put it in his mouth. Remember this herb. It has a mild stimulating effect. I wonder what he's been up to. Every time he heard the voice, Vlad was amazed. The man's knowledge and insight surpassed even Josef or Jaga. Even more than the most educated nobles and experienced knights. We'll find out someday. Deciding that the identity of the voice was a matter to be resolved over time, Vlad chewed the bitter herb and looked out over the open meadow stretching out before him. Things might not be going well, but at least he liked the scenery. An extensive meadow that reached the horizon. Vlad took a deep breath, feeling refreshed just by looking at the landscape. Hey! Suddenly, while looking into the distance, a group of figures appeared, moving fast. They moved very quickly, galloping. A herd of wild horses. Rudiger had also seen them, and frowned, his eyes fixed on the herd of wild horses galloping toward them. It was a spectacular sight, but not very pleasant for Rudiger. There's nothing like a surprise when you're escorting something. Why are they traveling south? Yes, a herd of wild horses at this time of year would head north instead. The man was right. At this time of year, when it's warmer and the grass is fuller, prairie animals would head north, not south. The young shoots that had just popped up would be there. But the herd of wild horses was coming from the south, not the north, where the party and the pilgrims were. And galloping, too. Galloping. Vlad's heart pounded as the herd of wild horses came closer and closer. Vlad thought it sounded like a sensation he had felt before, and stood on the hill like Rudiger, watching the herd of wild horses run. They were so full of life. The sight of wild horses galloping through the meadows, their muscles burning, was something that inspired admiration in those who saw it. Here and now, there wasn't a single person admiring the wild horses. They only watched them with concern to see where they were going. They're getting closer and closer to where the pilgrims are. Their movements are strangely urgent. It's as if they're being chased by something. Galloping. 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 Vlad pressed his chest to calm his tumultuous heart. Their gazes met. Although he was so far away that he couldn't even distinguish the shape, Vlad felt as if he were eye to eye with the leader of the herd, the one running in front. All black. It was impossible that their gazes had met, but they had surely exchanged glances. He couldn't explain it, but Vlad felt as if it were talking to him. He felt that way. Lord Rudiger, one of the knights, feeling that something was wrong with the wild horses, hurried to the ground and searched for Rudiger. What's happening? The ground is shaking. Galloping, the boy who met his gaze could tell that the wild horses were scared, neighing. Banshee. The night's scream is horrible to the end, and the earth trembles like an earthquake. In front of me, a group of pilgrims, startled by the vibration, step back. Ka! Ka! A huge roar echoed in the middle of the meadow with the earthquake. The ground cracks. From it emerged a huge thing with its mouth open, seeing. The jet black that had been running at the forefront of reality, only to be slowly caught up, let out a pitiful cry. Death worms. Wild horses being torn apart by fierce teeth. The poor one's blood fell like rain. Hey! The boy's heart pounded relentlessly, but it wasn't hot blood coursing through his body, but a chilling sensation. The herd of wild horses was fleeing. They were asking for help. Chapter 45, Moonless Night, 2 Deathworm. One of the remnants of a fallen dragon, a monster that usually resides underground and only surfaces occasionally to breathe. Despite its enormous and horrifying appearance, its basic sustenance is the earth's energy, derived from minerals and fertile soil underground. Something's wrong. Deathworms are not supposed to eat flesh. However, what was unfolding right in front defied the common wisdom of the world. She inged. Quaw, wah, wah. Wild horses scatter in all directions as the deathworms attack. The pitiful cries of the horses are consumed by the sticky blood. The viscous body of the deathworm, stained with blood, seemed corrosive. Everyone on horses. After assessing the situation, Rudiger shouted to his knights. Whether the situation before him was unusual or not wasn't the point. What matters is that you are where you should be, doing what you should do. That is the duty of those who have been given a mission. Protect the pilgrims. They must be rescued. Before Rudiger could finish his sentence, the knights moved with horrifying speed, and Vlad swiftly rode to the top of the Dolguzi. Charge! Charge! Follow Lord Rudiger! At Rudiger's command, Vayezid's knights began to gallop down the green hill, to the hellish scene below, dyed red by the blood of the wild horses, to save the pilgrims who were terrified and defenseless. The hooves of the knights' horses echoed vertiginously over the green and peaceful meadows, blending with the cries of the deathworms. For this moment, which he didn't know would happen, Feather had sent his son. The safe haven of Gazo, prepared for any eventuality, now shone like the Vayezid banner fluttering atop a mast. He's very young, only a few days old. Dorothea hadn't stopped to observe the deathworm as she galloped on horseback. She knew exactly what her role was. It's not big enough and its skin hasn't hardened yet. Dorothea's shout made Rudiger turn his head to look at the deathworm. The deathworm, which continued to chew and devour the horse corpses without pause, wasn't as large as she had said, and more importantly, it had pink, unhardened skin. It was a young individual who hadn't developed the deathworm's characteristic of having a tough shell. While Rudiger rode on horseback and checked the situation, Vlad observed from his perch in the changing lunar landscape. The only difference between him and Dorothea was that, instead of deathworms, the boy was watching a herd of wild horses screaming. I sense a spirit, They are not ordinary horses. Spirits? The white serpent he saw in Dirmar. Vlad's mind returned to the being that had granted him the favor. I will show you my world. Okay. A loud noise drowned out the boy's faint response. After. The boy lowered his posture as if praying, and closed his right eye. And. He opened his left eye to the world of voices. A world of vivid colors. The world of the voice, which seemed to have 100 colors more than the boy's world, reflected the figures of the horses. A herd of wild horses devoured and trampled, falling to the ground. White smoke like mist rose from the neighing horses. What is that? Glowing white smoke. But it's so pale that it forms nothing, disperses, and dies. Vlad didn't know why, but he felt sorry for them. Look at the black horse. Following the voice's advice, Vlad turned to look at the jet-black horse that had just made eye contact with him. It strutted as if it were the leader of the pack, trying to attract the deathworm's attention. But despite its pitiful gestures, the deathworm didn't even look at it, just feasting on the sweet flesh. Vlad bit his lip as the scene echoed his. "Horns?" said the voice, and when Vlad turned to look, he saw them. For the other horses, it was just a fine mist, but for him, it was a shape. Think there is some kind of blood in those horses. White horns. In the middle of the forehead of the black horse was a white horn that floated like the moon. The scent of lemons from the day wafted in the boy's armor as he stared at the faint horn. And that, Dorothea's gaze caught something as she galloped on horseback. Something that shone on the forehead of the young deathworm. An odd energy emanated from it, detectable only by a mage. The young deathworm responded to it. "Lord Rutiger, the deathworm is awake. Pilgrims. It's looking at the pilgrims. Damn it." Suddenly, time is running out. Rutiger's black eyes emitted a sharp gleam. "Dorothea, what are the deathworms reacting to?" As a man of the mission and leader of the group, Rutiger was obligated to use his best judgment. The deathworm has no eyes or ears. It can only sense ground vibrations. Find a way to lure that thing. "Dorothea!" With a quick hand gesture, Rutiger divided the group of knights into two, and with only a handful of knights leading them, he rushed to the area where the deathworm was. "Dismount! We're running out of horses." At the knights' shouts, Portly and Vlad quickly surrendered their transport. They were right to do so. The pilgrims would have no way out of this situation without the knights' help. But with a speed that not even the wild horses could match, the deathworm would not release its targets once it had them. Rutiger had to address two issues simultaneously. Ha! The young deathworm, which had been savoring the corpses of the wild horses, leaned toward the pilgrims with something shining on its forehead. The wild horses were fleeing, and the pilgrims were in front of them. Everything the deathworm wanted, or anyone wanted, was there in front of it. Dead and stern. With a wild roar, the deathworm leaped toward the pilgrims. "Damn it, why? Run!" I wonder why the deathworm, which moments ago was devouring the wild horses, suddenly becomes interested in the pilgrims in front of it. But right now, it's more urgent to resolve this situation than to analyze the consequences. Now, at Rutiger's command, the knights charged against the deathworm, while the knights mingled with the herd of wild horses and tried to stop the advance of the deathworm. Rutiger silently fumed with rage. Common sense was being challenged, and the situation was taking a strange turn. Surely there must be some artificial problem that had created this situation. How dare you in my father's land? The prestigious Vayezid of the north. The knight who had inherited his blood entirely closed his left eye. In the distance, he could see the knights approaching the group of pilgrims, but it seemed there were too many horses to move at once. "We're in trouble." Vlad and Portly, who had been stripped of their horses and halters, protected Dorothea and watched the situation from the hillside. "Blondie and Chubby, distract the worm." Dorothea's voice sounded behind them as they moved slightly. Now she was crouched on the ground, creating a trace that would allow her to induce the death worm, as Rüdiger had said. Vibration, vibration, vibration. What color was that trace? Small bottles spilled onto the ground. They were bottles containing paint and other things, as if a painter were about to paint a picture. Dorothea moved them, preparing her magic. With every tremor of her lips as she sang softly, with every touch of her careful hand grabbing a vial, the vials on the ground shone, seeking their own colors. Quagagaga. What the hell? Heat seized Vlad's face, who had been watching their preparations for a while. A fierce heat that seemed to come from afar. An island of intensely condensed flames burned the air around it, along with the deathworm. Lord Rüdiger. Portly raised a hand in surprise at the intensity of the impulse that had reached them, but Vlad could only stare in astonishment at the force threatening to set his world on fire. It was a world far removed from his own. It's superficial. It wasn't prepared. But the young deathworm, even though it didn't have a tough outer shell yet, was tenaciously enduring. Ha-ha-ha-ha! Thud, thud, thud! Rüdiger's powerful blows only made it release a monotonous cry and hastily burrow into the ground. At least it was young enough to make even a small wound, which was quite an achievement. It's strong. Even the best knight would be unable to face an enemy on the ground. Apparently, Rüdiger's blow was not enough to neutralize the deathworm at once. A moment of silence, and then stillness. Not a single thing moves on this vast plain. Thud, thud, thud. Suddenly the ground rumbled and began to crack. The gradual crack heads toward. Damn! Follow me. Where the pilgrims are. At the same time, it was also where the wild horses that had fled were exhaling their exhaustion. Dorothea. Why? I need to do this quickly. Vlad, who had been observing the situation from the top of a hill, realized that Rüdiger's work would not be enough to resolve the situation. It's almost here. If it's almost here, I'll move. Vlad turned his head and looked back. I said, wait. There was Dorothea, smearing her tail with a strange paint color and leaving a trace on a piece of paper. Are you using your tail? It's the Sioux way. For a boy who had never seen a magician perform their magic, it was a scene that could only be described as fascinating. That's it. Dorothea lifted a piece of paper the size of her palm, as if she had finally finished. The trace glowed for a moment in the sunlight, and then regained its color. You can give it to Lord Rüdiger. He'll use it to rub or cut the paper against an object like a sword. It's too late. But the crack that the deathworm was creating was already heading directly towards the pilgrims. In the distance, herds of wild horses fleeing, and the knights carrying the priests were rushing urgently. I think we're too late. Get on my horse. At Dorothea's words, Vlad turned his head to look at Portly. What are you waiting for? Do it! Dorothea was exhausted from the sudden burst of engravings, and Vlad was unable to mount his horse. Given the circumstances, the only person who could have delivered the paper to Rüdiger would have been Portly. It's too late to ride a horse. You can't assume that an underground deathworm has the same speed as a deathworm above ground. I'll be late even ago. Dorothea did what she could, but the given time was too short. So she couldn't be blamed. What can I do? Dorothea crouched on the ground, her blue lips trembling. No. Vlad knew that there was only one way to get the paper to Rüdiger in time for the deathworm to pursue it. I'll go. You can't ride a horse, can you? Vlad moistened his lips with his tongue and headed in the opposite direction the knights had taken. The rock that had been hit by the tip rolled down with a loud crash. It wasn't a cliff, but it was a hill with a deadly angle. It was a steep hill that no horse could manage to descend. "It's the only way," he said. "So it's a gamble." Vlad had never been caught stealing as a child. He was elusive by nature, but he knew it wasn't like that. "If we go down here, we'll make it in time. That the fastest way to a goal is a straight line." Not a single guard caught Vlad as he ran through the streets, over the walls, and through the shops. And the same would happen now. "It's almost a cliff here. Complain later." The blonde-haired boy grabbed Dorothea's imprint as if he wanted to snatch it away. "I really didn't want to not take the peanuts that day." Unable to finish the sentence, the blonde-haired boy's hair swayed down the dizzying slope. "Hey!" Dorothea peeked down the hill to find Vlad, who had disappeared into the air. There was the figure of a boy running down the steep slope as if he had wings. "I heard you can't ride." A top prospect, watched and sponsored by the Vayezid family. The imprint Dorothea left emitted a white glow in the hands of the blonde-haired boy. "Ah! Slowly, slowly, on tiptoes. It's too noisy and distracting." Taking Dorothea's imprint, Vlad headed towards the almost vertical hill. It was a move he had learned to make with his life, like a child who could die tomorrow if he didn't eat today. "I hope you don't have to go out like this." In the first place, Rudiger is the one at odds with Josef for the position of patriarch. Moreover, all the knights here were among the highest-ranking members of House Vayezid, so there was no need for a mere squire to go to such extremes. But Vlad wanted to do it. First, he wanted to attack Rudiger's knights for ignoring him and Josef. The second was for the black-haired horse, who was trying to protect the herd from the disastrous attack of the deathworm. The subject of animals makes me sick. Vlad was aware of it. He knew what it was like for a vast and untouchable world to destroy your home. The helplessness of that day was like a deep wound in the boy's soul. Hating not being anything, he ran down the hill, defending his actions to himself. "Ugh!" He thought for a moment. The slightest misstep, and Vlad slid down the steep slope. "Yodge! Oh! Oh!" The boy rolled down the hill shouting. But despite rolling violently over the rough terrain and colliding with rocks, Vlad seemed strangely indifferent. If the boy had opened his left eye and looked into the world of voices, he would have realized that his armor was now glowing white. The white snake protected him. And at the foot of the hill, there was someone else watching the glow that the boy couldn't see. The black-haired horse panting and running to save the herd. To the horse's eyes, the boy shone white. A bright and white star. A star burning in white light, falling down the hill. In the world of the black horse he saw a white light, reflecting the boy. A white star submerged in the moonless night. Chapter 46. The Dragon Comes. 1. Vlad shot up, sounding like a sore old man. "I almost died. If it weren't for the serpent, you would have died." Vlad lowered his gaze to his armor as the voice spoke. He hadn't expected the serpent that had embraced him that day to manifest itself in this way. Yes, we're going once more later." Vlad ignored the voice, reminding himself why he had come here. The crack in the ground was slowly approaching. Rudiger and the knights following him. And below, the priests and knights, too bewildered to realize they had fallen. "Hey!" And among them was the figure of a very familiar man. D. Even as the boy panicked, the crack separating the meadow continued to widen inexorably. Rudiger and the knights tried to keep up, but as the voice said, the speed of the deathworm underground was such that not even a herd of wild horses could keep pace. And the crack in the meadow, spreading at a dizzying speed, aimed straight ahead, exactly straight, unwavering, towards the horde of pilgrims. "Bring the priests! Let those who are ready go first." Hee. The knight's cry, and the horses braying, and the ominous creaking of evil approaching, swallowing up all those sounds. A great and irresistible violence was rushing towards them. It can't be. In the urgency of the situation, Vlad recognized a priest getting up. The only priest the boy had known, and one he should never forget. His piercing entrance stabbed painfully into the boy's eyes and reached his heart. Damn it! Coincidences sometimes come in the form of destiny, forcing a choice. Faced with such cruelty, most people would bow their heads and take the easy way out, but the boy was not one of them. He was a man who had always fought with all his might. I had his stockery, and a unwrong, in a sure, I was on a turn. Gritting his teeth, Vlad hardened his determination and jumped towards Rudiger with all his might. He was still breathless from the incessant beats of his heart, but the boy didn't stop. There were two things he still held in his arms. One was Alicia's handkerchief, and the boy's identification plate endorsed by Andreas. Father Andreas, the first person to vouch for him when he was nobody. The one who had given the boy the roots to put down in the world was down there. Forgetting the surprise and pain of rolling down the hill, the boy ran towards the approaching crack. He was hurling himself into the face of great violence from which anyone would want to flee. "Over here! Over here!" Vlad waved his hands, trying to make himself visible in some way. Me fiun, non, isianera, nine, yao. And a dark-skinned man atop a moving horse spotted the figure, but there was a huge insurmountable gap between them, and along that gap, a young deathworm was attempting to overwhelm the group of pilgrims. Somehow the timing was right, but the space was not. No, Vlad said as he watched the crack slide past him without any pause. No, Vlad shouted furiously at the deathworm that had ignored him. I can't be helpless again, facing a world so vast that I can do nothing. Vlad! Realizing what Vlad was about to do, the voice urgently tried to stop him, but the boy had already made a decision. Now is the time to do it. If I have to do it, I won't hesitate. Ignoring the voice, Vlad tossed the imprint into the air, grasping it tightly. A sheet of white paper fell from the sky. Take that, you bastard! The determined swing of the sword drew the boy's resolve. The paper tore, and simultaneously, intricate patterns filled the sword. The sword began to vibrate as it followed the black and shiny tracks. With the boy's anger against the deathworm. It's insufficient. Awaken your world. The voice, wanting to be as scornful as possible, but understanding Vlad better than anyone, offered advice to the boy. If he was going to try it anyway, he shouldn't regret it. You must amplify the vibrations. Dorothea's imprint was delicate, but it wasn't enough to catch the attention of the deathworm, which already had its prey in sight. Her imprint needed enhancement. Following the advice of the voice, Vlad struck his sword against the ground. Then he closed his left eye, to shut out the still weak world of his soul. At this moment, even if Jaeger were here, he wouldn't say anything about the boy's behavior. It was for the best. Rise. The day he first said his name to God. He remembered the sunlight shining through the stained glass and falling onto his shoulders. It was warm and welcoming, and above all he could see the priests smiling at him. Rise. With the boy's cry, a faint glow began to emanate from the sword that had been weeping. White, green, and blue. The boy's world, which had not yet found its own color, was filled with the colors of the surrounding nights. They were subtle but beautiful colors. Woof, woof, woof. Dorothea's imprint merged with the boy's world and began to create a massive vibration. There was no tremor, but the air rippled, and there was no sound, but everyone present could hear it. It was like a child's cry, "I'm here." The young deathworm was rushing toward the pilgrims with blood in its mouth. The mute boy's screams could also be heard. It was a voice more resonant than any other, a voice urging him forward from his own forehead. So he turned his head. Krrr. The crunching sound stopped. The deathworm recognized the boy's world. The heart of the deathworm beat strongly as it sensed the boy, and everyone in the place looked at the radiant boy. Woof! 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 For a moment, the boy's presence dominated everything. "I am here. Go, Vlad, throw me the sword." After what felt like an eternity, Deathworm's head moved slightly, and Rudiger's shout was heard. The boy's presence momentarily stopped time in the meadow, but did not dominate it. The boy's world remained too faint a possibility for that, but it was a struggle that served a purpose. Ha-ha! Adjusting its target, Deathworm emerged from the ground and lunged at the boy, with a movement much faster than the voice had predicted, as if it had been waiting for this moment. "You dodge! Stop!" The urgency in the voice didn't make it easy for Vlad to open his closed eyes. A faint world, still unsettled. The boy's achievements were insufficient to quickly open that world. A jet-black shadow fell over Vlad's cowering head. It came from a giant gesture of despair. "No!" Everyone squeezed their eyes shut in anticipation of what would happen next. Rudiger rushed to save the boy, but the space between them was as impassable as the passage of time. Aura with armor. A massive presence that drowned even the cries of the voices. The moment the boy unconsciously held his sword against a huge deathworm crashing into him. Something blacker than the shadows of despair created by deathworm. Something as black as the color of a moonless night enveloped the boy's eyes. Quagagang. Before the enormous world could crush the boy. A wind whistling past your ears. The sound of a massive heart within the hands of the boy. The warm, pulsating blood coursing through his muscles. A dust cloud covered Vlad's back. But before it could envelop the boy, Vlad was already out of its reach. They couldn't keep up with the boy's speed, somewhere between excitement and surprise. In the blink of an eye, Vlad opened his closed eyes and found himself on the back of the horse. Ha-ha-ha-ha! Vlad rolled onto his back, not hearing the relieved groan in his voice. The wind howled, and everything around him buzzed past. The boy swore he had never felt such speed in his life. And it found. Vlad opened the palms of his hands to face the wind. The heavy stream of air slipped between his fingers. Ha! 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 Ah! Vlad now laughed heartily, though he had been on the brink of death moments ago. The scene of his dreams unfolded before his eyes. Ka-ha! The deathworm's howl came from behind the boy, who had momentarily forgotten his reality. He had succeeded in his intentions, but it was not over. Vlad! Vlad! Are you okay? A dark-haired knight rode towards the boy, running with the deathworm's roar. I think I'm okay. Good. When Rudiger and the knights rushed to stop the deathworm, they realized the boy had imprinted his own sword. A sacrifice for the sake of others. It related to the Master of Swords' second discipline. The boy, though just a squire, had fulfilled his duties as well as any knight here. A good and brave decision. Although, of course, it is an act that will not go without praise. Not in me, Yapsal. Once Vlad's behavior was pointed out, having committed once without thinking of the aftermath, Rudiger rode alongside the boy and looked at the approaching rift. Do you think you can move? What? It was a tough request for a boy who had barely managed to get on a horse, but Rudiger knew he could do it. Something in the dark eyes of the horse convinced him. The pilgrims will only be safe if we deal with that suspicious creature. We have a fight on our hands. But that's a death worm. I can do it. At that moment, Vlad could see the remnants of flames burning intensely in Rudiger's eyes. You have Dorothea's imprint, and you ride a good horse, so you should be able to lead it. Vlad could see what Rudiger was trying to do. He was going to use Vlad as bait to deal with the death worm in one blow. Can you do it? Sure. Instead of answering, Vlad stroked the neck of the black horse. He slightly turned his head to look at him, his eyes strangely trusting. I see. You're here to save someone too. I can do it. Good. As soon as he heard Vlad's confident response, Rudiger quickly raised a finger to indicate how to proceed. Turn around like this, and come towards me. Vlad nodded impatiently, but Rudiger's eyes were actually on the horse he was riding, not the boy. He could almost see the black horse nodding to his fingers. Be careful. The boy and the horse nodded, and Rudiger and the knights moved away. Ka! The death worm burrowed into the ground again, chasing after the boy. Let's go. On his saddleless horse, the boy gripped the black horse's mane with his thighs. Yeah! Ah! Cry like no other. Not a pitiful cry for a dying herd, but rather a determination to end them. With determination, the black Azabash horse began to accelerate. Ugh! A different sensation of speed than now. Now with a speed that was almost frightening, Vlad clung to the neck of the horse and closed his eyes. The boy was a novice in riding. Lower the sword. You must make your presence known through your vibrations to attract it. But the boy was a man on a mission, and on his own will. Mediantung. Arsenal. Asias. Osergel. It was hard for him to keep his eyes open. But Vlad saw Rudiger in the distance, dismounting and drawing his sword, waiting for him. He had to do it. He had promised to do it. Ha! Ha! The sensation of speed for the first time in his life. The dizzying hoof of the horse hitting the ground. Although everything was new to him, Vlad stretched the sword towards the ground to give his best. One more. More! Considering the boy's position almost lying sideways, the horse balanced him in place. Looking at the rift behind him, Vlad lowered his sword to the ground. Kagang, Kagang. Kagang sparks flew from the sword, generated by the heat of friction between the steel and the earth. Behold, I am here. The boy's world faintly filtered through those sparks. Dorothea's imprint, carrier of aura, began to spread vibrations through the subsurface via the sword. Deep bite. So deep that it was impossible not to bite into it. Ka! Pa! The ground cracked open with the rift. A giant death worm emerged from below, chasing after the boy once again. This way. But the boy was not alone now. A single star shone in the moonless night. The shadow of a fallen dragon ran after him. The boy shouted with all his might at the irrational and enormous worm that he was here. Ka! Ha! Ka! The remnants of the dragon roared loudly, as if tearing through the prairie. In response to his presence, the boy also shouted loudly. Two worlds with no hint of concession. All worlds are worthy of existence, but if they are destined to collide, only the brightest will survive. Look, boy, the dragon is chasing you. Towards you, who are shining. Chapter 47. The dragon comes, too. Kaha. Rudiger deeply closed his left eye as he listened to the deathworm's roar resonating in the distance. To delve deeper into himself, to invoke a world of his own, more solid and robust. Rudiger's world turned red. A world of anger and passion, like an active volcano. I suspect the shiny thing on its forehead. I believe it has something to do with magic. His own wizard spoke, dragging his weary body downward. Someone is controlling the death worm. Who dares to disturb the land of my ancestors with their tricks in the land of Vayezid? Wow, boo! Here it comes. Rudiger closed his left eye, awakening the world with fury. Ah! The boy's eyes opened wide with a scream. At the same time, Rudiger's sword slowly rose. His sword was ablaze. I think we're ready. As Vlad rode through the moonless night, leading the deathworm, he felt another person's world burning fiercely in the distance. That temporarily awakened world, a much better night than I thought. Involuntarily, Vlad shuddered, sensing the fierce determination emanating from Rudiger. It was wilder than any night he had seen, and it burned brighter than anything else. It's different. Rudiger's world burned crimson, like an active volcano, in response to the voice's advice, temporarily expanding his world through deep meditation. Only a knight capable of introspection to such depths could achieve this. One who knows who he is, because no one is more rooted. Ayon. And the deathworm pursuing Vlad also noticed Rudiger's world. There was no one in this area, no matter how ignorant, who did not recognize Rudiger's spirit. The deathworm slowed down, turning its head away. Damn it! Realizing that the deathworm had been distracted, Vlad cursed and raised his sword high. But the world of the young man was still bathed in a faint glow. He couldn't divert the deathworm's attention from Rudiger's fervent spirit. Nodding. Eh? The jet-black horse suddenly turned to look at the deathworm, assimilating the situation. Faced with the sudden turn, Vlad could only clutch his mane. Stop! Vlad snorted at this incomprehensible behavior, but his voice was just an exclamation of disbelief. Taking advantage of its momentum, the horse quickly swung back and looked at the deathworm. Vlad couldn't see it, but he could hear it. The subtle movement of the mist approaching the creature's forehead. Fine. Vlad was speechless as the horse not only staggered backward, but also swung rapidly from side to side, taunting the deathworm. The horse's intention succeeded. The slightly glowing mist had managed to confuse the deathworm's senses. The deathworm glared at Vlad on his horse, who dared to provoke it. It had no eyes, but it seemed to have them. I didn't do this! Panicking as the deathworm lunged towards him, spitting blood, Vlad's intentions had succeeded nonetheless. Nay! The horse neighed with all its might, lifting its front hooves. The boy's armor came off, lifting the aura flowing from the young man's world. The faintly glowing mist on his forehead began to take shape as it ran. Not only in the world of voices, but also in the world of reality, where everyone could see. A mystery now forgotten rose again in the world's memory. Let's go. Hee. The moonless night, which had expressed so many possibilities, turned around and ran, with the deathworm following behind it. One towards the active volcano burning in front of me. The moonless night ran, carrying a radiant child. Here too was an awakened world. On the horizon where you and I meet, I become us. The jet-black horse and the boy completed each other more and more, by uniting through the other's world. And a single white star finally rose in the night sky. Naya, close the gap. Boy, retreat now. Rudiger's knights, who had been waiting for the right moment, charged forward in an instant and began to flank the deathworm. Crack! Rudiger's knights from Vayezid slowly closed the gap like a stranglehold to prevent the deathworm from escaping. With the help of the knights from their respective places, Vlad had a moment to catch his breath. Lord Rudiger, thank you. The stars and the fire met in a quick flash. The death worm, whose mouth had opened wide to devour the boy, was bewildered by the sudden diversion of the horse from its course, aided by the knights. The jet-black horse and the boy who had mocked it. But now that they were out of the way, the death worm faced Rudiger. It's my turn. Rudiger Vayezid, Doctor. The knight and firstborn of Vayezid, a flame-burning knight. This is the land of Vayezid. Rudiger's silent fury was directed at the one who needed to be charged. It's not for people like you to dare to meddle with it. Vayezid's red sword rose in the air. Rudiger's sword tinkled with a supernatural resonance, engulfing everything in its path in flames. Aha! Crimson lava erupted from the depths of his soul and shot towards this world. Without the slightest hesitation, the knight lowered his sword, with anger in his sword, and the air between Deathworm and Rudiger. Everything began to burn. So die! With Rudiger's words, a red flash shot out from under the blue sky. The silent fury pierced the enormous world with the controlled precision of a knight's movements. Kaha! The shadow of the fallen dragon split in half and let out a pitiful cry. The young deathworm's final lament echoed in the green meadow. The glow on the deathworm's forehead slowly disappeared as the flames burned hotter than lava. Ache! Vlad winced in pain at the fierce heat on his back. Looks like he did it. The boy's gaze as he looked back. Eh? There was a deathworm there, its torso ablaze and writhing. Half of its body was already severed, squirming helplessly on the meadow. Its acrid smell, carried by the wind, finally reached the boy's nostrils. How is he able to do this? Vlad asked the voice, chilled. He had always dreamed of the world of knights. But what lay before him was larger and more overwhelming than he had ever imagined. Could the Knight of the Blue Moon do it too? Like the knight who incinerated the deathworm as a wall. Is this the true world of knights? If his world is so solid that nothing can shake it. Lost in thought, the boy watched the spectacle that defied common sense. The world of knights was like a mountain that could be climbed but seemed to have no end. The boy was fully aware that he was barely at the starting line. Rudiger knelt on one knee, his sword thrust into the scorched earth. The sword of Vayezid smiled at the boy. Welcome. The vision has ended. It's time to return to reality. Following the horse's guidance, Vlad stumbled forward and jumped off the horse's back. Are you okay? I'm fine. Cold beer would be nice. Rudiger struggled to stand on the scorching ground, leaning heavily on his sword. Ouch! But his strength seemed to fail him, and he fell backward to the ground. The price of temporarily awakening the world was taking its toll. Can't you get up? I feel like I'm also going to die. The corpse of the deathworm still twitched intermittently. Faced with the enormity, Vlad sank to the ground. Feeling the warmth in his backside, Vlad stood up again. This is not what I came here for on vacation. You're a good rider. I wasn't the problem. Rudiger could only laugh at the boy's cheeky response. Gradually the knights who had been driving the deathworm to help Vlad escape began to gather around Rudiger. Not bad for a kid. Yeah, not bad. Well done, kid. Vayezid's knights passed by the boy, patting him on the back and tousling his hair. Vlad felt something he hadn't felt in a long time as he saw the knights display their unabashed camaraderie with him. If you can smile in the most dangerous of places, it's because of the warmth people create, even in the alleys. And in front of the flaming corpse of the deathworm, the boys and knights who faced the mighty deathworm today were comrades in arms. Lord Rudiger, are you okay? Another knight came running with the sound of a squeaky wheel. The knights who had been guarding the pilgrims in front of me realized that the situation was over and led the priests to Rüdiger. Ah! Vlad smiled as he saw them carry the priest, Andreas, on the Dalguzi. Tune, that was the world he had protected. Huh? Vlad? Andreas, pale and nauseous, recognized Vlad and looked at him with a kind gaze. Yes, father. Vlad stood up, gripping his wobbly thighs, and approached Andreas. The boy's unsteady movements were enough to pity the terrified priests. Andreas welcomed the boy with open arms as he approached, looking weak. Well done, thank you. From a distance he couldn't see the details, but the small scars on Vlad's face said it all, that the boy had done his best. Come here. Vlad of Schoarra. Vlad closed his eyes as he embraced the priest who opened his arms to him. He felt his body as warm as the sun on the day he had given his name before the gods. God, have mercy on the boy who has received your will here today, for he has done it willingly. Vlad breathed a sigh of relief as he listened to Andreas recite the prayer. He couldn't help but smile. The boy was once something fragile. But today, by his own decision, he protected Andreas. The boy who protected the only root forming his world deserved to be comforted, because he had fought for this moment. The knights closed their eyes, listening to the priest's prayers silently resonate over the green meadows. Irma, at dusk. Ragmus spoke to Feather, who gazed out the window at the rear of the Vayezid mansion. Count. Dorigal. A message from Dorothea, sent through the crystal sphere. Feather took the note from Ragmus with an impassive expression and began to read. His jet-black eyebrows began to furrow. The land, the words on the small piece of paper. The words were scrawled with ominous news. Dark magic again? It seems to have taken root in the north. At Ragmus's words, Feather turned his head and saw the red sun through the city walls. Sturma. A city built on the blood of the Vayezid. The walls surrounding the city are the family's history. As the empire crumbles, the cursed old ones crawl in. Time passes, and times change. And Feather Vayezid presided over a house during perhaps the most turbulent time in the family's history. But there is comforting news, isn't there? Yes, the squire. Feather remembered the name in the last sentence of the note. Vlad, the squire brought by his own son. Lately, I hear his name a lot. That's because exceptional children tend to show up wherever they are. The squire had caught his attention, even in his clash with the other squires. From the monster slaying last winter to the work with the pilgrims now, Vayezid would have struggled without him. He was a peculiar boy. You get what you deserve. With these words, Feather rang the bell on his desk. The silver bell rang clear and loud, resonating outside the Oval Office. You called for me, Count. Bring Josef. Yes, sir. The butler, upon hearing the order, exited the office. Are you sure he has permission? Because you deserve it. Deep down, he wanted to pat him on the back, but the eccentric squire belonged to Josef. Any sponsorship or reward would have to come through him. The blond boy's talent belonged to Josef. Feather's gaze once again landed on the city walls beyond the window. The Sturma walls were bathed in a reddish twilight. Forged with blood, the walls had never faltered. Just like Feather, who now stood tall. Chapter 48. Time to go home. One does this? Resemble the Heinel family crest? The woman with green hair squinted her eyes under the sunset light. The tiny glasses on the bridge of her nose rose along with her furrowed brow. Glancing at the book handed to her by the maid, Oksana turned her head once again and touched the fabric with the needle. I've never done something like this. In fact, I only saw my mother do them when I was a child. Isn't it equally beautiful? It is. The corners of Oksana's lips twisted, unlike the bridge of her nose. which wrinkled in concentration. One of those precious traditions now fading from people's memories, now returning to the world through a noble woman's hands. Is this enough? The white wood slowly took shape in Oksana's fingertips. A white tree planted on a barren hillside, the image of a luxurious embroidery on black fabric. Now then, I'd like you to engrave the next phrase. Here. Very well. It's etched in your memory. Preventing the maid from opening the family crest book, Oksana threaded a new thread through the needle. Oksana would be right. The embroidery she was working on was the crest of an unfamiliar family. The needle's tip swung back and forth as she furrowed her brow again. From above, Oksana's fingertips built a strong wall, and a sword floating above it. It was the Vayezid family crest. Oksana's hall was so quiet that not even her breathing could be heard, and everything seemed to come to a halt. In the center of the room stood a single flag, where the sunlight only revealed small specks of dust, marking the passage of time. A flag with nothing inscribed on it, just a white background. The white background of the flag reflected the colors of the boy's root world. A sword given by an old man to a child. An identification badge from the priest. A handkerchief inscribed with his name by a noble woman. And a white banner with the family crest. These were all the things that would make up the boy's roots. They were all the things he had achieved. A night in the meadow where the sun has set. No matter how close summer was, it remained cold at night in the open meadow. So the knights built a wall of carriages and carts and prepared to camp within it. Once the hustle of camp set up subsided and a brief rest period arrived, the knights began to gather as knights do, and the priests as priests, to have their own time. Day. Delighted to see them all but unable to identify with any of them, the boy settled quietly in the middle of nowhere and lit a small fire. Crackling. Listening in the distance to the chants of the priests, Vlad unsheathed his sword. In the firelight, the surface of the blade was tinted red, although wounds had distorted the reflections of the fire here and there. You've been through a lot too. Staring at the red color that reminded him of someone he missed, Vlad took out a whetstone and brought it close to his sword. Swish, swish, swish. The care with which the boy handled the sword resembled that of the priests praying before him. Perhaps the boy was praying with a sword, for those who still remain where the boy and the sword stayed. The sound of the whetstone on the sword blade mingled with the crackling of the fire. The warmth of the fire and the peace of being alone for the first time in a long time softened the boy's expression. Why are you here alone instead of at the camp? Ah, Sir Rudiger. A young man approached Vlad's side, carrying a bottle of wine. Rudiger sat down in front of the small fire Vlad had lit. Why are you alone? Everyone else is busy. Feeling warm talking to Rudiger, much like the warmth of the fire in front of him. Where's the chubby one? Dorothea took him to work. And Father Andreas? He's praying. Shrugging at the boy's response, Rudiger handed him a bottle he carried in his hand. Do you want a sip? No, I'm working on my sword right now. You're refusing again. We were in a good mood and I didn't want to interrupt it. But I didn't know what would come flying into Joseph's office if I refused this time. Whiskey. It's a nobleman's drink. Feeling the strong aroma pass through his throat, Vlad looked at Rudiger with a puzzled expression. The liquor's aroma on the boy's tongue now was similar to what Joseph had given him. It seemed that no matter how much they fought over the same thing, there was no escaping the taste that the same blood emanated. You'll have to take care of that sword when you get back. Yes, I will. In response to Rudiger's words, Vlad brought the sword back to the fire. A sword forged in an alley by an inexperienced blacksmith. A sword that someone had invested a lifetime of work into. A sword that had slashed countless enemies and still stood firm, protecting its owner. But they said I couldn't, eh? Rudiger's question was answered with indifference, and Vlad picked up the whetstone again, starting to sharpen the blade of his sword. He said the connection between the hilt and the blade was too arbitrary, and unless I could find the maker, I'd have to break the hilt before I could touch the blade. A selfish sword, just like its master. Rudiger looked at the rough-looking sword and raised his bottle. The Vayezid house blacksmith had offered favorably to maintain it, but he had refused and ultimately wreaked havoc, except for the hilt. But maybe that was for the best from the old blacksmith. So we'll have to find who made it and have it fixed. Where is he? Vlad held the sword vertically to check the sharpness of the blade. The red reflection of the blade stung the boy's eyes. It reminded him of the red hair he must never forget. Schoarra? Yes? Well, you're always shouting that you're Vlad of Schoarra. It was an appropriate title, Rudiger said, taking a sip of his whiskey, but the boy just looked at the sword. An expert blacksmith had offered to restore it, but the boy had refused. He didn't want to lose anything this sword contained. Every engraving on this sword was a part of the boy's history and origin. Rudiger stared at the boy fixedly on the sword. The boy's blue eyes shone slightly as he looked at the sword with so much emotion. So, this is it. That's why my brother ran around so excitedly. Nodding in understanding, Rudiger nodded and took a long drink from his bottle. Do you think you'll be able to fix it sooner or later? What? The boy repeated, but Rudiger didn't answer. He just got up. If you ask insistently enough, someone will give it to you. It means you've done well in life so far. Vlad looked puzzled at Rudiger as he uttered those unintelligible words, but the only thing that came out of his mouth was the familiar aroma of whiskey. I must prepare for tomorrow's work. Vlad watched Rudiger walk away, giving him a pat on the shoulder. See. Once Rudiger left and he was alone by the fire again, Vlad began to give the final touches to the worn blade with oil. He felt sorry for the wounds that his sword had that he couldn't fix with just a whetstone and oil. But someday he would fix them. A sword and a boy had places to go. It was a night in the meadow, and the boy made a silent decision. On the hill above him, a horse as dark as the night sky watched the boy sitting by the fire. It was a small light, but the horse loved the colors the boy was creating. The next morning, the carriages were moving across a green meadow, and a herd of wild horses running alongside the carriage procession. It must be rare to see a herd of wild horses running in harmony with man and nature. The priests in the carriages and the knights escorting them were very aware of this. For the first time, and possibly the last, they all watched a herd of wild horses running together. The blond boy also observed the outside scene, arms crossed on the carriage window frame. Vlad's lips involuntarily curled at the strange feeling rising in his chest. Vlad knew that the time to part had come. Just as he had his own work to do, the dark horse had the duty to lead the herd. Neighed Bush. The dark horse, which had been running ahead of the herd, neighed and slowly came to a stop. The herd of wild horses stopped when the leader stopped. It's done. We can no longer be together. Vlad's head naturally turned sideways as he stopped at the fading black horse. The wild horses climbed the hill as if to greet us, watching the group running below. Their eyes, darker than the night sky, locked onto the boy's blue ones. Goodbye. Not accustomed to saying goodbye, the boy raised his hand casually and waved. It was a small greeting, as if he were embarrassed to be seen, but the dark horse could see it. Hey indoor. The dark horse, while waving to the knights and priests, lifted its front hooves. Vlad peeked his head out of the carriage with a questioning look as he watched it lift its front hooves in time with the waving hand. It was a brief but profound moment. The depth of a relationship is not determined by the time we spend together. Don't regret saying goodbye. The priest sitting in front of the boy nodded in understanding. It's just a word. Ha ha. It's so hard for people to be sincere. Andreas smiled and opened the Bible he held. Our lives are a series of partings and meetings, and the seeds we sow in the tears of separation will one day return in the joy of reunion. The boy didn't exactly understand what the priest meant by the verse he recited, but at least he knew it was meant to comfort him. I'm sure you'll meet again someday, as I'm sure you'll have a wonderful life. You'll have to find something more to say before it's too late. That would also be fate. Vlad turned his head again and looked out the window. As his eyes beheld the breathtaking scenery, he recalled yesterday. The feeling of running across the green plains with the worm of death chasing behind him. It had been the most exhilarating experience of his life, full of the most vibrant colors. The vacation had come to an end. It was time to go home. Chapter 49. Time to go home. 2. The walled city of Sturma. Its owner, Peter Vayezid, clutched the telegram Ragmus had handed him and sighed. Count Ravnoma has fallen. Peter rubbed his temples with one hand and closed his eyes. He had known for a while that something was amiss in the West, but he never expected an outcome like this. Did Count Gaidar's family have so much power? They say the Western families united. It seems it was insurmountable. Why didn't the royal family intervene? From our standpoint, we couldn't discern what was happening in the center. Expressing it with apologies, Ragmus couldn't avoid it either. The North was a place with a stronger identity than any other region. While they were free from the influence of royalty or central power by clearly erecting a wall, at the same time, they couldn't help but be ignorant of what was happening in other areas. In everything, there was a hierarchy that had to be respected. It's a pity for a count's family from a country to fall like this, and furthermore, a family that upholds an oath. Even in turbulent times where the empire was weakening, there were still limits that needed protection. However, the new tide that was brewing was sweeping away the established rules and traditions as violently as they had been forced. Chaotic time. Through the latest news, Peter clearly understood what era he was living in. For those who had just gained power, the rules and traditions of the past must have felt like chains oppressing them. The Order of the West had been reorganized. Indeed. Lost in thought, Peter realized something and stood up as if he had understood. Approaching the window, a procession of carriages entered the mansion with the intermittent spring rain falling. Watching the pilgrims enter the mansion carrying church emblems aloft, Peter murmured as if he finally understood. They were not pilgrims. People entering the Vayezid mansion with church symbols held high. Observing the pilgrims entering the mansion, Peter finally understood as he bit his lip. They were not pilgrims. They were refugees who brought with them an ancient oath. Vlad carried his luggage under the pouring rain. The boy's breath turned white in the cold spring rain. It's a strange atmosphere. Until last night, the group had been laughing together in a fairly friendly atmosphere. But not now. With the sudden decision to leave, the group's mood had hardened, and with it, a subtle tension. As a result, Vlad arrived in Sturma a day earlier than planned, and under close surveillance, the priests were transferring the luggage they had brought with them. Be careful, leave the servants out of this. We'll handle this. Vlad's head naturally turned in that direction at the shout. When loud sounds reached his ears, Vlad instinctively turned his head. There was a heavy wooden chest with strange inscriptions carved on it. For some reason, the chest caught the boy's attention in a peculiar way. However, Vlad quickly averted his gaze from the chest, simply shifting his position. After all, rain mixed with the blood of the death worms flowing from their corpses might not be compatible with his soul. Throbbing. It's not okay. Probably it was the smell of blood that accelerated his heart. Like some people who are sensitive to certain foods or smells. In his case, maybe it's the blood of the death worm. Well done, wield. Carrying his luggage to the entrance of the Vayezid mansion, Vlad kept his head down, waiting for the door to open. A few more steps and he would be inside, but that was all he could do. Rudiger and his knights entered, giving him a quiet pat on the shoulder for a job well done. The priests followed, surrounding the black wooden box. They were all people he had been with all these years, but the boy didn't deserve to be with them until the end. Eee. Vlad looked up as they walked away, curious about the space he wasn't allowed, and a little resentful. And at that moment, their gazes met. The highest-ranking person in the Vayezid family. Where Vlad's gaze met, a world so vast that it could barely be encompassed, observed the boy. Completely frozen by Peter's presence, Vlad could only remain motionless, unable to look away until the door was completely closed. Until the doors of the corridors that marked the boundaries of privilege were completely shut. "I'm going to go. All right." Portly bid Vlad farewell with a stern expression, as if he had his own expectations. The two squires returned to Sturma, expecting some kind of reward, perhaps even a small feast, for their successful slaying of a deathworm. However, they were forced back to their seats with the heavy feeling of a late spring rain. Vlad watched Portly's back as he walked painfully back to his accommodation. Even though they were in the same boat, at least he had someone to rely on. No! Kai! As Vlad walked down the hallway, he recalled Peter's gaze from earlier. I don't remember. It was clear that it had been a strong first impression, but the issue was that he didn't remember it. It wasn't what Peter seemed like. It was what he was, and that was all that remained in the boy's mind. Man? It didn't matter if he didn't remember. The Count must have looked a lot like the man he was about to meet. "I'm here. Lord Joseph. Come in." Announcing his arrival in front of Joseph's office, Vlad opened the door with a familiar gesture. Although Vayezid's glorious halls did not grant him a seat, Joseph's office was more than willing to accommodate him. "You're a day early. It just happened." "Yes. I heard." Joseph's office, where Oksana had insisted on sitting, was the room in the Vayezid mansion that saw the longest periods of sunlight. It had been a burden for Vlad when he first moved in, but he had grown accustomed to it. "Are you okay?" "I'm fine." "Good." Vlad tensed slightly as he looked at Joseph, who quietly questioned him, and Jaeger, who stood by his side. He wondered if he was about to receive a reprimand. Helping to defeat the deathworms attacking the pilgrims was undoubtedly a good thing, worthy of praise. But it was also a bit uncomfortable for Joseph himself. After all, he was helping Rudiger. It was not something he would have wanted to do, given their rivalry. "Why are you looking at me like that?" But Joseph didn't seem uncomfortable at all. He was only looking through the papers. "It's nothing." Vlad responded with an internal sigh of relief. It relieved him not so much that he hadn't been reprimanded, but that it had been exactly who he thought it was. "I'm glad to know you're better, but you better pull yourself together." Joseph, who had been shuffling papers for a while, looked up and looked directly at Vlad. "I'm afraid I don't know much about the streets of Schoarra." Vlad was surprised that Joseph suddenly mentioned the streets of Schoarra. "I've heard that a gang uprising ends when all the members are dead or surrender. Is that true?" "That's probably." Vlad lowered his head, thoughtful. Why was he suddenly asking about this? Vlad shrank a bit as he saw Joseph trying to get to his innermost parts. "Is that why you couldn't send her a letter?" "What letter? To your lover in the convent? She's a friend. Whatever." Upon Vlad's response, Joseph got up from his seat. "Not that I'm not aware of what's been happening in Schoarra, where we couldn't send anyone for fear of hurting people." He walked to the window and watched the spring rain for a moment before speaking. "I wanted to be considerate, but it takes time and a track record to make up for it. Jack the Maimed deserved what happened to him. Vlad nodded, still, listening to Josef's words. Maybe it was like that. Even though they were streets, it also belonged to Count Vayezid's territory. For a maimed man named Jack to roam freely in an alley, he would have to have contacts with powerful people in both places. He was a man of great wealth, as his name suggested. He had a lot of money, even if it came from the tears of the people in the streets. Daddy. Vlad looked at Josef, who remained motionless by the window, and the flag hanging beside him. He had entered and exited Josef's office countless times, but he had never seen it. What's that? A white flag, rectangular in shape. It was a bit smaller than the flags he had seen before, almost as if he could hold it with one hand. After thinking for a moment, Josef spoke. Thanks to you proving your worth. With those words, Josef carefully took out the flag he had by his side. Now that you fought so much for me, I must repay you, as promised. Is right? Vlad looked at Josef as he walked slowly toward him, and he could almost see the image of Peter from earlier. The dignity radiating as he held the flag reminded him of that presence. They say that knights from my grandfather's time carried banners like the one I hold now. Josef gazed mysteriously at the flag in his hands. He smiled bittersweetly at the item he would never be able to carry. A flag representing your own honor. But Josef was the chosen one. Since he couldn't hold both the sword and the flag, he would hold the knight who held them. And there was a boy in front of him who could do that. You are a man worthy of your own standard. And you are backed by Heinel and Vayezid. Vlad looked in astonishment at the white flag being handed to him. It seemed blank, but in the upper left corner of the flag were two small coats of arms. They were the coats of arms of Heinel and Vayezid. Ha! But I take this and go to your land. Hearing Josef's words, Vlad felt as if he had been struck by lightning. His head was spinning from the sudden words. This was the moment he had been waiting for, dreaming of, and decided he would do someday. But he never imagined that this moment would be today. Vlad, you who have taken the name Lady Alicia, and you who are a squire of House Vayezid, hold your head high under the banner. The boy raised his head with a dazed expression as he received the flag from Josef's hand. But despite his expressionless face, the boy's body was trembling. The moment he had been waiting for so much was approaching. There, you will cut the ties that have held you captive, and you will come to me again, truly free. Vlad didn't respond. He just stared at the flag he held with a vacant look. As I promised, all sponsored by Vayezid, Vlad of Schoarra. From that day's contract, the boy and the young man promised to give and receive. And that promise was confirmed under the honorable banner that the boy now held. Vlad of Schoarra, return to your homeland. There, break the bonds that bind you, and claim what is yours. I accept a name. The boy tightly grasped the flag he held, until his hands turned pale. Translator's notes. 1. Joseph's father's name will change from Feather to Peter for better understanding. Chapter 50. Time to go home. 3. Peter sat quietly in silence, gazing at the wooden box in front of him. An awkward wooden box. It was carved with designs that could be described as ornate or peculiar. The house of Ravnoma was the only family in the West that could honor its oath. I understand. Many of the priests, including Andreas, clasped their hands in front of Peter. They knew they carried a heavy burden for the Lord of the land. I will give you the knights, and I will honor my oath as best I can. Peter stood up and addressed the priests. He would provide the best support he could. He would do everything possible to erase the traces of the dragon, the proof of his oath. Thank you, Count. Please, Feel like a guest until you are ready." As the priests bowed and departed, Peter sighed softly. He was right after all. I guess it was his only choice. Ravnoma and its ruler of the Western Guardian of the Alliance had fallen, and the priests were bringing out the old oaths from his now ruined mansion and directing them to those who deserved them. Feeling frustrated and powerless, Peter took a few steps and glanced out the window for a moment. Fortunately, there he found something comforting, different from the heavy air of this place. The carriage was moving. It's a flag I haven't seen in a long time. A small flag fluttered on it. It was a flag Peter used to see frequently when he was younger. "You can rest a bit if you want. Your body must be warming up." Peter nodded at Ragmus's response. Even he would have done the same. He could fully understand the young man's feelings. A young man holding a flag that only the Knights of Vayezid could bear was leaving the mansion, returning to his home to do what he must. Today, as usual, a young man wandered through the dark streets of Schoarra. Most people in the dark alleys struggled to grab some bread, but the boy was born with conditions even worse than theirs. Dark skin like the night. Being a person with dark skin, subject to contempt and discrimination, Ned, born in the darkest corner of Schoarra, was even ignored. What the hell? There isn't even a place to work. Ned, with dark skin, opened his eyes, so he had to get up, and now that he had gotten up, supposedly, he had to eat something. But the situation in Schoarra didn't even allow for a decent meal. It wasn't this bad before. Ned silently rolled his eyes, exploring every corner of the back alley. The kids who used to stay afloat with mischief were now completely exhausted, only rolling their eyes without strength, and those who had work all night, despite their work, only had thin cheeks as they sighed. Everyone was bleeding. In favor of the golden beetle that craved money. The old times were better. Sighing out of place, Ned's gaze naturally turned to a particular building. They used to reminisce about the good times when people were in trouble. Now if I steal there, I won't even be able to find the bones. The building Ned was looking at was the Smile of Rose, a place with a rough boss and a friendly madam. But now, all the people who used to be there were dead or missing. What used to be full of pleasant music and laughter from the women was now just a place full of heartbreaking moans and the shouts of thugs. Now, if Ned were caught stealing there would be no blonde boy to save him. Ned, lamenting the reality while remembering the old times, saw unusual people for the alley. A plump man who seemed to have some money, and another man with a sharp appearance, like a mercenary. Seeing them heading straight for the inn street, apparently to relieve their pent-up desires, Ned stuck out his tongue slightly. This might work well. The man who looked like a mercenary seemed to be a bodyguard, but in this situation Ned was willing to take the risk. It didn't matter if he got caught as long as he didn't die. He couldn't depend on his brother forever. He turned in the honey. Don't I go right about the dials? Or why they see? He was full of hunger and desperation, clouding the judgment of the young man. Slowly trailing the two men, Ned skillfully approached, hiding his body among the scattered debris. The way he approached slowly was praiseworthy enough. Now, however, Ned didn't feel when someone pointed at him. Young. The mercenary, who noticed the approaching black youth, naturally brought his hand to the sword handle from behind. Although tension gradually increased, Ned didn't notice. His lack of judgment was due to his concentration but lack of a broad view. Ned, trying to get close to the fat man. The mercenary, trying to draw his sword upon seeing Ned. In the moment of approach, about to be another fallen person in the back alley today. You still act like an idiot. Bam! At that moment, someone stepped between them. A man who appeared so nonchalantly from an angle the mercenary couldn't foresee. Ugh! Ned grabbed his numb neck and saw the man swiftly moving past him. A blond boy he had seen somewhere before. And his familiar steps too. What's going on? But Ned couldn't associate that image with the boy who once sold seconds at the Smile of Rose. It was too confident and grand for that. Oh, I lost it. The boy, who had lost his prey of the day but had gained the sunshine of tomorrow, simply cursed without knowing anything, toward the blond man who had just passed after turning in his neck. As the evening fell and darkness set in, there were shops that only then illuminated their dim lights. One of them, among the shops selling colorful flowers, there was one in particular that attracted men. Rose used to smile at them, but now her attention was drawn to another shop window. "Hey, over here! Next time it's me. Come play with me. You're the one with the money, Marcel. Pour me a drink." At the back of the bar, where men shouted with wide-open eyes, a woman touched up her makeup. She used to have jet-black hair that would have been the envy of anyone, but over time, her hair was losing its shine. It had already withered beyond the point where any amount of makeup or jewelry could cover it, but maybe she didn't mind. It didn't matter because men kept throwing gold coins of lust at the woman who had once been a symbol of the alleys. "Marcella, are you ready to go out?" The woman with the long cigarette stood behind Marcella. The smoke she exhaled was unbearably acrid. "I need one more person to settle my debt. If not, you won't leave here until your body is in pieces." Middle-aged woman smoking the cigarette mocked her with a smile that seemed to have poison etched into every wrinkle. "Eddie." It was a mockery disguised as advice, but Marcella didn't respond. Anger, sorrow, or fear. She knew that all the negative emotions emanating from herself were like sweet wine to the woman behind her. "Let's see how long you can keep yourself so dignified." Since she didn't like Marcella's lack of response, the middle-aged woman caressed Marcella's chin from behind her back and growled. But Marcella just returned the smile. "Long life, madame." Marcella didn't let herself be intimidated. She was just trampled on. While watching Madame leave the dressing room with a furrowed brow, Marcella resumed her makeup session. Her reflection in the mirror was pitiful, but instead of bursting into tears, she preferred to apply another handful of powder. Marcella acknowledged that she had risen too high above the matter of a simple prostitute. And here in the alleys of Schoarra, there was always someone who applauded eagerly for those who fell. "Still, this is good enough." She sadly smiled to herself, in a space reserved only for Marcella. She was one of the victors here in the alleys, even if the pain of the fall had shattered her body. At least she had chosen her own destiny, even the method of her destruction. "It's coming out!" At Madame Coulson's exclamation, Marcella forced a smile and stood up from her seat. Instead of the charm that naturally emanated from her, she displayed the forced glamour of makeup. "Marcella, here! Here's my gold coin." When she appeared under the bright lights, the men began to shout. Marcella stood still in her assigned seat and observed the men in front of her. Men dominated by desire, like pitiful beasts. Yes. In front of her were countless bottles and glasses, because she knew how to cook but not how to drink. None of them really mattered. She would prepare a drink for the man who paid the most. And the man who held his cup would be the winner of the day, free to smell the withered flowers at his leisure. Because that was all. "Here, take it. I have a gold coin. Gold. I have 2 gold coins. Can we pool our money here? I'll pay 3 gold coins between the 2 of us." Marcella closed her eyes as she listened to the men shouting at her. The men in front of her were throwing gold coins, but none reached her feet. The chains of debt that Jack the Maimed had imposed on her bound her. The madame by the window, who had just mocked Marcella, smiled. How wonderful it was to see how a withered flower produced golden honey. Then, Madame picked up a long cigarette and prepared to auction off Marcella to the highest bidder. 100 gold. The voice resonated lowly through the deserted stairs. It was a voice so clear and powerful that everyone present turned their heads. "What? I'll pay 100 gold. Aye." To Madame's surprise, someone was ascending the worn-out steps. "Yes." Marcella involuntarily shuddered upon hearing the creaking and closed her eyes tightly. She let out a muffled cry upon hearing the man's footsteps, who had brought destruction to the Rose's smile. Creak. He had taken it all in stride, but the memory of that day still struck deep into Marcella's soul, tearing open her wounds. "Sir, did you say 100 gold coins?" Madame asked from the window to the man ascending the stairs, to make sure she hadn't misheard. The men, who had just gasped with desire, also stared at the sudden entrant with open mouths at the enormous sum. But the man who had climbed the stairs with imposing steps said nothing more, only moved briskly toward where Marcella was sitting. "May I request here?" "Yes." I shouted an outrageous amount, but Madame was unable to dissuade him. On one hand, his aura was fierce enough to kill. "It seems you have the money." The man's black cloak and leather armor looked very luxurious. He was hooded, so I couldn't distinguish his face, but it was clear that he was at least a young noble from somewhere, or a knight of certain renown. He looked like a man who could easily pay at least 10 gold coins, if not 100. If so, he would be more than worthy to hold the withered flower. "Would you like a menu board for—" "No, thank you." The young man, who had already grasped the atmosphere of the place and restrained Madame with a skillful touch, looked at the woman in front of him, with his eyes still closed. Madame was momentarily perplexed. There was no sign of desire in the man's smile. It was just a smile of sadness. I always missed these things, even after I left. Unintelligible words began to flow from the man whose sudden appearance had everyone's attention. Grilled sausage, and blood sausage, and hash browns on white wheat bread. Everyone stood bewildered, looking at the man who was ordering breakfast in a place where drinks were supposed to be ordered. Is he crazy? Even Madame, the owner of the establishment, shook her head in disbelief. Marcella, however, could understand clearly. The words uttered by the man in front of her were nostalgic. They were foods that had always appeared in the landscapes of her dreams. "I want the one that Jorge always ate, please, Lady Marcella." It was the food that she had always prepared for Jorge. Marcella didn't want to open her eyes. The boy's voice was familiar, almost dreamlike. If she opened her eyes and saw the reality in front of her, and it wasn't what she expected, she didn't think she could bear it. Marcella slowly opened her eyes with tears streaming down her face. A sigh of relief escaped from her lips. Through her blurry vision, she saw a blond boy. "I told you I would come back, Lady Marcella." A bright golden glow emanated from the man as he took off his hood. It wasn't the tarnished gold that the men in this place exhaled with lust. It was the color of the daytime child that Jorge had picked up, and Marcella had washed.